Hey guys, welcome to this front-end full course video. Now, front-end development is one of the most commonly heard phrases today. Now, front-end development is basically the part of web development that involves coding and creating the front-end elements of a website. Now, the front-end is typically what the end user or the client interacts with. So in this video, we're going to be learning all about front-end languages and libraries. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. So here's what we'll be learning today. First, we'll look at a complete tutorial on version control systems, that is Git and GitHub. Once you're familiar with that, we'll move on to understanding the basic front-end language, that is HTML. We'll also look at how to implement HTML registration forms and build a simple app using HTML, that is the quiz app. Moving ahead, we'll look at a detailed tutorial on CSS. After that, we'll look at JavaScript and how to add interactivity to our web applications. Now, JavaScript offers some really cool libraries and frameworks for front-end development. So first, we'll learn React.js, which is a JavaScript library, and moving ahead, we'll understand how Angular is used to build apps. So now that you know what's in store for you, let's go ahead and jump right in.
Hello, this is Matthew from Simplilearn, and today we're going to delve into Git and what it actually is and how it fits within your DevOps stack. So a little scenario before using Git. One of the challenges that a lot of developers and development teams would have had is developers would be working on different types of code, whether it was database code, whether it was Python, or whether it was Java or .NET, and they would have a central server that they would be pushing all of their source code in. But there was little or no communication that was actually going on in between all the developers. The challenge you had with that scenario is that when people would be checking in code, you could be like, there'd be conflicts and you'd have to roll back different code versions. And this is really kind of the challenge that Git addresses. Git is a tool that allows all of the developers, no matter what stack they're working in, to have access to all of the code. And it makes it much more effective at being able to have development teams work on small, medium, or even massive applications. And some of the biggest applications out there are managed through a Git distributed server environment. So let's jump into what we'll be covering so you have a clear understanding of the value that you're going to get out of watching this presentation. So we're going to go through DevOps and the tools we have available for DevOps. We'll talk about what version control means within a DevOps environment and cover the two different types of version control, centralized and distributed. And then we're going to zero in on Git, which is a really fantastic distributed version control system. And we're going to go through and understand the features, workflow, branches, and commands in Git. We're going to give you a demo and then summarize all of the activities at the end of the presentation. So, what is DevOps? Well, this is one of my favorite questions. I love the idea of what DevOps is. So DevOps really is a culture of being able to deliver solutions faster, where your development teams and your operation teams work effectively together. The idea is to be able to continuously build out solutions and have testing codes that's built into your solutions, so that no matter where they are in the stage of the integration and deployment lifecycle, they're always being tested and you can always have code getting ready to be released out. The idea is that instead of having big releases that you would have maybe once every 2 weeks or once a month, that you would actually have a continuous stream of releases, because you always have code that is being tested, you have your network that's being tested, you have your environment being tested, and you'll be able to provide feedback directly to the appropriate person, whether they're in devs or whether they're in ops, to be able to be successful at being able to deliver solutions faster. The bottom line, your dev team thinks like operations, and your operations team begin to think like developers. It's really a fantastic way of being able to speed up delivery and have your team just think and feel and act in a different cultural environment. So let's have a look at some of the tools that are available to you in DevOps environment. If we look at DevOps, it's really kind of split into two areas. The dev side, you have building, code, planning, and testing. And then on your ops side, you have release, deployment, operating, and monitoring. But the tools really all interact with each other. And what's really great is that the tools are either open source or very, very low in cost. In fact, most of the tools that you're seeing in front of you right now are open source tools which means there's no licensing to you and you can actually effectively manage them and implement them within your team right now. So let's have a look at some of the dev tools that you have for doing code versioning. And so some of the tools that you may have used in the past include Subversion, Team Foundation Service, and Git. These are all different types of version control software that you have out there. One of the oldest ones is Subversion. It's a centralized version control system. It's one of the tools I used years ago. It really is good at doing what it's supposed to do, which is just a very simple version controlled solution. It's open source, so it's free. There's no licensing. There are challenges with working with it because it is a centralized tool rather than a distributed tool, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But for a very basic version control system, it does what you want it to do. Team Foundation Service Solutions is something that many of you in Microsoft world may have been using for a long time. And the thing that's great about TFS is that it's built right into the Microsoft environment. It's the server side, the services side of building out your solutions with Microsoft. Just recently, in the last couple of weeks, at the beginning of September 2018, Microsoft actually just rebranded TFS as Azure DevOps, and so you have Azure Pipelines, and there are 5 now Azure tools that actually replace TFS. But these are all tools that are very similar in concept. The old TFS tools are very similar to the centralized SVN tools, whereas the new tools that are part of Azure are actually much more aligned with Git. So what you're seeing is Microsoft moving from the centralized server to a distributed server with their new Azure DevOps tools, which is fantastic news for every developer listening to this. And then we have Git, and Git is a distributed version control system. It is, again, open source, which means that you can start using it right now without fear of having to have any costs or any penalties. And the thing that's really good about it is that you can use it for almost any kind of digital project. And what it's good at is being able to create that historical record and versioning of your source code, whether you're doing a web application, a mobile application, or you're actually building a Python script for a machine learning solution. So let's dig into what version control systems are and how they can be of value to you. So the role of a version control system is to allow developers to be able to check in their files into a repository. And here you can actually see how we can check in 3 files into a repository, and that repository then becomes a snapshot or a historical record of the files that we're working on. And you want to be able to have it so that the repository is flexible enough so that as you want to be able to scale and add in new files or new versions of a file, that you can actually do that easily within your VCS environment. And the goal is to be able to constantly have each of these versions available so that anybody that wants to be able to check out the file can actually have the latest version or see a history of how that file became what it is today. Let's look at centralized version control systems, and then we'll compare it against distributed version control systems. So a centralized version control system has a central server where all the files are stored, and everybody has to check in and check out from that centralized server, and all of the versions are managed within that server environment. The problem is that if that central server crashes, which doesn't happen but very often, but it can happen, you end up losing all of your files. And I was actually on a project where that actually happened to us, and we lost 6 months of history of how the application was created. Fortunately for us, we actually had a backup, but it didn't have all the historical data. So we were able to at least continue working, but we just lost a lot of files and it took a while to get back into place. So let's now look at and compare this to a distributed version control system. With a distributed version control system, you still have a centralized server that manages the files. But the difference is that as a developer, you check out all of the files for a project. So you can actually manage the whole project locally on your development machine and make your changes. And then you can just check in and out the changes that you've made to the centralized server. The opportunity you have here is that the server itself, if it goes down, you're not going to be in a situation where you lose all of the history, because everybody that's working on the actual application has all of the versions of the code locally on their machine. Now, one of the more popular distributed version control systems that out there is Git. I mean, it really is probably the most popular by a margin compared to a system out there. So, let's dig into, what actually is Git. So Git is a version control system for managing files. And as a developer, you have a Git client on your machine and you're able to make changes and create local repositories of a program on your computer. And then you can sync up with a remote service such as GitHub or GitLab or the new Azure Labs environment, where you can actually store files remotely and then allow remote teams to have access to those changes in the actual application you made. So you can track your changes easily. The tool is inherently distributed, so it makes it very easy to manage the code for large teams. And you can bring people in very quickly, and you can have people come in as specialists and spin them up quickly and have them work on a piece of the code and then drop them out of the project. If you want to have a check on how this works, go and start contributing to any of the many thousands of open source projects like GitHub, where you can go in with your Git tools and just contribute to those projects. And then finally, one of the things that I really like with Git is that it's not a linear development approach. It's not starting from A and going to Z. It's a non-linear approach, which allows you to have branches that people are working on in parallel to your master branch, where people are actually doing the delivery of the production code. So let's step through some of these features. So Git, as you can imagine, the first thing it does is track history. That's probably the most important part of having a version control system. It's free, open source. You can actually go and use it right now. There are no costs for actually using it. It is a non-linear environment that allows people to be able to build out new features in parallel to the master branch, so that you can be constantly having the master code out there and adding in new features without breaking the code. And you can automatically create backups because each developer has a version of the code remotely. It's incredibly scalable. Some of the biggest projects out there now are being managed through Git. And because of this scale, the collaboration becomes a byproduct of teams working together. And branching just is so much easier within Git. So as you can see, this whole thing leads to a very effective distributed environment. So let's step through some of the workflow that we have available for Git. So the way that Git works is that you, as an operator, as a developer, you have the Git client on your local development machine, whether it's a Linux machine, a Mac, or a PC, and you connect to a remote server and you pull down the latest working copy, and then you're able to make all of your changes locally, and you can modify the codes, you can review changes, and you can commit those codes to your Git repository that you have locally, and then you can push those changes back up to the remote server. And as soon as you push them into the remote server, those changes then become available to everybody else working on the project. So they can be constantly keeping everybody updated on all the work that is happening. So, typically the way that it would work is, you would start off with having the working file, the working directory that you have locally, and then you would stage those files into a staging area, and then you get those files ready to be committed to your Git repository. And these are all actions that you would do locally and then connect to a remote server. And then later, when you go back into work on your project, the first thing you should always do is check out that code so that you always have the latest version of the code and everybody's kept in sync. So let's talk about branching in Git. So the way that branches work is that if you imagine you're working on a project, and projects always have a tendency of getting bigger than you imagine. And what you want to be able to do is keep that main product working and keeping it working effectively. But if you want to be able to add a feature to that product, you may have 2 or 3 different groups that are working on multiple features simultaneously. And what you want to be able to do is give them the freedom to work on those individual features. And the way you do it in Git is that you can create branches off the master, and while you're off the main branch, which is called the master. And so each person could be working on their own separate branch, and then when they want to, they can then later merge those branches back into the main master. And all this time, the main master still works and still able to produce the right code for the customer. But at the same time, it allows the developers the freedom to be able to write in their new features. And so we can look at this in a little bit more visually with the master branch. And we can put in small features and large features, and we can then merge them back as we need to. So this kind of covers some of the commands that we have in Git. So the first command you'd want to use is called git init, and that's allow you to go into a folder on your local PC or your local Mac and convert that folder into a local Git repository, and that creates that repository. Then you want to be able to make changes to that repository, and the commands you'd be using in this instance would be add, commit, or status. You want to be able to sync your repositories with the remote server. So be able to put the code that you have on your computer on the remote server, you use push. You want to get the code from the remote server, you'd use pull and then add origin. And then if you want to do parallel development from the master branch, the main branch, you would use branch, merge, or rebase as ways to be able to do parallel development.
A very warm welcome to all our viewers. I'm Anjali from Simplilearn, and today I'll be showing you the installation for Git on Windows. So we'll start by downloading and installing Git on our system. We'll then have a look at the Git bash interface. We'll type in some basic Git commands. Next, we'll create a local repository. That is, we'll create a repository on our local machine. We'll then connect to a remote repository. And finally, we'll push the file onto GitHub. First things first, we need to download and install Git. So download Git for Windows, and I'll select the second link. So 2.19.1, which is the most latest version of Git, that's the one we want for Windows system. Choose your version. So mine is a 64-bit system and it's downloading. So this will take a while. So Git is finally downloaded. Now we need to install this on our system. Click here, run. So go to next. We don't have to change this path. Just click on in quick launch and on desktop. Next. Next, again next, nothing to change here either. And install. So now Git is getting installed on our system. So we don't need to view the release notes, we just want to launch the Git bash. So let's just tick that and then click on finish. And your Git bash interface appears here. So we are on the master branch. The first thing we do is we'll check the version for our Git. So the command is git -- version. And as you can see, version 2.19.1 on our Windows system, which is exactly what we just downloaded. We'll now explore the help command. So let's just type git help config. So config is another command. And as I hit enter, the manual page for the second command opened up, which is config. So what help command does is that it provides the manual or the help page for the command, just following it. So in case you have any doubts regarding how a command is used, what a command is used for, or the various syntax of the command, you can always use the help command. Now there's another syntax for using the help command itself, which is git config -- help. Enter. This does the exact same thing, as you can see. Now that we looked at the help command, let's begin by creating a local directory. So mkdir test. Now test is my new directory. I'll move into this directory. So cd test. Great. So now that we are inside our test directory, let's initialize this directory. So git init is the command for initializing the directory. And as you can see the path here, this is the local path where a directory is created. So I'll just show you the directory test, and it's completely empty. What we do now is we'll create a text file within this new directory that we created. So new text document, and I'll just name this demo. I'll open this and just put in some dummy content. So hello Simplilearn. Save this file and go back to your bash interface. Let's just check the status now. So git status, and as you can see, our file has appeared, it's visible, but nothing is committed yet. So this means that we have not made any change to our file through the Git tool itself. So the next thing that we are going to do is we'll be adding demo to our current directory. The next command that we'll be applying is the commit command. And when you add certain files to the current directory, the commit command is applied on all the above directories. So git commit -m and a message that will appear once the file is committed. So as you can see, one file is changed and one insertion. I'll just clear the screen. Next thing we need to do is we need to link our Git to our GitHub account. So the command for doing that is git config global user.username. And this will be followed by our username. So let me just show you my GitHub account. So this is my GitHub profile and my username is Simplilearn-GitHub. So guys, before you begin this procedure, just make a GitHub account. Type in my username here, Simplilearn-GitHub, and enter. And there you go. Our Git is successfully linked with GitHub. Next thing we do is we'll just open our GitHub and we'll create a new repository. Give a repository name. So I'll name it test_demo and create repository. Great. So our repository is created. This is our remote repository. What we do next is just copy the link and then go back to your bash interface. Now we need to link our remote and our local repository. So git remote origin and then paste the HTTP link. And now that our local repository and our remote repository are linked, we can push our local file onto our remote repository. So the command for doing that is git push origin master, as we are on the master branch. And that's done. So now let's move back to GitHub. I'll just click on test demo. And as you can see here, our local file has been pushed to our remote repository. With that, we have successfully completed our demo. If you have any queries regarding this, please post them in the comment section below and we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
And now we're going to go through and do a demo on Git. So we're going to do a demo on Git so you can feel comfortable running the commands in the interface and you're able to get Git running correctly in your environment. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up which version of Git that you have, and then we're going to see if we can establish some global configurations within your Git environment. And we're going to do sandeep.dash as the name, the email address is sandeep.simplylearn, and then we're going to do a list of the different configuration settings we have. So to check the version of Git that we have, we do git -- version in our terminal or command line window. You can also use PowerShell. That'll actually get you running in the same environment as well. All of these tools are going to be command line tools. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to assign some global usernames and a global email address so that we can actually access the Git account itself locally on the device. And so we're going to put in config -- global user.name Sandeep, and then git config -- global user.email and sandeep.d@simplylearn.net. And now we're going to check the list of usernames and email IDs in our configuration environment with -list, and you'll see that we have everything in there correctly. Here is our username right here, and our name and our email ID. So if you need any help when you're actually doing any of your work in Git, all you have to do is do git help config or git config -- help, and this will allow you to actually get access to the help screens. So let's just go and type that in, git help config, return, and this takes us to the help page that's running locally on your device. And here we have a breakdown of all the different commands and what those commands actually do within a Git configuration. And we can go ahead and we can do git config -- help, and that will actually take us to the same page. So two ways of doing the same thing. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to create a test repository on our local system, and we're going to do that with make directory called test, and then we're going to move our cursor within command window, terminal window, to the test folder, and then we're going to initialize that folder to become a Git repository. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to make a new directory and we're going to call it test, and we're going to move the cursor so it's actually in the test folder. We do cd change directory to test, and you can see now we're actually in the test folder. And now what we have to do is initialize this folder as a Git repository. And so we're going to do this as git init, and it's now a new Git instance that we can actually now use for managing our Git environment. So we're going to create a new file and we're going to call it info.txt, and we're going to put some content in it, and we're actually going to put it in the folder that we've just created so you can actually see what it's like to test out the Git environment with a file that hasn't been checked into it yet. So let's go ahead and do that. So we open up our folder directory, and here you can see we have the test folder, and we're just going to go ahead and create a default test file. So right click, text, new document, info.txt, open that, and you can put really whatever you want in here. We're just going to put in this information right now. Name equals Sam, registration number 12479, and save that file, close it out. Now if we actually go ahead and run a git status command, you'll see that the info.txt file is in red. That's because that file has not actually been checked into the project. It's a new file that we've added, but it hasn't been committed yet into the Git repository. So let's go ahead and see what it takes to actually add the file to the Git repository that we just created. So we're going to do that by doing git add info.txt, and then we're going to commit that into the history of that Git repository. So it now has version control, and we can start doing forking and other kind of similar activities when we connect later to our GitHub Git environment. So we do git add info.txt, and remember we're actually still in the test folder, so it's going to look for that file in that folder and just add it in. And now if we go ahead and do git status, we'll actually be able to see that the info.txt file is in an active color. First of all, we have to commit it, so we go git commit -m, and then we're going to commit, and we add in some quick text here. You can write whatever you want. Committing the text file is now actually committed into the Git repository, and it's still running locally on your PC. So we're going to go make some changes to the file, and we're going to save it, and we want to be able to see how we can use Git to compare the differences between the two files. So let's go over, and we're going to make some changes to the info.txt file. Here we are, here's info.txt. We're just going to add in a new line. We're going to add in the line address, and we're going to save that file. And now when we go over to Git, we're going to be able to review the difference. So we're going to do git diff, and here you actually see that we've added in a new address file. So now you can actually see this is the difference between the two documents. Now, as you can imagine, when you have code, this would become more elaborate, where actually will show you code that's been pulled out if you've eliminated any code, or if you added in new code. Really useful. So we're going to go ahead and add our Git username to a remote location, so we can actually start testing out the file that we've created into a remote repository. In this case, we're going to use GitHub, and you'll be able to see how we can actually then save that file into a Git repository that somebody else could then access and be able to make edits to. So let's just go ahead and make those changes. So git config -global user.username, and we're going to do Simplilearn, and that will associate it with this Git repository that we've just created locally. So Simplilearn-GitHub. So Simplilearn GitHub is the username that we use on GitHub. So we're going to go over to GitHub. Here we are in GitHub, and then correct new repository. And then, as you can see, we're in Simplilearn-GitHub, and we're going to call the new repository test. We're going to make it public so anybody can access it. And you'll see that it automatically adds a README file, and we have our test environment set up correctly. So we'll go ahead and copy the URL link, which is github.com simplilearn-github/test.git. Copy that, and we'll go back over to our command line window. And so now we're going to add the username to the GitHub configuration. So what we're doing is we're connecting the local repository to the remote repository. So we type git remote add origin, and then we'll paste in the address. And this then allows us to connect the local repository that we created in the test folder with the remote repository. And now we're connected. So now that we've connected, we can actually push the file that we have in the local repository on your PC or Mac to the remote repository in the GitHub server environment. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to do git push, and push is the command to push the documents from the origin, which is the local file, to master, and master is a remote file. Hey, and there we are. Success. So what we have now is the file that we just created in our local Git repository is actually now in the remote repository as well, so anybody can access it. So let's go have a look at that. So we're going to refresh the GitHub page, and hey, there we are. There's info.txt has been uploaded, and we're ready to go. That's great. That's what you should be seeing. So refreshing your web page on the remote GitHub folder, and it could be any Git service, but we just happen to be using GitHub because it's free to use. You'll be able to see that the local file has been installed and is now part of the Git repository in the remote server. So what we're going to do now is we're going to create 3 more files, and we're just going to call them info.txt, info2, and info3. And then we're going to push them out to the remote server, and we're going to merge everything together into a single environment. So let's go ahead and create those 3 files, and we're just going to add those into the folder. So let's go ahead, create new text document, info1, and then we're going to create info2, and then info3. I'll get my typing right here. Okay, here we go. There we are. Okay, I'm opening info3, and I'm just going to enter some text in here. And what we're going to do is illustrate how we can do branching. And each of these files I'm going to save and then close out. And now I can go over and... So let's create a new branch. And we're going to call this one first_branch. And we go git branch first_branch, and this will be a new branch of the code environment that we're creating. And so hit return, and that allows us to create a new branch. And so what we do is we're going to move to the new branch. So we're going to do git checkout first_branch, and that allows us to move into that branch. And you see that info.txt is already there, which is good. That's what we want to see. Now what we need to do is add in the new documents. So here we have the different steps we've taken. We created a branch, we moved to the new branch, and now we're going to go ahead and add the info3 txt to that branch so you can actually see everything coming together. And we're going to go with git add info3.txt. So we're just adding a file like we were previously with our initialization, our first initial Git folder, and that file has now been added to the first branch. So we're going to go ahead and commit the file to the first branch, and then we're going to merge the documents into the master branch so we have everything together. So let's go ahead and do those steps. We're going to do the commit first, and then we're going to merge everything together. All right, so we do git commit -m, and we'll just put in, we're just going to say made changes to first branch, and that's just documentation so that we know what we've done. And there we are, we've committed the file. So we had that file info3 txt committed, and now we're going to go ahead and merge the files into the main master, and so we can actually have everything together as one consistent environment. And we do that by typing in. So this lists out what we have in our master file. So we just do ls, and that shows everything in the folder. And we have info.txt, info1 txt, info2 txt, and info3 txt are now all in the first branch. So let's go ahead and we're going to merge. Okay, so actually before we merge, we have to check out the master branch. So we do git checkout master. So it gets us into the master branch, and you'll see that we have just one file there, info.txt. So we're going to list out the files in the master branch. And so what you'll see is info.txt, info1 text, and info2 text are there. But info3 text isn't there because that was created in a separate branch. So let's go ahead and merge the first branch into the master branch. So we do git merge, and we do first_branch, and there we are, we've merged it in, and excellent, that looks good. So let's go ahead and list out the files that we have in the master branch, and we do ls, and then you'll see that we have 4 files, including the info3.txt that we had in a separate branch, now all in the master branch.
In this session, we will have a look at the basics of GitHub. Before diving deep into the subject, let's first have a look at a use case. The use case we will consider today is of the world's largest sporting goods retail brand, Decathlon. Decathlon has 1,600 stores spread in 52 countries with around 100,000 employees. The IT team of GitHub consists of 1,000 members that helps Decathlon to bring its shopper's journey to their devices. So here, we will first see the problems that they faced, and then we shall see how did they sort out that problem. In the beginning, Decathlon worked on the data center with the help of a VPN. And using a VPN was a huge challenge in terms of workflow visibility and avoiding redundancies. So the first problem is how to maintain workflow visibility and avoid redundancies. Then, since there are so many stores located at so many different places, hiring of developers seemed to be a difficult task, as a physical workplace was always needed. So the second problem is, how would they hire developers? Now, let's see how did Decathlon solve these two problems one after the other. In the first case, the entire Decathlon shifted from any other remote repository to GitHub. GitHub turned out to be an amazing open source community as the code became more visible across the organization and now anybody could contribute to it. Then, let's talk about the second case for hiring the developers. As we know, GitHub is an open source community, so it helped in collaboration with any developer all over the world. The potential developers could now contribute to benefit the global community. Now the question arises, what made this contribution possible? So the major contribution role was played by the version control system. This was just a single case amongst many others. There are many organizations that have benefited from GitHub. Now, when we have realized how GitHub has revolutionized the market, let's start learning more and more about GitHub. It is time for us to jump on the topic, what is GitHub? GitHub is a service hosted on the web where all the projects are stored. Every project on GitHub has its own repository and its unique URL. Git provides a graphical interface to store the files and helps team members to coordinate on the project from anywhere. GitHub provides several access control and collaboration features like wikis and basic task management tools for every project. Let's now have a look at the features of GitHub. The first feature we will see is easy project management. GitHub helps project managers and developers to coordinate better on the project. The work can be easily tracked and updated, which makes sure that the project is on schedule and as entitled. Second feature is increased safety with packages. The packages on GitHub can be published as desired. They can be published privately or within a community, or can also be published publicly. The packages can be easily downloaded from the GitHub to use and reuse them. Next feature is the effective team management. Now, as all the team members can stay updated with all that's happening on the project, so this helps them in staying organized and well coordinated. The pull request and other modification tools make sure that the team focuses on the code. Moving on, the next feature is improved code writing. With the help of GitHub, the quality of code has significantly increased. Now with the help of git pull command, one can review, improve, and propose new codes. Along with that, suggestions or modifications may be discussed before changing the original code. The next feature is increased code safety. GitHub uses CodeQL, which is the industry's leading semantic code analysis engine. This tends to find risks in the code which other tools tend to miss. The last feature we shall see is easy code hosting. As the name suggests, the codes and documentations are hosted in one place. We also know that there are thousands of repositories on GitHub, so each repository has their own set of tools to release and host the code. Finally, let's have a look at the competitors of GitHub. There are several competitors in the market. Here, we have just put the most common ones. First is Atlassian Bitbucket. Then comes Fugbugs, followed by Surround SCM and GitLab. Then we have Buddy, and finally followed by Beanstalk.
Let's see the differences between Git and GitHub. Git is a software that can be installed directly onto our systems, whereas GitHub, as we saw in the demo, is hosted on the cloud. Then, Git can be used offline. We don't typically need an internet connection unless we need to access the GitHub, whereas GitHub can only be operated when we have an internet connection. Next difference is Git is something independent and can be used without GitHub, whereas GitHub has nothing to do unless we make repositories in Git, which means it cannot be used without Git. Then, Git is a version control system that helps in source code management, whereas GitHub provides centralized hosting of the code on the cloud. Next difference is Git does not work according to a graphical user interface, while GitHub is a simple graphical interface. Next difference is Git is a command line, so it operates on several commands like commit, merge, push, pull, etc. Whereas GitHub is a web-based service, so it has nothing to do with command line. Then Git is released under the GNU General Public License, which is an open source license. It ensures that the software is free for all its users. Whereas in the case of GitHub, there are two tiers, a free tier and a paid tier. In the end, let's have a look at the competitors of the two. As a competition, Git has Mercurial, Supervision, IBM, Rational Team Concert, and ClearCase. While for GitHub, the competition is Bitbucket and GitLab.
Hello and welcome to Git Commands. My name is Chidanand and I am with the Simplilearn team. Today I'm going to cover a few essential Git commands and walk you through a demonstration for most of it. I begin by installing a Git bash or the Git client and configuring it for its first time usage. Once I'm done with configuring the Git client, I'm going to spin up few repositories locally and work on these repositories using Git commands. Once I'm happy with my local changes, I'm going to commit few of them and then push these changes to a Git server of my choice. For today's demonstration, I plan to use github.com, which is a cloud-hosted free service, and it provides free account registrations for anyone. Eventually, I will cover a few topics regarding Git branching and merging, because these two, in my opinion, are the killer features of the Git distributed version control tool. Git is one of the most popular distributed version control tools of recent times, and like any other distributed version control tool, it allows us to perform various version control tasks without really needing a network connection. Before I jump into my demonstration, let me spend some time explaining to you the Git client-server working model. What does it take for a couple of users to collaborate and start working with Git? The bare minimal thing that any user would need in order to start working with Git is something called as Git bash or the Git client. This comes as an installer for all popular operating systems like Windows, all flavors of Windows, Linux, macOS, and other operating systems. So once you install Git bash, you get a command line utility using which you can fire up your Git commands and ensure that you can bring up repositories. You can work with these repositories by adding files to it, committing changes to it, and all those Git commands would work perfectly well. So you can bring up a small repository and you can work with your repository using this Git bash. But what does it take for you to share this repository with another user who has also got Git bash installed on his system? This is where you would need something called as a Git server. So for user one or one user to share his repository with another user, he would need to collaborate using something called as a Git server. So in the present market, there are a bunch of Git servers which are popularly available. Some of them are free. Some of them come with a cost because they are licensed. A bunch of these servers that I can think of are GitHub, which is one of the most popular Git servers that is around in the market for a long time now. It comes with two variants. One is the cloud hosted one, which is the github.com. And then the other one is an enterprise server, which comes as a black box that can be installed into your data centers. So typically organizations who don't want their source code to be put up on the cloud would go for this GitHub enterprise servers, wherein they buy these servers and these servers are hosted on their data centers. Other popular variant of the Git server is Bitbucket. This is from the famous Atlassian products and it integrates very well with all other Atlassian products like Jira. In recent times, there's one other variant of the Git server called GitLab, which is getting very, very popular these days because GitLab not just provides a Git server, it also provides something called as a runner. This is a part of the continuous integration strategy where as soon as you have a source code check-in that is going in, you have this runner that kicks up and builds your particular project. So all these are bundled together in a GitLab. And GitLab also provides you with a community edition, which is almost free of cost. Having said that, there are a bunch of these tools available. For my demonstration, what I'm going to do is I've already registered myself on the github.com by providing my username and my password. And I'm going to use a free account. So whatever repositories that I'm going to put up on this server is all public by default. So I've already registered myself by using my username or my email ID and my password. So this set of authentication is also referred to as HTTPS authentication. So in order for me to share my repository with say user 2, the first thing that I got to do is have an access to a Git server where both user 1 and user 2 are set up. So once I have that, I can push my repository onto this server and provide right kind of access so that user 2 or the other developer who wishes to collaborate with me on this repository can use his credentials as long as he's registered properly on the Git server. He can use his credentials and pull down this repository and work with this repository. So this is the HTTPS way of authenticating and sharing repositories. Another popular way of sharing repositories or working with each other is called as SSH authentication. As many of you would know, SSH means nothing but creation of a private and a public key. A bunch of keys, public and private, are created on the client machine. While I create keys, I will be asked for a passphrase. I need to type in a passphrase and remember my passphrase. And then I take this public key and kind of post it onto my account within my Git server, so that whenever I'm going to connect next time using my command prompt or any of the tools, it's going to challenge me for my passphrase. As long as I remember my passphrase correctly, I can authenticate myself and get into the server. So both HTTPS and SSH are popular ways of communicating with the Git server. Having said this, let me just get started by installing the Git bash on my local system and then fire up some of these Git commands and build up some repositories, make some changes in my repository, commit these changes, and later use my GitHub credential to connect to my GitHub server and push my repositories out there. Let me now go ahead and find my Git bash for my Windows so that I can go ahead and install it. So I just type in Git client for Windows, open up a browser and type in for this. The first one that I find is a GUI tool. I don't need this GUI client, I need this one. So this is the Git client or the Git bash that I was referring to. It's about 40 megs, and let me just download this. Pause this video for some time so that the download happens and come back to you once I have the download. The download seems to be complete. When I'm recording this video, the version that I have, the latest version that is there is 2.19.0, and this is a 64-bit version for Windows. So I've got that downloaded. Let me go ahead and find it and install this exe. All right, I go ahead choosing all the default options. I want it to be installed in C: program files under the Git folder. Everything looks good for me. I'm not going to make any changes here. Git bash from Windows. Yes, I may want to use Git from Windows command prompt. That sounds good for me. OpenSSH, that's fine. Looks good. Looks good. No, I don't want any of these new features. So what I'm doing is installing the Git bash or the Git client so that I can start using my Git commands. And the version that I'm using is 2.19.0, which, as I record this video, this happens to be the latest version. All right, so looks good. I don't want to see the release notes. I'll say launch Git bash. So what I get is this window. So this is the Git command prompt. So let me check if everything is looking good. Say Git version, it sounds good. Say Git help. All right, a lot of Git help commands. Everything looks good. So I ended up installing the Git bash. I can go ahead with all other commands. Now that I have Git bash installed on my system, let me open up a Git bash prompt and start using it. But before I do anything, I just need to configure it for the first time, stating what would be the username and the email ID with which I want the Git bash to be configured with. The command to do that is git config --global, which means that this setting that I'm going to set would be a global setting. User.name, and this, the name of the user would need to be specified within a double quote. In my case, I am using a Simplilearn account, which is the official account, and this is the particular username of this account. The other setting is nothing but git config --global. This is also a global setting, and this would be the email ID. The email ID need not contain a double quote. So in my case, this is the email ID that I would be setting up Git to work with. All right, let me check if the configurations were set correctly or not. All right, if you see this, the username and the email ID has been picked up the way I wanted it to be picked up. Looks good so far. All right, so what do we do next? By default, whenever you open up the Git prompt, you're placed into your home directory. Let me create a folder here, which would be a repository folder from where I'm going to create all my multiple Git repositories. So I will create a folder called let's say git underscore demo. All right, there's already a folder called git demo, so let me just delete it in the first place and let me create this git demo again. All right, let me navigate to this particular folder. So this is the folder. Let me open up that folder using a command prompt. This is my git demo. So this would be a folder. So I would use this folder as a base folder for creating all other repositories as a part of this demo. So let me create my first repository. A repository is nothing but a folder. So let me create my first folder called first repo. And let me get into this repo. All right. As of now, this is just an empty folder. If at all I navigate to this, you would see that this folder is empty. There's nothing much in this folder at all at this moment. Okay, so let me create a repository out of this. How do I create a repository of this? It's pretty simple. I just run a git init command. When I say git init, it means it's going to initialize a repository. As of now, the folder contained nothing in it. It was an empty repository. So it initializes an empty repository in this particular folder. If at all I look at my content, you would see that there's a hidden folder. This would be a hidden folder since I've configured my Explorer to view all hidden folders. I see it, otherwise you wouldn't see it. So a folder by name .git is created within this first repo. And this was created because we ran the command git init. If I get into this folder, I see a bunch of directories and other configurations. If you see, there's something called as a hooks directory, a couple of configuration files that are here in this directory. All these relate to one or the other type of a client hook that can be enabled. And there's info, there's objects, there's references, a bunch of stuff that is there. So what is this folder? This is a magical Git folder. And this is created whenever a repository is initialized. So by default, if at all you get into any Git folder or any Git repository, you would see this .git folder. A word of caution, do not get into this folder and try to modify anything, because if you fiddle around with this and corrupt this particular folder, your whole repository will go for a toss. So let me come out of this and let me show you another thing. Now, if you notice here, when I was in the folder, the repository did not have anything after this. Now, when I say git init, there is something called as a master that shows up. So typically what happens is whenever a Git repository is created for the first time, it creates a default branch. The name of the branch is called master. And that is why you would see master within braces. This doesn't mean anything else other than we have a repository out in this particular folder. And by default, there is a branch called master and we are currently on that branch. If at all I create multiple branches in this folder, whenever I navigate to different branches, the branch name within these brackets would change. All right, so far so good. So we created a folder, we made it a Git repository by initializing that with a git init, and then I've not put anything yet in the repository. So let me try to do that. Let me create a few files within this particular repository. So I use a touch command. Touch is a Linux command. It kind of creates this particular folder. If at all you're not comfortable with the file creation by this way, you can always use a file explorer and create some files in this. So I create a file called touchmaster.txt. I'll open up in the notepad. Okay, so this is my first file. That's what I'm going to write inside this. I save this and I come out of this. All right, now let me do a git status command. So what does this tell you? There's no commit set. You're on the master branch. There is an untracked file and this shows up in red. It also gives you all the commands that is supposed to be run. So if at all you want to add this file, you would say git add and the name of the file, and then you're going to commit it. So what happened is that when the repository was initialized, it was an empty repository. Now that a git notices that there is a new file in this repository called master.txt. If at all you want us to let Git know that you want to track this file, we need to add this to the repository. So the command to add that is called git add. I can specify either the name of the file or I can give a wild character saying git add dot. Now if I run the git status command again, it says there's no commits yet. Added a file, and the file which was earlier in red now shows up in green, and it says it's a new file, master.txt. All right, it also gives you something called git remove command if at all you want to unstage or undo your changes. So what has happened is the file which was earlier untracked is been added into the Git index, or it is ready for staging, or it's in a staged state. Now I can go ahead and commit this file if at all that's what I want to do. So let me do that. I'll do a git commit -m and I give a message that I want. I would say this is my first git commit. All right, I run the git status command again and see it says on the branch master, nothing to commit. It's all nice and clean. So typically what happened was I created an empty directory, made it into a git folder by doing a git init. I put a file into it. I made some changes to the file. I added that file into the repository and I committed to the repository. If at all I run the git log command, it says this was the commit ID or the commit number or the commit hashtag, and this is the author. If you notice, this is the email ID and the username that we set earlier. And this was done on this date, and this is the commit message that is there. All of it looks so good. Let me do one more commit into this repository. So I will touch master1.txt. I'll put in another file. I'll open up this particular file, write something into this. All right, I save this change. Let me also open up the older file, make some more change into this. All right, so what I did, I modified the older file that existed. I also added a new file to my repository. Now, if I run the git status command, it says modified this file, which is showing in red, and it says you have one more file, which was an untracked file. All right, now let me add both these files because these are the changes that I want to incorporate. I would say git add dot. I run the git status command again, and it says now this is a modified file, this is a new file. Looks good to me. Let me go ahead and commit this. So git commit with a message that says this is my second commit. All right, if I do a git log now, it shows both the commits. The first commit is the one that shows up at the bottom, and the topmost one is the latest commit that is there. So far, so good. If at all you notice, I'm doing all these git commands without really connecting it to any git server. I don't need any network connection for doing any of these things. I can keep on doing more and more git commands and run git commands the way I want to without really having any connections to the git server. Now that I have my changes the way I wanted, and I've checked in all the code changes into my local repository, I may want to share my repository with somebody else and work in a collaborative way. So the way to do that is, as I mentioned earlier, to host this repository or to push this repository onto a Git server. I already have a GitHub account wherein I've registered myself using my username and password. So I log into my GitHub account using my username and credentials, and let me go ahead and create a new repository. My repository is already there on the local system, so what I essentially need is just a placeholder for my repository so that I can link them together and push the content from my local repository to the server. If you notice, the name of my repository is this first repo. So let me copy this. I would create a folder structure or a repository structure on the server with the same name so that when I pushed my repository from my local box, it will go ahead and get created in the server. So the repository name should be the same as what I created on my local box. Description, I would say this is my first GitHub repository on the server. This is just an optional description that will show up. And if you notice, I can't have any private repositories. So whatever repositories that I'm going to create here would be a public repository. So I choose public, and I don't want to initialize this with a README file or anything of that because I already have a repository with some content with some code checked in. All that I need is a placeholder for my repository on the server. So with this option, with just the name and with an optional description and the repository being public, I go ahead and click on the Create Repository button. So if you notice, it gives me a bunch of commands that I would need to run in order to create a repository and push it onto the server. And also, important point, it shows me two URLs. One is the HTTPS URL and the other one is the SSH URL. As of now, we do not have any SSH keys that is set up. So let me use this HTTPS URL to connect my local repository with the repository on this server. So I've done all these things. I already have the repository set up. All that I need is a placeholder for me to connect my local repository with the server URL. So this would be the command that I need to copy, which essentially links or adds an origin with the URL of the Git server. I just copy this command and run it here. Git remote add. The name of the remote is called origin and it points to an HTTPS URL, which is nothing but the placeholder that I've created on the server. All right, so let me check if it's added correctly. Okay, the URL looks good. I'm all set. I've got 2 commits in my repository. I'm done with all the changes. So let me try to push my repository onto the server. The command for doing it for the first time is git push -u. This is for linking the upstream origin master. So git push -u upstream linking origin master. Link the master branch of my local repository with the master branch on the server repository. And where is it going to push? It is going to push by default to an origin, and the origin points to this URL. All right, let me try doing this. So it essentially opens up an URL asking me the credentials with which I need to log into my GitHub server. So let me just copy and paste the username and the password with which I have registered. I would say login. Okay, success. So I'm able to create a repository on the server and the content seems to be pushed and it created a new branch called master. It has linked the master branch from the local repository with the master branch on the server. So let me go back to my server and refresh this page and see if all my commits have come in. master1.txt. If at all I see the commits, there seem to be 2 commits. This is my first commit, this is my second commit. And if at all you notice, each of this commit comes with a hash key or a hash ID, which contains the details of my commits. In this commit, the files were added. This was the line that was added. If you look at the second commit, I added these lines. I made this, one line chain that was there. I also added this new file, which was not existing. These are the 2 commits that existed. And if you see the timestamp of the commit, this is the commit which was committed 15 minutes ago. So what does this mean is that the commit is the timestamp when we actually committed the code in the client. The pushing is just after we have committed the change, we have pushed it. So there's no timestamp of the push that happened. This completes the first part of the tutorial wherein I created a repository on the client and then I pushed it to the server after creating a repository skeleton on the server. Now let me demonstrate to you the SSH configuration that is required for creating a pair of SSH keys and ensuring that I connect to the GitHub server using the SSH mechanism. So for doing that, I need to first create a pair of private and public key. The command to do that is ssh keygen -t. I will use the RSA mechanism for creating my keys, capital C, and I need to specify the email ID using which I'm going to connect to, or I need to create the keys for. All right, so generating a private and public key pair, it says, let me know what folder should I create the keys in. So by default, the keys are created in the user home directory under a .ssh folder. So this is pretty good for me. So let me go ahead and say that, that's fine. Enter a passphrase. So let me enter some passphrase. Keep in mind that I would need to remember my passphrase because when I'm going to authenticate myself using SSH mechanism, it will challenge me for this particular passphrase. I need to enter the right passphrase so that I get authenticated. So the key is generated, and by default it is created in this particular folder. So let me go over to that particular folder, and this is the folder where the keys is generated. You would see a public key and a private key that is created. Let me open up the public key with a notepad and then copy the contents of the whole file. And now I would need to stick it in on the server so that I can get myself authenticated using SSH keys. So I've logged in to GitHub using my credentials and go to my settings, and you would see an SSH and GPG keys. Let me click on that. As of now, there are no SSH key or GPG keys. So I will click on new SSH key and let me paste my public key that I've copied, and I would say add SSH key. It prompts me for my password just to make sure that I've got the right kind of authentication to be adding a new key. So this one looks good. That means the keys were added successfully. Let me check if my SSH keys are working well. So I do SSH -T. I would say git at github.com. This is just to double check if my SSH keys are authenticated correctly. Are you sure you want a connection? Yes. You want to continue? Yes. All right. Now a check for my passphrase. Let me enter my passphrase. I hope I remember it correctly. All right. Pretty good. I've been successfully authenticated. So that means now my SSH keys are good, and just by using my passphrase, I can connect to my GitHub server using SSH. All right. So for the second use case, what I would do is create a repository on the server with some content in it and then clone that repository. Cloning is nothing but making a copy of that repository, linking the origin so that I create an exact replica of the repository which is there on the server on my local drive. So let me first create a repository on the server. I will create a new repository. Let me give a name for my repository, and let me kind of initialize that with a README file. I would call this my second repo. Give some description. This is my second repo that is created straight on the Git server, on the GitHub server to be precise. It's a public repository. This time I'm going to choose this option. The reason being that I don't want to create just a skeleton as of now. I want to create a repository with some README file in it. A random README file with no content in it, but then I want a repository to be created on the server. All right, I say create a repository. So a random README file with some content in it gets created, and I can see there are two URLs to this repository, HTTPS and SSH. So this time, let me copy the SSH URL so that I will use this URL to clone this repository on the server, rather from the server to my local box. All right, so let me navigate to my root folder, the folder that I created for making all my repositories, Git repositories. If you see, my first repository is already here. So let me clone my repository, the second repo that I created on the server. The command to do that is git clone the URL of the repository that I want to clone. Oops, looks like I didn't copy the URL correctly. Let me copy that again. Copy this URL. All right. So if you notice, there is no HTTPS to it. I'm just cloning the URL, that is SSH URL of the repository. It asks for my passphrase again. Okay. So I just had first repository earlier. Now I have something called a second repo. This is an exact replica of whatever was the repository content that was created on the server. So if I get into the repository, there's just a simple README file that is there. Let me try to add a new file out here. I would say notepad, second.txt, some text file I'm going to put in here. Yes, definitely you will not find that file there. This is my second file that I will push onto the server. I'm going to put in some content out there. I'm going to save this. And if I do git status, it says this is a new untracked file. Do you want to add this file onto the repository? Do you want to track this file? Yes, I definitely want to track this file. Let me also commit my change to the file with a message. This is my first commit for the second repo. I give in some particular message. And this time around, since I cloned my repository from a server, the origin is already set for me. I don't really need to add the origin and all that stuff, because what happened in the first case was that I was creating a repository from my local box and then pushing it on the server, which is why I had to set up the upstream branches and stuff like that. In this case, I have cloned an existing repository from the server. So when I clone, I get the replica along with all references to my repository. So I don't need to do anything more other than push the content. I would just say git push. To be on the safer side, I would say origin and master. Ask me for the passphrase. Okay, it pushed the content onto the server. Let me see if the contents have come in here. Okay, wonderful. I had only one commit. Now I see my second commit. So what was added as a part of the second commit? It says a new file was added. All this line that never existed got added. This is the second file, the content exactly what I pushed onto the server. Now this completes the tutorial when I created a repository on the server, cloned it, made some changes to the repository and pushed it to the server using SSH. A quick recap of all the git commands that we ran till now. Git init is used to initialize a repository. So if at all you're creating a local repository, you can get into any of the folder which is not a Git repository and run this command. Whenever you run this command, a magical folder by name .git gets created in the folder, and from that time onwards, Git will start tracking any changes that happen to that particular folder. It also creates a new repository and a branch. By default, the branch that is created is called the master branch. Git add dot is a wildcard character for adding any number of new files into your Git repository. If you have a bunch of files, 1 file, 2 file, 10 files, a folder containing multiple files in it, all of them could be added into the repository using this command. So once you add any number of files into the repository, you can keep on adding more and more files into the repository. Once you're done with that, you want to commit the changes that has happened in the repository, you use the git commit command. Git commit -m with a meaningful message. This will commit all the work items that you've done in terms of the files that got changed, the files that got added, all this with one particular message. Git status will give you the status of all the files and folders, any file that got added, any file that got created, any file that was deleted. All the status of the files will be obtained using the git status command. Git log will show you all the commit history with the latest history or the latest commit showing up on top. Git add remote origin. This command is used whenever you want to link any local repository to a server. And this is when you want to really push a repository from the local to the server for the first time. Git push -u origin and master. This is the command that you would use whenever you want to push contents from the local repository to the server. Git clone and the URL of the server. This is the command that you will run whenever you have an existing repository on the server and you want to make a fresh clone or a fresh copy of that particular repository onto your local box. More than often, many developers or Git users find themselves in situations where they would want to go back in history and modify or change some of the files that they recently committed or checked into the repository. Now, from a perspective of Git, this is a very simple activity. However, from a perspective of version control tool, you will have to be really cautious about the change that you're going to do. In case the changes are pretty local, none of the developers or none of the other users who are collaborating with you would be affected by this change. You're good to go ahead and make this change. However, if your repository is being pushed to the server and you're trying to modify something from history, this would have a very bad or adverse effect on all the other users who will be using it. You need to be really cautious while running these commands. In case your repository contents are local, you've not pushed your changes to your repository, and if at all you made some changes to the repository, maybe to fix a defect or to include a new feature, and you missed few things, you can go ahead and modify this with some of these commands. Let's say I have this simple repository called undo repo, and if at all I look at the logs of these, I have the commit histories which are like this. I have about 5 commits that is there in my repository, and in C1 I've added a file, in C2 I've added another file, in C3 I've also added some file, in C4 I've made some changes to M1 and M3, and in C5 I've added another file called M4. Now this is my commit history. Now let's say I made these 2 commits, but possibly I want to club them together along with some other changes, because whatever changes I did not really fix things the way I expected it to fix. So there is a git command called git reset. This would allow me to go back in history, to go back to any of the snapshot, get rid of all this commit history or the commit messages, but retain the changes that were made as a part of these commits. So if at all I need to go back in history and go back to this particular commit, and however I just want to get rid of these commits that are there in terms of the commit messages, but I want the changes that were there as a part of these commits to still exist, I would do command called git reset -soft. Now this would go back or unwind my changes back to this particular snapshot, getting rid of all the commit messages that were there as a part of these 2 commits, but a soft would ensure that the file changes that were done as a part of these 2 commits would still exist or full remain. So the command for that is git reset -soft, which is the snapshot that I want to get back to. If this is the commit that I want to get back to, I just copy this and I paste this. All right, it doesn't give me any message, but if at all I do a git log pretty one line, what it says is C1, C2, now the head, which is nothing but the current pointer, which was earlier pointing to C5, it's gone back to C3. Now what happened to the changes that were there as a part of C4 and C5? If at all you do a git status, if you see the changes that were a part of C4 was some changes to M1 and M2, and C5, a new file got M4 got added. If at all I do a git status, you would see those changes still exist. However, from the git history or the git commit history, C3 is the topmost commit that exists as of now. C4 and C5 have been gotten rid of, but the changes that were there still exist. All right, now I can make some more changes that I want if as a part of my commit, and possibly go ahead and commit this whole thing as a new commit altogether. Maybe I'll open up a notepad and possibly create a new file called m6.txt and say one new file that was missed out. I make this change. I go to a git status. All these files are still there. I would say git add dot. I would say git commit -m C4 rewriting history, and I do a git log pretty. There you go. So C1, C2, C3 still existed, and whatever was a part of C4 and C5, the older ones, I've gotten rid of this. Along with those old changes, I also added a new file. I made some changes and I was able to commit it. Now if you look at my git history, it's all nice and clean. However, do this activity only when you don't push your git repository to the server. One other most powerful and useful command while undoing or resetting the history is something called as revert. This is a safe way of undoing some things. Remember what I talked about when exactly you can do a reset? It's only when your changes are local and is not being pushed to the repository. Take this scenario wherein, let's say I have a Git server and I have the changes which are C1, C2, C3, and possibly C4. All right. So this is a bunch of commits that has happened. This was the oldest commit and this is the newest commit. And if at all developer 1 is the one who's responsible for pushing these contents in the first place. So he has got C1 to C4 on his history. I'm going to jump all these C2 and C3 and get into C4, and he's pushed all these contents out here. And there are a bunch of people from the server who has pulled this repository, and all of them are at the same level. Now imagine a use case where developer 1 then figures out that by mistake he put in the C3, which was the wrong thing to do, and possibly, he could have done a better job of fixing this in a different way. So he wants to get rid of the C3 or C4 or any one of these commits. If he's going to do that and push it to the server, first of all, the Git server would not allow him to go back in history. But assuming that he forcibly pushed something, what would happen to all these people who are looking to work ahead from C4? All of them would be affected in an adverse way. So, in short, never go back in history. If at all you need to undo something, go ahead and put in a new commit to undo something. Let's take this example. Maybe if at all a developer 1 wants to get rid of C3, better way to do that is by adding a new commit which is ahead, say let's say C5. And what does this commit do? This commit possibly gets rid of C3. Instead of going back in history, it actually is taking your Git history ahead. But as a part of this commit, you're undoing some part of the work that was done as a part of C3. In short, you're removing a commit, but to remove a commit, you're adding a new commit. And this is why you're doing it, because there are a bunch of other people you're using this repository collaboratively and who are planning to get ahead in terms of history. They cannot afford to go back in history and modify something in history. All right, the command to do this is called the git revert command. So let me take up this repository, which has got a bunch of commits in it. And if at all I do a git log, pretty one line, I have these bunch of commits. In C1, I've added a file. In C2, I've added another file. In C3, I've added one more file. And in C4, I made some changes. And this is the latest commit, and this is the oldest commit. So if at all I see the contents of the Git folder, it contains M1, M2, M3, and M4. And let's say, looking at the previous use case that I mentioned, I may want to get rid of this particular commit. I want to get rid of the C3, which is nothing but I've added a file called m3.txt, but I added it by mistake. I need a better way of fixing it. Possibly I'll look at it later on, but for now, I don't want this particular commit and the changes that were made as a part of that commit to exist. So the better way to do that is using the git revert command. So git revert and the commit ID, whatever I want to revert. So if I want to revert this, I copy this particular commit ID, and bear in mind that considering a reset, revert works on one commit at a time. So I can do one commit revert at a time. I can club a bunch of them together and do one commit, but otherwise the revert always works on one commit at a time. So git revert, paste this. Essentially what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to undo this particular commit. While I'm undoing this commit, what does git do? It safely adds a new commit, and a part of this new commit, it undoes whatever changes that were done as a part of this commit. So if I say git revert this, all right, I forgot to mention a message, which is why this window is showing up, but that message is good for me. I say write and quit. All right, and if I do a git log, all right, if you see this, C1 still is there in history, and our history is going ahead from C5. I see another commit, but what was there as a part of this commit actually is getting rid of this commit C3. So if at all I see my files here, there's only M1, M2, and M4. M3 was added as a part of C3. Now I've gotten rid of M3 by getting rid of the revert command for C3. So this is a better way of undoing things. Now that we have acquainted ourselves with few of those basic Git commands, let me get into a very interesting topic regarding Git, which is about branching. The topic is interesting because Git deals with branches in a completely different way compared to any other version control tool. In most of the version control tools, whenever you create a new branch, a complete copy or a subset of the whole repository is created, which in my opinion is very cost inefficient because it is a very expensive operation, both in terms of time and the disk space. However, in Git, you just create a very lightweight movable pointer whenever you create a branch. There is no folder or no copy of the repository that is created. In short, the branches are very inexpensive in Git. So go ahead and create any number of branches that you need. However, once you create your branches, do all the work relating to that branch in that specific branch. And once you've completed your task, go ahead and merge your branches back into your base branch and then delete the branch. Let me go ahead and create a repository with some branches in this and give you a demonstration of that. So let me go back to my base directory, which is Git demo, and then I'm going to create a new folder here. I'll create a folder called org details. Alright, this is my folder here. Alright, I navigate into this folder and let me create a repository here. I initialize a repository and .git folder is created without any files in it. So let me create a few files in it. Say notepad name.txt. Organization name. I create a name.txt within this. Maybe I'll create one more file in this. Notepad employees.txt. Simplilearn has over 3K employees. I just put in some content in this. Save this content. Alright. So if at all I do a git status, I just see two files in it. So let me go ahead and add these two files and let me commit my changes. So git commit -am or -m. First commit. So if I do a git log, I see only one commit and there are two files here. You can see those two files that is here. Alright, so at this stage, let me go ahead and create a new branch. And the command for creating a new branch is get branch name of the branch. So let me name my branch as Bangalore branch, BLR branch. And this created a branch. But I don't see any changes in the folder structure or in the file that exists here. I've just created this branch. So if at all I do a git branch, I see these two branches. And whatever star means I'm currently in this master branch. So let me go ahead and get into the BLR branch. At this moment, the number of files that exist in this repository is same. There's absolutely no change in any of the branches. Both master and BLR branch point to the same snapshot. So let me get into the other branch, and the command to do that is git checkout BLR branch. Now I actually switched into Bangalore branch. If you see the content of the files, there's exactly two files the way it was earlier, because I've created a branch from my base branch, which is the master branch, and when I created a branch, there were two files existing here. If you see the content of these files, they would all be the same. Alright, so let me create a file that is specific to Bangalore branch. So I would just say notepad. Maybe I want to put down the address of this organization specific to Bangalore in this address.txt. So I say notepad address.txt. I'll say Simplilearn Bangalore office. Say located in some address. I would say Bangalore. That is the content of this file. And I'm creating all this new file in this BLR branch. So I would say git add dot, and I would say git commit -m Bangalore branch commit. Alright, if you see this, now I have an address.txt which is there only in the Bangalore branch that I'm presently on. Now let me switch back to my master branch. The command to do that is git checkout master branch. If you remember, when I forked out or when I created a new branch from the master branch, I didn't have this address.txt in it. So let me go back to git checkout master branch and keep noticing this particular. What happened to the address.txt? It kind of disappeared. Now, how did that happen? It's all because of this magical Git folder. So what happened is, now Git knows that when you are in the master branch, the file that was there in the Bangalore branch, which was called the address.txt, didn't exist. So Git is playing around with the file system snapshot. So if I come back, let's say I come back to Git checkout Bangalore branch. If you see this, the address.txt file appears. So this particular file is only present in the branch, and Git is playing around with the file system snapshot by moving the pointers across and ensuring that whenever I'm switching to Bangalore branch, I see this address.txt. When I go back to my master branch, I don't see this Bangalore branch contents, which is the address.txt. Alright, now that I created this branch, maybe I may need to push this onto the server. So let me go ahead and create a particular repository structure on the server, similar to whatever we did in our previous exercise. So the name of the folder needs to be exactly this one. So let me copy this and let me create a repository very quickly. I'll go here and say new repository. All right, this is the name of the repository, git branch demo. This is what I'm going to put in as a description. I would say public. I don't want any readme files in it because I already have a repository. I would just say create a repository. All right, let me use the SSH URL. Yeah, this is the SSH URL. This is good for me. So let me copy this URL. Let me add it here. I'm linking my local repository with the server, and let me come back to my master branch. Let me first push my master branch. So I would say git push -u origin master. It asks for my passphrase. All right, I pushed my master branch. It looks good. It says new branch master is created. So if I go back to my server and I do a refresh, if you see, it says only one branch, and it says what is the name of the branch? Master. If you see the contents, there is employees.txt and name.txt. Now let's try to push the other branch that is there. The command to do that is a little different compared to the way we created it on the client, because on the client we created the branch with a git branch command. Now this branch doesn't exist on the server, and I need to push this new branch onto the server. So the command would be git push -u origin and the name of the branch that I want to specifically push. All right, now it created a branch out here. Let me do a refresh of this. All right, it says 2 branches. If I get into this Bangalore branch, I would see the address.txt. If at all I go back into master branch, I would not see this address.txt. Wonderful. Now let me do one thing. Let me try to get the changes from the branch that I created back into the master branch. That is what I would mean by merging. I would want the changes that is there as a part of the Bangalore branch to come back into my master branch. So if I go to git checkout Bangalore branch, I see this address.txt. This is there only as a part of Bangalore branch. Now, assuming that I'm done with the changes from the Bangalore branch, I want to get those changes back into my master. So let me come back to my master branch. And the way to merge in the changes is git merge. So what is it that you want to merge? I want to merge the Bangalore branch changes. And where will it merge? It will merge it into the current branch that I'm on. Presently, I'm in the master branch. So this command would merge the changes from the Bangalore branch into your master branch. So with this, if you'll keep looking here, the content that was there that was added as a part of Bangalore branch, which was nothing but the address.txt. This file should appear as soon as we do a merge. All right, so it happened quickly, and you would see this address.txt that is here. So if you see, let's check the contents in terms of the git log. All right, so there was only one branch that we had earlier, which had only one commit. Right now, we are at this Bangalore branch commit, which was there as a part of the Bangalore branch commit. So with this change, let me push this change onto the server as well. Git push origin master. Okay, those changes were pushed to the server, and now if at all I do a refresh out here, okay, I'm in two branches. The branches is master. Even if I'm in master branch, I should see this address.txt that is there. Even if I'm in the Bangalore branch, the content is all same because we have merged these two branches. Now that I've merged this branch, I don't need this branch anymore. So I would go ahead and delete this locally as well as push it onto the server so that it gets deleted from the server as well. So delete branch locally. The command is git branch -d and the name of the branch. Only thing you need to ensure is that you should not be currently on that branch which you're trying to delete. So I would say git branch, and I'm presently in the master branch, so I can go ahead and delete the other branch. So git branch -d Bangalore branch. All right, this got rid of our Bangalore branch locally. If at all I do a git branch -v, it shows there's only one branch as of now. However, this branch would still exist on the server because server doesn't know anything about the changes that we have done. We need to specifically push our changes onto the server. Okay, there are two branches still here. So let me go ahead and push these changes so that the branch gets deleted from the server as well. The command to do that is git push origin -delete and the name of the branch. All right, so this went ahead and deleted the branch from the server. Let's check that. Okay, if you see now, there's only one branch. These are the basic steps that you would need to know before you work with any of the branches within Git. And as I said before, the branches are very, very inexpensive in Git. Go ahead and create any number of branches that you want, but just ensure that once you create your branch, finish off your task, and once you finish off your task, go ahead and delete the branch. And before you delete the branch, please ensure that you merge in the branches so that you get in or take in the work that was done as a part of that particular branch. To summarize, the Git branching commands are as follows. To create a new branch, you issue a command git branch, the name of the branch, and this would automatically spin off or create a new branch from the existing branch from where you issue this command. If you are on the master branch and if you execute this command git branch new underscore branch, it creates a new underscore branch from the master branch. Once you create a new branch, in order to get into this branch, you would type in git checkout, the name of the branch. This would automatically switch the file system snapshot between different branches. Now the branches that are created are by default created on the local repository. In case you want to push any specific branch onto the server, you would have to issue a command git push -u origin and the name of the branch. So this will ensure that the contents of the new branch are pushed onto the server. At any time, if you want to list out all existing branches on your local repositories, the command would be git branch -av. Assuming that you did all your work in a new branch and you're happy with the changes, you would want to bring back those changes into the master branch. The command to merge the contents of any new branch into a master branch would be git merge and the name of the branch. And this would automatically merge the branch contents that you specified into the branch on which you currently reside. If at all you're on the master branch and if you issue a command git merge new underscore branch, this would merge the contents of the new branch onto the master branch. So once you merge the contents of any branch, you would possibly want to go ahead and delete this branch. So the command to delete those branch locally is git branch hyphen capital D and the name of the branch. This again would delete the branch locally. In order to make this change on the server, which is in order to remove this branch from the server, the command to do that is git push origin hyphen delete and the name of the branch. This would also delete the branch that you created on the server.
Welcome everyone to this lesson by Simplilearn over here, in which we are going to talk about the Git merge conflict over this one. Now we all have worked on Git and we know that Git is a very good version control system which we have all together. But how to resolve a problem which is known as Git merge? Because during the developers check-in or do any kind of merge activity, this is a common problem which they face on daily basis. Now this is something which we are going to talk about in this, so that we can give an kind of an insight to all those developers and to other particular different people who are using the Git version control system here. Now what exactly we are going to talk about here? We are going to talk about what exactly is Git version control system. We are also going to talk about what exactly is the basic Git commands used in Git. And then we are going to talk about that what exactly is a merge conflict all about. And then the different type of merge conflicts which we encounter while doing any kind of merging or any kind of modifications. And then how to resolve these merge conflicts faced by a particular individual or a particular developer. And then the last one is that the various Git commands which is involved in resolving these conflicts. And then we will be going on with a small demo to better understand that how these conflicts can be resolved altogether. Right? So let's first of all talk about that what exactly is a Git version control system. Now Git is a kind of a version control system which we basically used for storing a kind of source code there, which can be used for storing a source code of Java, .NET, Android, Node.js. Different kind of programming languages can be stored all together in this version control system. So in an organization, you will be having a full-fledged version control system known as Git. Now you may be having different projects, different repositories, multiple developers, multiple collaborators working on different projects. So it's a very extensive tool which is used by different developers, and in fact, it is not only limited to developers. A lot of other people also exactly use this specific tool. Now, the main task of using this tool is to perform a better coordination of the work here among the different people, among the different developers, and also to have a proper track of the particular progress of the specific project. So using the repository, you can see that over the period of time, you can do the tracking that how the different commits are happening here, how the different source code modifications are being done. So the complete status and the complete stats you will be able to get from this a kind of a version control system here. Now it's mainly used for source code management here in particular software development process or a particular team here. So it's a very important and in fact a key tool for any kind of development project. So the development cannot survive without having a Git version control system. Now Git favors both programmers and non-technical users. Now, if you are a programmer, definitely you will be using it for storing the source code and having those particular files, having some .NET source code, Java, or some particular source code present there. But in fact, if you're not a particular developer, if you're not a programmer, you are working as a non-technical job. So in that case, also you can store it for keeping your project files. Best example, a particular DevOps engineer can also use these repositories to store their version control systems, to have the scripts, Python scripts, shell scripts, configuration management tool scripts, any kind of automation scripts they can store, they want to have it, they can keep use of these particular version control system here. So it's not a dedicated tool for a particular developers. Anyone who wants to utilize the features of version control system can make use of this specific tool. In fact, it allows multiple users also to work together, so different people and different programmers can collaborate with each other with the help of this particular specific tool here. And it can also handle large projects. If you feel that you are working on a particular big project which is having multiple repositories, multiple projects are there, so in that situation Git version control system will survive and will provide you a better performance in different aspects. So it's a very good tool for you to handle big projects where you are involved with multiple changes, multiple programmers, multiple collaborators, and different kind of source codes. Now, what are the different basic commands which we use in Git to manage a Git repository? Now, first of all, a very basic command of a Git over here is git config. Whenever we work with any kind of Git repository locally, when we do a Git clone and we manage or we do the modification to the Git repository locally there, so in that situation we often have to provide some details like the username, email ID, so that whenever we do some kind of commits, the author details should be submitted according to that. So in that situation we have the particular command called git config, which will definitely help us to do some configurations, so that we will be able to have some configurations configured and we will be able to have some author details or some additional parameters. So all those things we can configure using this git config command here. Now, if you want to initialize a local repository, now you're not working on a remote repository and you want to initialize a local repository, in that case you can use the git init command in a specific folder, so that you can convert that a simple folder in a full-fledged Git version control repository. So init command is used to initialize a local empty bare Git repository. Next command is git add. Now git add command is used whenever we do any kind of modifications into my local repository. So that file will be present into the working area, into the working copy over there. Now the moment you run the git add command on couple of files or on an individual file, so what will really happen that all those files will be added to the staging area. Now why these files are adding to the staging area? So that at any moment of time when you run the git commit command, these files will be picked up from the staging area and will be preserved permanently into the Git repository. So when you do git add command, it moves the files from your working copy to the staging area, and it will remain there itself unless and until you don't do any kind of git commit command further, so that these files from staging area will be permanently written off into the local repository. So it's a very important part that you run git add command before running any kind of git commit command. Now git commit command will only pick up those files which is present in the staging area. So if you have done modifications to 200 files or 20, 30, those kind of files there, if you do the git add command only for 5-6 files, so only those 5-6 files will be taken care in case of a particular commit. So you need to make sure that you select the desired amount of files before doing any kind of git commit activity. Right? Now next command which we have here is git diff command. Now git diff command is a kind of best tool which we have here, which really helps us to understand that how we can check the difference between two files, and in fact this git diff command can also be used to see the difference between two different branches also. So if you feel that if you have done some changes to the file to a specific content here, now if you want to see the difference between your particular head revision number and whatever the modifications you have done right now, so in that situation you can run git diff command. It will let you know that what the different kind of changes and modifications you have done. So if at any moment of time before doing any kind of commits you want to do some kind of review, you want to see that what different changes you have done, So in that case, you can go for the git diff command. So git diff command used to see the content, the difference or the modifications which you have done recently to the specific file. Right, and the last one we have already discussed, the git commit command, which commits the changes to the head revision number, and this commits are something which is stored locally, and you will not be doing the direct commits to the remote repository. So commit is something which is done into your local repository only. But yes, this is the last stage of doing a modifications there. Once the commit is done, it will directly modify your history, your git repository history there, and the changes will be permanently preserved into the repository. So git command is primarily used for permanently preserving the changes into your local repository. Right, so these were some of the commands there. Now there are some further commands also. Let's discuss about them. Now next command is git reset command. At any moment of time you want to do some undo activity for some local changes done to your local repository into your git repository. In that case we can use the git reset command. Then next command is git status. Now git status command will show you the state of the working directory and the staging area. So both these area will be shown when you run the git status command. If you have done any kind of modifications to the working area, that will also be visible to you, and if you add some files to the staging area, that also will be displayed using the git status command. So git status command is very important because ultimately it lets us know that how the different things and then how the different files are modified over here. Right, the next thing is git merge here. Now git merge is a very specific command which is used to move the changes from one branch to another. Now at any moment of time, if you feel that you are working on some other branch like develop branch or some other feature branch, and you want to move the changes from this feature branch to the master branch, so in that case you don't have to do the commits all together again in the master branch. All you can do is that you can go to the master branch and trigger the merge activity. So this merge activity will check what is the difference between the two branches, and whatever commits is missed out, it will also be synced back into the master branch. So git merge actively helps us to move the changes from one branch to another one. Next one is the git push command here. Now git push command will eventually help you to move the changes from your local to move the different commits from your local repository to the remote repository. Now in this case what happens that if you are working in offline mode, if you have done some couple of commits, now git push will help you to sync those commits back to the shared to the remote repository. Now these remote repository can be GitHub, Bitbucket or GitLab. That is a different story, but yes, all your changes will be synced or will be moved from your local repository to the remote repository. Right, and the last one is the git pull. Git pull is an opposite activity of push here. Now you might have seen that some other developers are also doing some check-ins or some push activity to the remote repository. Now if you still work on an old version of your source code, it may cause a lot of problem for you. So at frequent intervals you may have to pull the changes, or you may have to download some changes from the particular network or from the remote repository. Now once that is done, you will be able to see that those particular changes will be pulled down, and you will be pretty much able to do the you will be able to fetch and download the changes from the remote repository to your local repository here. So this is an activity which really helps us to understand that how we can pull some changes from the remote repository to your local repository, so that you can have the latest source code which might be pushed by some other developers or by some other collaborators, so that you can always work on the latest source code into your local system. So this is again a mechanism in which we are trying to see that what are the different git commands we can explore and we can utilize here to interact with the git repository. So this was some of the basic commands which we can use for managing the git repositories here. Now let's talk about that what exactly is a merge conflicts. Now, merge conflict is something which gets originated the moment we do some kind of merging activity. Now, merging is a process in which we move some source code from one branch to another. Now, all the developers cannot work on the same piece of branch there. So what really happens that in that situation, all the developers mainly work on some couple of branches and then they all collaborate to some other branch, or different developers try to push their changes from the local repository to remote repository. So in all these situations, the source code gets moved from one location to another. Now what happens in as per this diagram, we have a remote repository over here. Now all we are trying to do is that we are trying to push some source code over here from a particular developer here. Now he is doing the pull and push activity, and this another developer is there who is also doing the pull activity here. So merge conflicts basically happens then. For example, this particular developer A is trying to do some push, right? So that push is almost done here, and when the particular developer V is trying to push the particular results or try to push its own content to the remote repository, he got a merge conflict, which means that his particular developer B merge activity is cancelled, is deferred here. Now it could be a possibility because of the changes on the difference on the two piece of source code there. So let's talk about that. Now in order to prevent such kind of conflicts, developers usually provided with the isolated branches so that they can work on their branches, and once the development is done, they can do a single merge and they can sync their changes into a single branch. So the git merge command combines separate branches and resolves any conflicting edits over there. So once the developers are done with the specific changes, with the modifications to the source code, later on they can combine those things, they can work on these components, and they can resolve all these conflicting modifications, right? So a merge conflict is an event that takes place when Git is unable to resolve the differences in the source code between the two commits automatically. Normally the Git is having the capability to understand that okay, these are the two different piece of source code which is getting pushed to a remote repository, but in any case it does not happens automatically. There is any kind of conflict which arises over there and Git is not able to take any kind of decisions. So in that situation we will be able to get a merge conflict. Now it could be a possibility that one merge can happen successfully, then the next merge will be cancelled and will be deferred due to this merge conflicts. So Git can automatically merge the changes only if the commits are on different lines or the branches here. So if at any moment of time you are diverting from the process, you are having some different lines of source code, so that is where the merge conflicts comes into the picture. Now what are the different kind of merge conflicts which we normally face? The main types of merge conflict is, first of all, there are 2 points where we can say that a merge can happen or can come into a conflicted state. The very first one is the started the merge process. Now if at any moment of time there are changes in the working area or working directory and we are moving, or these changes are getting moved to the particular working area of the stage area of the current project. So during the merge activity itself, the particular merge will fail because there are some changes or there are some kind of modifications which is right now present over here in the working area. So in this case conflicts happen due to pending changes. Now for instance, you have done some modification to the changes. Now you were planning to do the commit, but before that you felt that I want to do some kind of merge. Now since there are some pending changes which is available there into your working area, so what will happen that your merge will definitely fail there itself. So before even starting, before even initializing the merge, as in particular pre-check, your merge activity will fail there itself. So in that situation you have to either remove those pending changes or you have to resolve those pending changes before even going for the merge activity. Second, during the merge process, definitely if you are getting some conflict, so the merge conflicts gets originated. So the failure during the merge process indicates that there is a conflict between your local branch and the branch being merged, right? So you're trying to move the changes from one branch to another, so it means that there are some particular conflicts which is coming up in the particular branch in which you are trying to do the merge. So in this case, Git resolves as much as possible. So if there is any kind of difference in the source code, in the commits and the different line of source code there, so Git automatically try to resolve it as much as possible, but at any moment of time it's not able to do, it's not able to manage. In that case, a particular human interruption is required so that we can merge or we can resolve these particular conflicts manually there. So these are the two types of situations in which a particular merge can enter a particular conflicted area. Now, how to resolve these merge conflicts? Now, what happens that in order to resolve these merge conflicts, the simple way to do this is that we open the file which is in conflicted status. Now, once that is done, you do the required changes. Whatever source code you feel you want to proceed, you will select that source code, you will use that source code, and once the addition or editing of the file is done, so what you can do is that you can run the pretty much straightforward command called git add to add that file to the staging area. And then what you can do is that you can do the git commit activity so that the particular merge conflicts can be resolved and you will be able to see a merge here. Now this is something which is known as one of the best approach for resolving the merge conflicts, because even if it comes up, if Git is not able to handle it automatically and it requires for you to manage it manually here, so definitely in that situation we have to open the source, we have to select that which portion of source code we want to keep, do the modifications manually, and then follow the traditional approach to perform a custom commit. So git add and git commit command you will be doing there in that situation to have a particular final merge executed all together. So this is the steps which we can follow to perform a custom to resolve a particular custom merge conflicts over here. Right, now the various git commands which we can use to resolve the conflicts here. Now git log -" merge is a command which helps us to list down all the commits that are causing the particular conflict here. If at any moment of time your merge is failed down and you want to see that what are the different commits which is causing the issue here, probably you might be ignoring some commits which is not that much important, or you can manually override the content so that those conflicts data can also be added, and whatever the changes you are trying to add, that also should be modified. Second command, git diff command, you can always use the to check the difference between the particular files between the repository. Git checkout is something which you can use to particularly check out a file, so that if you want to check out the latest content of a specific file or a folder, so in that case you can make use of this git checkout command here. So git checkout command will definitely help you to understand that how we can go for or how we can do the checkout of this particular repository or a particular file here. Right, so then we have a command called git reset -- mixed. So git reset -- mixed is a command to undo the changes of to the working directory, and whatever the particular changes you have, so that will be undo there, and it will be able to do the undo changes to the working area and the staging area here. Now then we have git merge -- abort, which will be used in order to exit the merge process and return back to the state before the merging begin. If you're not able to resolve the merge conflicts manually also, so in that situation we will be aborting the merge situation or a git merge over here. And the last one is git reset. So git reset command is used at a time of merge conflicts to reset the conflicted file, so that what we can happen that we can go back to the previous situation before even starting, or the state before the merge activity was started there. So git reset will eventually help me to reset all the files which is in conflicted area, and latest files will be checked out and will be replaced. So these are some couple of commands which we can actually use in order to resolve the merge conflicts into a Git repository. Now that was something which we were trying to understand, that what exactly the git merge was there and how the git merge originated and how the git particular merge conflicts gets created and how we can resolve it. Now let's go for a proper demo on this one so that we can understand it properly, that how exactly git merge conflicts really work and how we can resolve it. Now this is the git bash which we have installed to run some git commands. Now in this one, first of all, I'm going to create two repositories. So I'm going to run the command called git init a, that will initialize a repository, git init b, that will initialize a b repository here. So two repository I have got, a and b. Now in basis a, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add the remote. So git remote add origin. So I'm just trying to add the origin over here. So the origin over here in this one is the Maven build. So this is a repository which I have got into my GitHub account. The moment you do this, what next you can do over here is that you can run the particular next git pull command to fetch the latest updates here, right? So next, move to the particular next command here. Now when you do this, what will happen that all the changes which is present in the remote repository or central repository will be available here also, right? So you will be able to see some couple of files all together here. Now the same activity you have to do in the particular B directory also, or in the particular B repository also. So you have to add the URL, the remote URL here. And in this case also we are trying to fetch the particular values here. Now what will happen that we will be doing some modification in the particular A repository, and then we will be pushing that change to the remote repository, and then through the B, when we try to push the changes, so in that situation we will try to see that what really happens. Do we really get the merge conflicts? Because both of them, although is trying to do the changes to the central repository, but these two repository represents two different local repositories, probably in two different developers machines over here. So that's what we are trying to replicate here. So I'm going back to the A directory here so that I would be able to do some changes altogether. So I'm just opening readme.md file here. So pretty much I'm just trying to add some particular changes over here to this particular file. So this is what we are trying to do here. Now let me add some particular additional and a particular new line over here in the file, and then save the content. Now once this is done, I will be able to see that yes, there is a particular change which is done all together here. So you will be running git add command and then git commit command to save the commits all together. So we are giving a particular commit here so that we will be able to identify that this is something which we have committed from a repo A. Now once this is done, I will be doing the push activity so that I can push these changes to the particular remote or the central repository here. So exactly what we did over here so far, we have a particular downloaded remote repository in a repository A, and then we are doing some changes, some modifications, and once those modifications are done, we are pretty much changing or putting up that new commit all together to the GitHub repository. So this is what we are trying to do so far over here in this one. So this git push activity will take the particular access, right? So when I do the particular push activity here, so if the credentials are saved, then that's fine. Otherwise it will ask for the particular username and password all together here. So that will be asked by the particular activity here. So it will ask for the password. So all you have to do is that you have to just share that password, and your git push activity should be passed on or should be done there. And as you can see, the changes really got moved to the GitHub repository. Now sometimes the credentials get expired, so you may get some particular message saying that you have to put some password there. A particular interactive window will be open there, and you have to prompt or you have to provide that password, and according to that it will proceed further, right? So this will eventually help you to move the changes into the GitHub repository altogether. So all of your changes will be pushed to the GitHub central repository. Right, after some time it really pushes my commits to the remote repository. It will take some time depending on the network connectivity and the kind of changes you are trying to upload. So now since my particular repository is done, so what I can do is that I can further go back to the particular directory here. Now what we can do is that we can go back to the B repository over here, and in this case also I'm just trying to do some modifications. So for instance that I'm just trying to do the changes here to the readme file, again a kind of a changes in this one. Now in this case I'm trying to delete this line, the last line I'm trying to delete here, or a couple of modifications I want to do over here, like added data from repo. And then furthermost I want to have, let me do some arrangement, like let me have this data added all together over here, or I can add it, yes. So data is added and this data is removed. So the idea is that we can do different kind of reshuffling of the data up and down so that we can understand that how it really works. So I have shuffled the data, I have removed a couple of lines, and let's see that how it works. Right, so I have even added some couple of lines over here. In this new line I have added one line, I have removed from the last, and this particular line I have shifted 5-6 line up over here. Now let's me save this file and then run the git add command. After this we are going to run the particular commit here saying commit from repo B. Once commit is done, same activity, pushing it to the remote repository. Now let's see what really happens. Now when we are trying to push this particular change to the remote repository, after the change was pushed from repo A, it will throw an error saying that the particular, due to the conflicts, the updates are simply rejected here. Right, so in this case what really happens that because we are having a different stream of source code in a remote repository, and from local repository you are trying to push some different line of source code. So what next you need to do is that first of all you need to do the activity called git pull -- rebase origin master. So you're going to pull the changes from the remote repository so that you should be able to get some particular content all together in this particular repo B over here. Now the moment you run this, let's wait for this activity. Now once that is done, you will be able to see that you are seeing a message saying that conflicts are there. So first of all you have to resolve these conflicts and then it will be proceed further. You have some couple of options, like you have to resolve the conflicts manually, and because git is not able to handle it. Otherwise once the git conflicts is resolved, you can run git rebase -- continue. If you want to skip this commit, so you can say git rebase -- skip. And if you want to abort the particular this rebase here, so in that case you can run git rebase -- abort. Now since we want to manage or we want to resolve this conflict manually over here, so what we need to do is that we need to open the merge tool on this one. So once you open the merge tool, from there you will be able to resolve those changes manually and then continue with the rebase. So let's go with the git merge tool here. So we are going to use the command called git merge tool. Now when you run this, so what will happen that it will process, it will open the normal vi command line over here, and all the files will be processed all together. Now this is the modifications, right, which is which is done over here. So we are just trying to see that which particular file or what resultant file we want to configure here. Right, now in this case, since you are able to see that this is the final file which is present, and here exactly the merge conflicts comes up because you can see that 3 different files are given to you in this side. So you have some files in which you added new 2 lines, and here you added this line there, this artifact will be there. Now here you also added this particular new line instead of having this line default here. So what exactly happens when you scroll down, you will be able to see that where exactly is the particular issue or what are the different modifications you done there. So in this one, if you scroll up and down, you will be able to see that what exactly it happens. So the main area of conflict is first of all this area. So this should not be there as per Git, as per the normal file, but yes, if it is there, so we have to see whether we want to continue or we want to proceed with this particular specific file or not. So yes, so I will say that okay, let's remove this line. Let's not let's copy this line. Let's delete this line here and add the line over here in this one, and place this line also from here. So this is what I'm just trying to make use of here. Now here I just want to have the particular line pasted. Okay, deleted. So this line I will so I have added this line in the final. I'm just trying to resolve this conflicts manually. I'm just editing this file here, trying to remove this one, this one, this one, and this one. So this is how my particular final file looks like, and I'm good to go to this one. Now you have resolved the conflicts manually by doing the modification to the file. Now just press :WQ, save the file over here, and then close the other files also. Right, so this is how I have done the modifications, and I should be able to continue further now. So what I'm going to do is, like, I'm going to run command git previous --- continue. Now once that is done, so the particular commit which or the modifications which you have got over here, so that is something which is totally done, and yes, the rebase is finalized over here. Now again, this is the manual modifications which you have done, so you should be good to go to push to remote repository. So again, in this case, what you're going to do is you're going to run like git push. Before that, if you want to check the particular git log, so you can check the particular git log over here. So the last commit which we were try to doing, like commit from repo B, is also available over here, right? So A and B, both changes are present now, so we should be able to push the changes to remote repository. So it will take some time to do the push. And as you can see, it's trying to put some content, so we'll still wait for the final confirmation so that we can assure that yes, all the conflicts is resolved. And yes, that's correct, all the particular conflicts are resolved, and we should be able to see both commit A and commit B into the repository. So let's go back to the GitHub portal and see that if we really got those particular commits in that. So when we access our particular repository on GitHub, so we should be able to see that we have got an activity that the commit is checked in there. So if you go to the commits part, you should be able to see that you have got these commits gone process altogether. If you click on any one of the commit, you will be further able to see also that what different changes you actually moved. So this is the way that how you can resolve the conflicts, and you can take care of the changes from two different developers or for two different push activity. So that's it for this particular demo. I hope you liked it. Thanks everyone.
Today's topic is Learn HTML in 10 minutes. Let's begin. First, we'll go through a quick introduction to basic web architecture to understand how the internet works. Then we'll understand what exactly HTML is. After that, we'll have a look at what CSS is. Then we'll go through JavaScript. And in the end, we'll create a simple web page using HTML and CSS to gain a better understanding of the HTML tags. So without further ado, let's begin. Now, what exactly is the basic web architecture? Now, web architecture is made up of three essential elements. That's the website, that is the front end of a web application that is visible to the user. Then there is the server, which constitutes the back end of a web application and holds and manages all the data. And finally, there's the IP address, that is the address assigned to a website in order to be accessible on the internet. First up, let's have a look at what website is. So your browser starts by loading the main HTML file and then the CSS and JavaScript. The user interacts with the website and is not concerned with the backend of an application. Now, secondly, we have the server. Once you've developed your website, you'll have to host it on your server to make it accessible on the internet. Server, along with the database, contains all the data of a website and facilitates user interaction. Lastly, there's IP address, which is the third element of the web architecture. Now, website is hosted on an IP address. We put a domain name over that IP address the same way we put names over people's phone numbers. When you type a domain name in the browser, it will give you the server call. The server will then send over the website to you. Next, what is HTML? HTML is the most widely used markup language for developing and structuring web pages on the internet. It defines the structure of websites and formats these web pages. So what exactly is CSS then? Now, CSS is a simple design language used for making web pages look more beautiful and presentable. It can be attached to any HTML element to style it or even position it according to the developer's choice. Then you must be wondering, what exactly is JavaScript? Now, JavaScript is a powerful interpreted language targeted for web development. It is used for making web pages interactive and bringing the web pages to life. So now let's create your first website. Now, HTML, short for Hypertext Markup Language, is the coding standard for documents designed for web browsers, consisting of a series of elements or tags and which can be used to structure a web page, right? So these elements can include headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. HTML tags are nested, meaning there are opening and closing tags with the content in between those tags. So now let's write a simple HTML code that will help you understand the basics of the language. So for this, I'm using the text editor, that is Visual Studio Code. You can go ahead and download this text editor from their official website. So here I've created a simple .html file in my VS Code and I've added the initial HTML files. Now let me explain to you one by one. Now, doc type is not so much of a tag, but it is more of an instruction. Now this indicates the browser that the document type to be served to the user is in fact an HTML document. Now this doc type instruction should always be included at the very top of your HTML page. Next up, you have the HTML tag that is used to contain all the web page's HTML code, right? So it contains an opening and closing tag with contents in between them. The HTML tag can also have attributes. Now, for example, there's the lang attribute allowing you to specify the spoken language of the contents of the page. Followed by the HTML tag, there's the head tag. Now, this is the first section of the code that contains all of the information about the web page's properties, links, and more. It could have page's title, description, additional meta tags, and CSS code. So here I've used the title tag, and let's give a title, say HTML in 10 minutes. Alright. You can also add CSS to the head tag by using the style tag and change the display styles of HTML elements that are being used. The next section is the body tag. Now the body tag contains all the displayable contents of your web page, including headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. Now the HTML header tags are used to add headings to a web page. There are several types of headings available for developers to add to a web page, right? So first up, let's have a look at them. I'm going to create a simple h1 heading tag, and the message I'm displaying is, this is the first heading. Alright. After this, I'm going to add a paragraph tag which creates padding in the top and bottom of the element to help separate the text between each paragraph. Right? So I'm going to add a p tag and say this is the paragraph tag. After this, let me add a simple h2 tag, which is another heading tag, and say this is the second heading. Now you can also add line breaks, which are helpful from time to time. If you want to provide a single line break in your content, you can do so by adding the br tag. So here, let me just add one for better understanding. Now the HTML div tag defines a division or a section in an HTML document that is used as a container for other HTML elements. Now these elements can include content areas, sidebars, page bars, page headers, footers, etc. This tag is used to apply styles to HTML elements that cannot be added otherwise. We can also make use of the HTML image tag to add images to a web page. Now these images in a web page are a very common sight and they can make the website look more attractive. So for that we can use the image tag. So say img, within which I mention the source. I'm adding the HTML logo, so let me just mention that here. And then I'm going to provide width for it and then a specific height. Alright, so when you save the file and when you look at the browser, you can see that the first heading is displayed, then your paragraph tag is displayed, followed by the second heading and then the image. Now let me show you how you can add styles for some of these headings and paragraph tags. So here back in my first heading tag, let me just say styles and let me change the font of the content that is being displayed, and I'm going to change it to Career New. And for my paragraph tag, let me display the content in italics, so I'll say font style and make it italics. So let me save this, and when I look at the browser, you can see that the font has changed and so has the font style here. So now we've covered a few important HTML tags used to develop a web page. Now there are many other tags available for almost everything you'd want to add to a web page. Now all of these are available on the internet for you and you can use them in your website.
So it's time for us today to talk about something very interesting feature of the HTML, because this particular session which we are recording it for you, it is designed dedicated for HTML based hands-on. So in this HTML based hands-on, we are expecting that all of you are aware about the basic concept of HTML as well as the CSS. So this kind of learning is going to help you to understand like how HTML and CSS can connect together while offering you a mini application. The first application on this track we're going to offer you that is related to your HTML registration page. Okay, so as you know, for this particular registration development application, I would like to use the Visual Studio Code, which is one of the very popular tool provided by Microsoft. So this tool we will be using it for our mini application development. So let's get started with this. So step number one, let me go back and create a new folder now. I'm going to create a new folder name called registration. And inside this, I would require two files. Number one is called index.html and another one that is called CSS. We can say app.css. So in index.html file, we want some standard development. So I want to start with my HTML tag. So I already have this HTML based autofill code provided by your Visual Studio Code. So there are plugins are available inside this so that you can automatically create the basic structure for this HTML, which you can have the HTML tag, head tag, as well as the body tag. And from this point onwards, we will start developing our code now. So I want to develop a registration page. So in this registration page, I will start from my form tag now. So inside this form, it is saying like form action to something. I really do not have any backend, so I just leave it as a blank. And here I will start with my h1 tag. where I want to say register. After this register, I want to offer the paragraph tag where I can say please fill in this form to register with us. Register with us. Okay. Now, after that, I would like to start with horizontal row. So HR. So starting with my horizontal row and post this, because see, we would like to organize our application. And now label, in this label for, I just want to give the name called FN. It's just the name. And after this, FN stands for the first name. And within this label, I would like to use a B tag, which is I would say the bold. Here I will pass first name. Bold tag is closed, it's a label. Inside this label, I would like to use input tag. Here I will call input tab equal to text and offer a few other details also, like I say a placeholder. Placeholder will offer you what to be filled. I'm saying first name, that is the placeholder value. After this, name equal to FN, that is the stand for first name. After that, ID. ID is optional, but if you want to pass, we'll use this ID FN. ID equal to FN and required, because I want this field cannot be blank. So this is my first text box where I have this first name with me. Like that, I will go ahead and talk about my next property called password. And for password also, I would like to have the similar details with me. So this label I'll copy and paste it below. And this is for your password. So we're giving the name called PSW. Here we are saying password and input tab equal to text. So here I will change input tab equal to password, because password field details would not be visible to you. Please, here we will say placeholder, I can say enter. Password, name equal to, we can give PSW. ID equal to, we can give same PSW. So we have a called password. In a similar line, we would like to offer the confirm password fields too. I will copy this line and paste it again. And here we can say confirm password. We can say CPSW. Again password, enter. Confirm password, CPSW and CPSW. Now it's over. After this, we want to make it as a horizontal row, closed. And once it is run, then we'd like to have the button with this. So here is the button. We can say register. And here in my button, I would like to offer the type equal to submit. Type equal to submit. So that's it. So this is the simplest form I have it. Now I would like to see how it really looks like it. So from here, I would like to open it, reveal in Finder. Let's open this. Well, it looks like that. Fine. So this is what my form is. Form is ready. And now we would like to go back and start developing my CSS, in which I will beautify my form to offer some more details on this. Well friends, as we know the HTML page is ready, it's time to go back and start developing a CSS to beautify my HTML now. So inside the CSS, I would like to start with the tag which is called body. And inside this body tag, I can offer some basic setups, but I just want to give the basic background color now, which is called background-color. I can just give the name called TEL. That's a background color. Rest of the things I can just leave it as it is. Now for all the other properties, I can say box sizing. border-box. After that, dot container, and in this container we have to offer certain benefits. Now first thing you need to understand which are the places I will be using the container. So you see here in my index.html file, when we talk about form actions and all, okay, we say h1 register. We haven't used any container right now. So let's get added the container div class equal to container. Okay, and this particular div tag will get closed only at the last. So this div tag will close at the last here. So I want to make the look and feel for this complete container in much more better way. So here in my container we want to say margin auto. Let's press enter here. Margin auto. Now width 50%. Then adding 16 pixel followed by background color, which we want white. Then box shadow. This box shadow we want to give some all for origins 20 pixel. Continuation to same 20 pixel and 0 pixel. And which color we want, so I just say RGBA. In this RGBA we just give the value called 0, again 0, again 0, and the value which you want to give to this alpha, because it is always between 0 to 1, we are saying 0.7, that is an opacity. Well, 4 properties as given. Now let's see how it looks. Yeah, why? Because we haven't added a CSS in my HTML. So let's add a CSS. So inside my browser HTML, now inside my head we add link rl equal to style sheet href equal to app.css. That's it. Now let's see. There we go. Looks better now. So this is your container, okay, which you can see it is having some shadow. I would like to organize this all set of text boxes in much more better way. So after this we want to offer the other properties too, like for my input. Go back to my app CSS. So after this container we want input again type equal to text. Now also to input type equal to password. Here we offer few things. Number one, width, which is 100%. Then padding, once again 15 pixels. Then margin, we are offering 5 pixels. 0, 22 pixel, 0. Followed by display. Display I will say inline block. Followed by border. Do you want any border? So I say none. Border none. And background, we can offer the color. So we can say white smoke. That's it. Let's see in my HTML. Awesome. So this looks more beautiful, more organized. So this is your form, but I want to make it even more better now because I want to perform the validation, and in validation we want to check how the focus will come in. So the beautification needs to be added more. Here we want to offer the same input type text, input type password. I copy this here. Now here we want to offer background color. We want to offer the background color on focus. This has to be on focus. And here also on focus. Now background color we want to change to anything, but for the time being we can just give same, and outline none. Okay, so this is my for focus, and for the registration button. So here we say dot I do not have that class for register button, so I have to create this class inside my button. Register btn. I would like to offer the properties for those, like background color teal, followed by color which is white. Then padding we offer 16 pixel. Then border none. Then cursor, I think it is better to have pointer only. Then width 100%, followed by margin, this auto, then opacity, then I say 0.8. Fine. So this is for my registration button. Let's see. Wow, this looks better now. So this is a full size button. So this is for my button, and I want the moment I take my cursor on button, the color should change, or it should look like a hover. Copy this. Hover, and here we say opacity. I just make the value equal 1. That's it. Now you see, now the color is changing. Great. So like this, you see how the conditions are working. When I press on register, you see the messages, please fill the field blank, and it is changing the, when we talk about the situation called focus. So in this it works like that. When I give the name, you see now how the background color is changing now. So it is a little bit more grayish color. So friends, this is what your registration page with the basic setup, having this HTML as well as the CSS together. So this time we're going to develop another very interesting example using this HTML, JavaScript and CSS together, and that is called working with a quiz application. This is one of the very interesting project. We'll be developing it from the scratch, and I'm sure that you will enjoy a lot. So what we will do, we'll start creating a new folder now. First of all, I'm going to give the name called HTML quiz. Now I'm going to create 3 files inside this. Number 1, I'm going to say index.html, index.html. Then I need another file that is called app.css. And the third file I'm going to create inside this, that will hold the script related part. So we are saying script.js. So we have total number of 3 files ready with us. Now from HTML page, we would like to develop this HTML tags first. So we'll go to the HTML and see So we have got this basic HTML syntax ready, and from here we will start working with the div tag first. Here onwards, div tag. So within my div tag, we would like to create another div tag. Okay, so the first top level class to this particular div. See, we haven't created a CSS, but we would like to offer some of the CSS classes available here. So we say div class equal to container. Now we have got another div tag inside this. So we will say div id equal to question hyphen container. Question hyphen container. So that is the name or ID of this div, and we say class equal to hide. Now within this div tag, we would like to offer some details, but before that we would like to create some embedded div tags inside this. So we're going to create another div tag here, and this div ID equal to answer hyphen buttons. So that's the ID name, and we would like to offer the class also. Class equal to btn hyphen grid. See, again I'm telling you, these classes we are just creating it, but we would like to use this in our CSS. Okay, so they are just the normal class names we are giving it right now. Now inside this div tag, we want to offer some more details. Now what exactly the details are? Number one, we would like to offer few buttons now. Button. So we say button class equal to btn, and after that we would like to give the name called answer1. Answer1. So that I can have this button class copied 3 more times. And now we can change the names to 2, here 3, here 4. So we have total number of 4 answers ready with us. Div tag is getting closed here, another div tag is getting closed here, and now here, before the last div tag is getting closed, we would like to create another div tag. Now inside this div we say class equal to controls. That's another div tag. So under this div we want to offer few more buttons. Button. Here we say button ID equal to start button, start hyphen btn. Okay, and then we say class equal to start hyphen btn space btn, and we say start here. Now I'll just copy this complete line and put it again. So rather than giving the start button, we say next button, and class equal to next hyphen button, btn, and we will give additional property called hide, and here we give the value called next. Let me make this S capital and next. So 2 buttons we have created. After this, div tag is getting closed. After that, I would like to start another div tag, and in this div tag we will offer class equal to score. Okay, and here we would like to start working with a span, and here we will say span ID equal to right hyphen answer, or answers I can say. So after that, the div tag is getting closed, and that's it. And at last, the last div tag is getting closed, which you can see right now. we would like to use the script tag. But one more thing, this div tag I would like to close even before. So two div tags are getting closed, and this is another div tag which is closed at the end. And here we want to include a script tag, a script src equal to script.js. That's it. So our HTML page is almost ready. Let's review. And yes, I can see some standard buttons has been created. Now we would like to give a better look and feel to this kind of buttons and complete UI by offering some awesome CSS. Okay everybody, so we'd like to start working with CSS part now. So to work with the CSS, we have to offer few things. Here we're providing a root, and with this root some basic settings we are offering it. Number 1, -- hue - neutral, hue - hue - neutral. The value we're giving is equal to 200. After that we're giving call -- hue, again -wrong. This value we're giving is 0. Then we are saying -hue correct 145. So these three values we have given, followed by body. In this body we would like to offer few details. Number 1, -- hue. This we are making it with the variable -hue neutral, the one which we have already declared. Okay, now we will try to provide padding. So this padding we are giving 0. Next property is margin. Margin will also remain 0. After that display, none. After that, not display, I would say none. Instead it is better we can have flex. After that width, we are providing width almost 100, followed by height. So height we are providing is called once again 100. Okay, now we have called justify contents. This justify contents I can say center. Perfect. Going forward, align items. Here we can say center again. Now background color. Which color we would like to give it? So we can just use this option called HSL. And this we'd like to use this var. Again in this var we are using -hue and followed by 100%, comma 20%. These things, and this is style we would like to use in my index.html page. So within my head tag, well, in index.html file, how you would like to define the style? So we always use link CSS. So the value is automatically style.css, but we would like to change to app.css. That's it. Now we'll see the final outcome. Now it looks better. Okay, so it is only for the background, nothing else it is impacting. Now we want to offer few more things into my CSS. It is only for the body. Now we would like to go ahead with the body dot correct body.correct. We are providing hue, var, and here we would like to offer hyphen wrong, and also not wrong, just for correct, and we can use body dot wrong So same thing I'd like to copy. So rather than saying correct, we're using wrong here. Well, these two properties we have defined. Going forward, we would like to start working with a container. Inside my container, I would like to offer width. Basic thing that we are providing 800 pixels, followed by max width. This max would be 80%. Now, going forward, background color. We are offering white. That always looks better, followed by border radius. That we are providing 5 pixels. After this, padding. This padding will be 10 pixels, followed by box shadow. This box shadow we can say 0, 0, 10 pixels, 2 pixels. So this is we have applied for the container, and container is used right over here. Let's see. Okay, now it looks better. So this is where it comes under my container. Now we would like to offer the buttons. Here in our CSS, we want to now offer the button colors. So dot btn hyphen grid. Well, in index.html file, so we have a call button grid. This button grid we would like to start from here. btn grid display grid, followed by grid hyphen template columns. So here we are saying repeat. In this repeat we are saying 2, auto. Then we would like to offer the gap. This gap will be the 10 pixels, followed by margin. That will be the 20 pixels, and then 0. This is for my button grid. Let's see. Awesome. So that looks pretty nice. Now going forward, we would like to apply the styles of my button. So how my button will looks like in. Well, button grids we have created it. Now we would like to go ahead with the buttons. So dot btn followed by the details. So hyphen hue, var, will be using neutral. Okay. Going forward, we would like to use border. So this border we want to use 12 pixels, or I would say 1 pixel, and then solid and HSL values we would like to give it once again var hyphen hue followed by 100%, 30%. Okay, so these are the values for border, followed by background color. So we would like to use the same details. Now we would like to use background color So in background color we will just use HSL rather than this. So -hue 100% and 50%. Okay, followed by border radius. Border radius 5 pixels. Now padding. Padding just 5 pixels and 10 pixels. Then color. This color will be white for sure. And the outline. Outline we are using is none. Last option, cursor. So cursor we will be using pointer, as you should see. So these are the details are available which we want to use it for my button. Now the last option, we want to use it for the button hover. .btn dot or hover, and for this hover we want to say border color. This border color we would like to use black. That's it. Let's see. Awesome. So this looks pretty nice, as you can see right now here. Well, so this is how my initial looks like. Okay, now I also want to change this start button and next button both. So here we want to use dot start -btn, and also for dot next -btn. Common look and feel for both. Font size 1.5 rem. Next, font weight. Now this font weight we want to give bold, followed by padding. This padding is be the 10 pixels and 20 pixels, followed by 10 pixels, 20 pixels. Next, cursor will be as usual pointers. Now we want to go ahead with the controls. With controls we say display, flex, followed by justify contents. This justify contents I will say center, followed by align, items, and here we say center. And last option which is left is called hide. This hide we say display none. That's it. Let's check this out. Well, so this will be visible to me. So the moment I said start, then only the other buttons will be visible. So this is how my program is. Well, my CSS is all set. Well, let's get start working with the script part now. This is a major part of your main code development. So here we will start working with this const, and here we will say start button equal to document dot get element by id, and here we will give the name called start-btn. That's the name. Like this, I just copy this line, make it available here. Like we will call start button, we have a call next button, and here next button. Like here, another one. Here we change the name and give the name called question container element. Container element. Question container element, document get element by ID. Here we give the name called question hyphen container. Question hyphen container. Because this is already there. You see, question hyphen container is already there. We're using question hyphen container. Like this, we would like to use one more, and that is called question element. Question element. Documented get element by ID. Here we will be passing question. Followed by, we want to use answer button element. Answer buttons element. Answers, or I can say answer buttons element, answer hyphen buttons. Answer hyphen buttons. So naming convention must be chosen very carefully. Now we will provide option called shuffle question, because we want every time the questions to be get shuffled. Shuffled questions. Shuffled questions. Current question index. Shuffle questions and current question index. And we would like to provide one variable called let quiz score equal to 0. So we created those variables. Now, once it is done, we want to basically go ahead and start creating a set of questions for my application. So here we want to provide the questions. So we say const questions. Const questions equal to array. First question which I would like to create it here is called question. Now here we will say JavaScript framework. So which one of these is a JavaScript framework? So this is my question now. Okay, so I would like to have answers for sure. So here we are providing answers. So what answers we would like to provide? So in this answers, the first answer I can say like this. Here I say text. First will be Python. Python. Okay, Python. Answer is true or false. Correct. False. So it will be the false. Copy. Now let's change the value. Here I say Django. Correct, false. Third is React. So here I can say true. Last I'm keeping its call false, as usual same. So like this we have created a question and 4 answers. Okay, so we're all set now. So here after that we want to create a few more. Okay, so once again I would like to bring some questions now and related answers. So I just copy this, first so second question I can say who is the Prime Minister of India? So we can have 2 answers available. Okay. Talk about Narendra Modi, the value is called what? True. Second, we're going to give the name called which value is called false. So I've taken the values like this, and we can take one more just for the demo purpose. So like here, next is called what is 4 multiplied by 3. I can have many answers. So I'm just making the first is called 6, which is false. Second is 12. Like that, total we have created 3. Okay, so we all are set with this multiple questions. Okay, now once it is done, we would like to offer one function here. Okay, and what that function would be? The function would be known as called clear status class. Function clear status class. It takes one parameter called element, and here we will say element dot class list dot remove element dot class list dot remove correct, and once again I copy the same line, wrong. So we have 2 options available, called what? Right and what? Wrong. Now going forward, we want to have few more functions to be attached. There is only one function we have attached, that's called clear status class. Now we would like to add one more function here called function set status class. Okay, and here we pass 2 parameters now. One is called element and second is called correct. 2 parameters we are passing it now. Element and correct. First we are calling this function called clear status class. Is a function which we have created, pass element, followed by we are saying if correct, then element dot class list dot add correct Okay, else use the same option, but we'll try to add wrong here. So this is how we would like to apply, right or wrong. So this is set status class which we have it now, followed by the most important function which we're going to use it right now here is called your select answer. So you have to basically select the answer. So this is a little bigger function. So let's try to understand. Function select answer. Here we'll pass e as in parameter, and from here we will use const selected button equal to e dot target. Number 1. Second, const correct equal to selected button dot dataset selected button dot dataset dot correct. Now going forward, we'll be calling this set status class function. In this set status class, we'll be passing document dot body as the first parameter and correct is the second parameter. Okay, now we're using array dot from, and here in this array dot from we're using answers button element dot children. Okay, followed by dot for each. Here we're using this button as in parameter. Now here what I will do, we're using this option called set status class. First parameter will be what? A button, then button dot dataset dot, we can give the value called what? Correct. Okay, so this is how we are using this array. Now we'll be utilizing the main evaluated value called if. Shuffle quotient dot length. If shuffle quotients dot length is greater than current quotient index plus 1, then what? Then we are saying next button dot class list dot remove, and here we will say hide. So this will be hidden. Okay, else condition says what? Start button dot inner text. Okay, start button dot inner text equal to restart. Okay, and next is called start button dot class list dot remove. What we need to remove? Hide part. That's it. Okay, and here we're using this option called if selected button dot dataset equal to correct, then quiz score plus plus, and document dot get element by id. Here we are providing write hyphen answers followed by dot inner HTML equal to quiz score. So whatever the score will be after selecting the correct answer, this will be available to the user. Okay, now the next thing which we're going to develop it is basically your reset state. Function reset state. Function reset state. So what we're going to offer here, we are saying clear status class document dot body. Okay, here we are saying next button dot class list dot add height. Okay, now we are using this while option now. Answers button element dot first child so here I will be using answers button element dot remove child. Here we have a call dot remove child, and here we will be giving answers button element dot first child. So these are the functions are used right now. We haven't called those functions, but we'll be calling those functions one by one. But this is something which we wanted to start with. Okay, well, reset state is already set. Now going forward, we would like to start working with the show questions so that the user can start seeing the question. We are saying function show question. Show question. The first parameter will be question, and from here onwards we would like to use a question element. So we have a call question element dot inner text equal to question dot question. Now followed by questions dot answer question dot answers dot for each, and here I would like to use, we are passing what answer as a parameter. Now here we like to create a button called const button equal to document dot create element. I'd like to create a button now. Okay, after that we are saying button dot inner text. We have to set the value equal to answer dot text, then followed by button dot class list dot add. Here we are offering BTN. Okay, now we are saying if the condition is answer dot correct. If answer is correct, then what? Then button dot dataset dot correct equal to answer dot correct. Okay, now the next thing is we are using button dot add event listener, attaching the listener to this event. Which event? On click event. Second parameter will be select answer, then answer button element dot append child of what? Button. So this is your show questions, followed by what is the next question it will appear. So here we say function set next question. Next question. Here function set next question. Here in this next question we are just saying reset state, the function we are calling it, and saying show question and here we are passing this shuffle questions and we are passing this current question index. That is what the set next question is offering it to me. Now the last function which is left, that is called start game. How the game will start? Function start game, and here the main magic begin. Here we say start button dot class list dot add, and here hide. After that shuffle questions equal to, we have a call questions dot sort okay. Here we say math dot random and 5. We are passing this value. Okay. After that we are saying current question index. Initially we are giving 0 right now. After that question container element which we have already defined dot class list dot remove hide. Okay, and then we are calling set next question, which is a function we are calling it, and initializing our quiz score with the value called 0. Well, start game is ready. Next thing which we have to start with our button. So here we are saying start button dot add event listener. Here in this on my click event I will try to call this function start game. First thing. Now next we'll be calling next button dot add event listener on click we are using. Okay, so here we are calling current question index plus plus and set next question. That's it. So we are almostly done with our code. Script.js we have basically already initialized there. Okay, so the values will be kept automatically. So most of the things are now ready with us. Okay, so our JavaScript is almost ready. Index.html file is there and app.css is also ready with us. Now let's finally see how my overall look and feel really looks like in. So just go here and try to refresh and check on a button called start. Awesome, I could see the first question appears automatically. Which of these is JavaScript framework? If I select as usual my correct answers for React, now you can see is automatically making the rest of them as a red, and now it's giving me the next button now. For the Prime Minister of India, I'm saying Narendra Modi, great, next, and I say 4 multiplied by 3, I say 12, I say next, and which of those used in mobile app development, Flutter and Flask, I say Flask, it says Flutter, and now you can see the application looks perfectly fine, and it gives me the restart now, and that's it. So this is how, dear friends, your project is now completely working and expected as the way it was designed for. When I once again restart, and you can say start button, now it's giving me 4 multiplied by 3. That means it is once again have taken random quotient.
Cascading style sheet, which is also called CSS, is an important aspect of web designing. It has made our web page responsive and user-friendly. This video will help you understand all the concepts of CSS and provide lots of hands-on examples. We'll start with understanding selectors, box model, grid layout, flexbox, differences between grid layout and flexbox, and some more basic topics. Then, building on these basics, we'll make a navbar, learn how to create animation and transitions, and finally, we'll move on to CSS advanced functions. So, let's begin. In this video, you will learn what are CSS selectors and what are their different types. What are CSS selectors? CSS selectors allow you to select and style HTML elements. Selectors are used to find elements based on their ID, classes, types, attributes, value of attributes, and much more. Let's discuss the most common selectors. There are several different types of CSS selectors. The most common of them are CSS element selectors, CSS ID selector, CSS class selector, CSS universal selector, and CSS group selectors. So, what is a CSS element selector? The element selector selects element based on the element name. This is a CSS selector. It means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to the central aligned having blue color. This is a CSS selector. It is set to P. This means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to be center aligned having blue color. Let's look at what it looks on a page. So as you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned with a text color blue. CSS ID selector. The ID selector uses the ID attribute of an HTML element to find a specific element. An ID should be unique within the page, so you should use the ID selector to find a single unique element. To find an element within a specific ID, use a hash character followed by the ID of the element. So here we have used the hash para1. So all the rules will be applied to the HTML element with ID equal to para1. So this is an ID selector. It will be applied to all the HTML element with ID is equal to para1. As you can see, it is applied to the element having the ID para1 and all the other elements are defaultly styled. CSS class selector. The class selector finds the element with a specific class set by the HTML class attribute. To select an HTML with a specific class, use a period character followed by the name of the class. So this style will be applied to all the elements having the class name class1. This is a class selector. It is denoted by a period symbol. All the elements having a class name class1 will be styled with centrally aligned and color blue. As you can see, the element having the class name class1 is styled and all the other elements are set to default. CSS universal selector. The universal selector selects all the elements on a page. The universal selector is assigned by a star character. The universal selector selects all the elements on a style sheet. As you can see, it is denoted by a star mark. All the elements inside our web page will be centrally aligned and the color will be set to blue. As you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned and the colors are set to blue. CSS group selector. In style sheets, there are often elements using the same style. To minimize the code, you can group selectors. To group the selectors, separate each selectors with a comma. Here, we have group selectors for H1, H2 and P. So style is applied to H1, H2 and P elements only. It is better to group the selectors to minimize the code. Here we have group selectors P, H2 and H3. So style will be applied to only elements having P, H2 and H3. As you can see, so all the elements of P, H2 and H3 are centrally aligned and colored to red. In this video, we will discuss what is a box model and its various properties. We will also do an example to understand the box model better. So let's get started. Every element that can be displayed on a web page is comprised of one or more rectangular boxes. CSS box model typically describes how these rectangular boxes are laid out on a web page. These boxes can have different properties and can interact with each other in different ways, but every box has a content area and optional surrounding, padding, border, and margin areas. The following diagram demonstrates how the content, padding, border, and margin CSS properties determine how much space an element can take on a web page. The content area consists of content like text, images, or other media. It is bounded by the content edge and its dimensions are given by the content box width and height. The border area is the area between the box, padding, and margin. Its dimensions are given by the width and height of the border. The margin area consists of spaces between the border and the margin. The dimensions of the margin area are the margin box width and margin box height. It is useful to separate the element from its neighbors. The padding area is the area that includes the element's padding. This area is actually the space around the content area and within the border box. Its dimensions are given by the width of the padding box and the height of the padding box. Now let's jump to an example to understand the box model better. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, I have created a box named Simplilearn with background color pink. The font size is 30 pixels and we have set the border to 0 solid green. Let's see how it looks on our page. So as you can see, we have a box named Simplilearn with background going all the way to the end. I have also removed all the padding and margin from the page so that the boxes are pushed just at the corner of the page, as you can see. Let's start by adding a padding of 20 pixels to the box. If you save the file, you can see the box increased by 20 pixels from all the sides. Padding occurs inside the background of an element. It goes around the content of the element. Most of the buttons inside the CSS is designed using padding so that the background of the button becomes wider than the actual text. The next thing we can do is change the border of the element. If we change this border size to 15 pixels, we will get a nice solid background of color green. The border goes around the padding of our element. So we have the 20 pixels of padding around our content and 15 pixels of border around the padding which is around the content. Now we'll see the working of the margin. If we add 30 pixels of margin to our element, you can see the spacing on the outside of our border. So let's add the 30 pixel margin and refresh. You can see the spacing on outside of the border. Margin is used to space two elements apart from each other. Now let's change these values to see the difference. Let's make the margin 40 pixels. We'll make the padding 30 pixels. And let's keep the border 20 pixels. And make it color red. This is 40 pixels. Let's observe the changes. So as you can see, our border now has a red background. The padding is 30 pixels. The margin is 40 pixels. Let's inspect the elements to understand it better. By clicking on inspect, you can see the different styles. Here in the computer tab, you can see the box model. This is the content area, this is the padding area, this is the border, and this is the margin area. We have the margin of 40 pixels around the border. So you can, when you click on this area, you can see the margin gets highlighted. The border area gets highlighted of 20 pixels. This is the padding and this is the content. You can change the size of the content by adding the height and width. So let's try adding height and width. We'll give the height 50 pixels and we'll give the width also 50 pixels. Just save the file. Now when you refresh, you can see the content area 15 to 50. In this tutorial, we will discuss everything needed for you to get started working with grid layouts. We will start by discussing what is a grid layout. Then we will move on to the features of the grid system and some basic terminologies which will help you understand the grid system better. In end, we will work on an example to understand the grid system. So let's get started. What is a grid? A grid is a set of intersecting horizontal and vertical lines defining the rows and columns. And what is a grid layout? So, CSS grid layout is the most powerful layout system available in CSS. It is a two-dimensional system, meaning it can handle both columns and rows, unlike Flexbox, which is largely a one-dimensional system. You work with grid layout by applying the CSS rules to both the parent element, which became the grid container, and the element's children, which become the grid items. The CSS grid layout excels at dividing a page into major regions or defining the relationship in terms of size, position, and layer between parts of a control-built HTML primitives. You can see this is the basic layout of a grid system. Like tables, grid layout enables an author to align elements into columns and rows. However, many more regular layouts are either possible or easier with CSS grid than they were with tables. For example, a grid container's child element could position themselves so they actually overlap and layer, similar to the CSS positioned elements. So here are the features of the CSS grid layout. They are fixed and have flexible track sizes. You can create a grid with fixed track sizes using pixels. For example, this sets the grid to the specified pixel which fits to the layout you desire. You can also create a grid using flexible sizes with percentages or with the new FR unit designed for this purpose. You can place the items into a precise location using the grid line numbers, names, or by targeting an area of the grid. The grid also contains an algorithm to control the placement of items not given an explicit position on the grid. You can define an explicit grid with a grid layout. The grid layout specification is flexible enough to add additional rows and columns when needed. Features such as adding as many columns that will fit into a container are included. It also gives you control of overlapping content. More than one item can be placed into a grid cell or area and they can partially overlap each other. This layering may then be controlled with the z-index property. So, here are the basic terminologies you should know to work with the grid system better. The grid line is the dividing line that make up the structure of the grid. They can either be vertical or horizontal and resides on either side of rows and columns. A grid column is a space between two adjacent vertical grid lines. The size of a grid column is determined by the grid template columns property. On the other hand, a grid row is a space between two adjacent horizontal grid lines. Its size is determined by the grid template rows property. The grid cell is the single unit of a CSS grid. And in grid design, a gutter is basically the width of the space between columns. A gutter margin is the white space formed by the adjoining inside margins of two facing pages in a book, or a space between columns on a page. So, with this, let's now move on to the hands-on demo and see how the grid system works in actual world. So, we are on the Sublime Text Editor open with a project with some basic background styles and nothing inside the body. You can see this is the basic background style we have pre-applied just to have a good look of the box model. We'll start by creating a container and wrapping our grid items in it. So let's create a grid and give it a class named grid container. And inside of it, we'll put our different grid items. So we'll just create different grid items and give them a class grid item followed by a class number they belong to, so that we can easily distinguish between them. Just copy paste this 5 times. So we'll have the 5 elements on our page. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So you can see we have the different grid items on the screen, so that it's easy for us to visualize. We have not applied any styles to them other than the visual styles. So we'll go back to our code. Let's go back to the CSS styling sheet. So to create the grid, we'll open our style sheet. We need to display grid on our grid container. So we'll select our grid container and set the display to grid. If you save now, you will see nothing changes. This is because the grid itself doesn't define any rows and columns for us to work with. It just, they give it the alignment properly. Therefore, by default, it looks just exactly the same. To make the grid look actually grid, what you need to do is define columns and rows for a grid. So to do this, you will use a set grid template and set the column if you want to set the size of the column. We'll set the size to 100 pixel and 150 pixel. Now, if you refresh, you have the 100 pixel column on the left and a 150 pixel column on the right, and then the grid captures our next row. But what if we want our box to flexible size themselves according to the items inside of them? Here, we'll use a fraction unit. Instead of a 150 pixel column, we want one fraction of our size, and instead of 100 pixel, we want the 2 fractions of our size. So we'll just replace with 2 fractions and this with 1 fraction. Now if you save the file and go back to the page, you will see that the items on our left here in our first column are twice as large as the item on the second column. And that's because of the FR units we have defined. You can see the difference in the sizes. The item 1 is the twice of the size of the item 2. Another thing you can do is with columns is use repeat. Suppose you want 4 columns of a size 100 pixel wide. You can just write repeat command and inside of it how many times you want to repeat the size. So we'll just delete this and use the repeat. We'll set the number of times we want to repeat and the size of the columns. Now if you save the file, you will see we have a 4 columns of 100 pixel wide. We can do the same things for row. Just set the grid template rows and define the size you want. Now you can see we have the symmetric size all around our container. If you don't know how large your grid is going to be, you can use the grid auto rows and this will determine the size of all the rows that is added after the template rows. Suppose we want all our rows to be 100 pixels. So we'll just delete the grid template rows and set the grid auto rows to 100 pixels. Now you can see all the rows are now 100 pixel tall. Let's change our column back to 100 pixel and 150 pixels so that it will be easier for us further. We'll just delete this grid auto rows. Now we'll talk about the spacing of the rows and columns apart from each other. We can do this with the help of the grid grab property. Grid row gap will give some spaces between the rows. Similarly, the grid column will give you the spaces between the columns. Now you can see the gaps between the rows and columns. Now if we want the same value for both the columns, you can use the grid gap property and mention the space. We'll just delete this two. And instead of it, we will use just the grid gap. And set the size to 20 pixels. Now you can see the evenly spaces between the rows and the columns. This is all you need to know about the sizing of the different columns and rows. Now let's talk about the positioning items within its grid cells. So for horizontal positioning, we could use the justify items and we can set that to center. So that centers each item within the cell. By default, it is set to stretch. You can also set it to start. Or end. Or space around. We will leave this to center. To vertically position the content, we could use the align items. The align items also accept the same values. We can set it to center. We can also set this one to start or end. We'll keep this to center as well. You can also align the entire grid within the container. So let's get rid of these to just demonstrate them in a proper manner. We could use the justify content and that will align the content horizontally within the container. We can also set this to start or to end. Just set this back to center. To align the content vertically, we could use the align content and the align content also accepts the same value. We can set it to center or start. If you inspect the elements, you can see they are aligned centrally between the container. We'll just close this. Okay, so this is everything you need to know to get started with the grid layout. Grid works very similar to the flexbox, but it allows you too much in terms of laying your elements because of its 2D nature. In this video, we will learn what is a flexbox and how it is useful in designing the layout of the website. We will also try to understand the different properties of flexbox with the help of an example. So let's get started. What is a flexbox? Flexbox, also called flexible box model, is basically a layout mode or model that provides an easy and clean way to arrange the items within a container. If you are using a CSS for a while, you must have used the old block model, where you assign width in terms of percentage or a fixed width, and then use the float to arrange the items on the page. Suppose, for example, you want to arrange 3 boxes in a row. Then you have to enter everything manually, from width, height, and to padding. Flexbox can do all these things with ease. Some of the concepts of flexible box model is the ability to alter the item width and height to best fit in the containers available in the free space. Flex model is direction agnostic, which is different from the box model, which is vertically biased, and the inline, which is horizontally biased. Flexbox works for both. Flexbox is more effective in small scale layouts. So here are the main properties of the flex. Okay, so let's jump to some code and learn how these flex properties work. Okay, so we are on the Sublime text editor. To get started, let's add a div inside a body here, and we'll give a class of flexbox container, since this will be the container where all our flexbox items will reside. Then inside this container, we will add another div and give it a class flexbox item and one more class flexbox item 1, which will help us to understand which items we are referring to when we style our elements individually. Let's just save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now if you save the file, you can see we have the box because I have already applied some of the styles to these flexbox items. Let's just see the styling. So you can see we have the items styled, just a basic styling, so that we get the box on the web page. Now let's just copy these and add 2 more flexbox items, and you will see we have 2 more boxes on our page. Just copy and paste them below. Give them the class name flexbox item 2 and flexbox item 3. Just save the file. Now you can see we have 3 boxes on the page. Now to create a flex container, we will add display flex to our flex container, and this is how we create a flex box container. So here we will just add display flex. Just save the file. Now you can see all the items are in the same height and they are all in the same row. You will also notice that if we shrink our browser, the items adjust themselves accordingly to fit within the browser. Now if we want to style the elements on the main axis, we will use the property justify content inside a flexbox container. Let's make it a center. Save the file. Now you can see that all the elements are in the center of the page. Another thing we can do is, if we want our layout to have a spaces between the elements, we will set the justify content to space between. You can see all the items are now evenly spaced. If you want to lay out your items on the cross axis, we would use the align items property. The default value for this is stretch. If we want to keep the size of our items, we will use the center, and then all our items will be centered vertically. Before Flexbox, aligning the items vertically inside the container was nearly impossible. With Flexbox, you can do it easily. Now you can see the items are aligned vertically inside the container. Now let's just delete everything and we'll just keep the display flex. Now if we want to have a column layout instead, we will use the flex direction and change it to column. Flex direction, column. Now if you refresh the page, you will see all the items are shown up in a column. Now we can start talking about the different properties that can be applied to our different flexbox items as opposed to the flexbox container items. The flexbox container is only for laying out and spacing between your items as well as the positioning of your item inside the container. The actual flexbox item properties are used to override those item properties or to apply different sizing to these elements. Now if we want our first item that it does not shrink when we shrink our browser, we'll set the flex shrink to 0 to our first item. So we'll set the flex shrink to 0. Now if you go back to the page and try to shrink this, you'll see the first item remains the same. It does not shrink. Now in the same way, you can set the items to grow in proportion with the web browser. Suppose we want our flexbox item to grow with as the page grow and cover all the empty spaces. So we'll set this flex grow to 1. Now you will see all the empty spaces are taken by the second item. Let's say we want our second box to be the center of the container instead of stretching to full height. We can use the align self property and set it to center. Now you will see that the align self property overrides the align content property of the container. You can see it is centrally aligned. So this is all you need to understand and get started to work with the flexboxes. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and learned something new about the flexbox and how you can use the flexbox to create the dynamic layout for your site. In this video, we are going to discuss one of the most important topics of the web development, which is CSS display. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So what is a display property? The CSS display property controls the layout of the element on the page. The default value of the display property is block or inline. Let's jump back to our Sublime Text Editor to see the various display properties by using an example. To get started, I have a really simple example setup. As you can see, inside my HTML, I have the 2 paragraph tags and I have a formatting with a background color of cyan color and font size 30 pixels. As you can see, this looks like something like this on the page. The very first property we are going to discuss is the display block property. The block display values make an element a block element. The block elements start a new line and span the entire width of the viewport by default, like how P elements behave. There are also line breaks before and after these elements. The default value of the P element is a display block. So here, this looks something like this. What display blocks does is it means that it is going to take the entire width given to it. This is going to force a new line above and new line below it. So you cannot have something next to here. Now if we change here this to the next property we are going to discuss is inline. The inline display value turns any element into an inline element. These elements will appear on the same line without breaks. Now, if we change here this to display inline, now all the P tags will behave as an inline element. Now if we go back to our page and refresh, you can see now this is an inline element. The inline element takes the minimum amount of space possible. As you can see here, the cyan color takes the minimum amount of space to fit all the content inside of this P. So this is what an inline element does. Also, all the inline elements are on the same line. They share the space together because they take the minimum amount of space possible. There are no line breaks in these elements and they try to fit as closely as possible. Now, one of the demerits here is we cannot change the height and width of the inline element. If you change here height to 200 pixels and width to 100 pixels and save, just go back and refresh, you'll see nothing happens. This is because in the inline display property, you cannot change the height and width of the element. The next property we are going to discuss is the inline block value. The inline block value is a hybrid of inline and block elements. Elements assigned display inline block appears on the same line with the other inline elements, a characteristic of inline elements. However, inline block elements are also like block elements in that you can change the width and height of the CSS. Now, if here we try to change the height and width of the element, just change this to inline block. Now, if you go back to the page and refresh, you will see the height and width property works. This is one of the major difference between the inline block and the inline display property. The last name type of display we are going to discuss is the display none, and this is a really straightforward display property. You just delete this and change the display to display none. Now if you save the file and go back and refresh, you will see both the element disappears. The display none removes the targeted elements and all its child elements from the page. This causes accompanying elements to behave as if this element does not exist. In this video, we will discuss everything you need to know about CSS positioning. By the time this video is over, you will be able to position the elements in CSS like a pro. So let's get started. First, let's cover the theoretical part. Here, we will discuss what is CSS position property and its different types. After that, we will jump to practical example to learn how to work with these properties. So let's get started. So what is CSS position property? The CSS position property allows you to define the position of an element on a web page. The top, right, bottom, and the left CSS position properties are used to determine the final location of the element. There are 4 values that you can use to set the position of an element on a web page. They are static, fixed, relative, and absolute. Using one of the 4 values above, you can specify how an element should be positioned. You can also use the top, bottom, left, and right properties to further define the element's position on a page. So let's discuss each of the properties individually. CSS static position. This is a by default position for HTML elements. It always positions an element according to the normal flow of the page. It is not affected by the top, bottom, left, and right properties. It is important to note that having a static position is the same as not setting the position property at all. The next is CSS fixed position. The fixed positioning property helps to put the text fixed on the browser. The fixed text is positioned relative to the browser's window and does not move even when you scroll the window. The next is CSS relative position. The relative positioning property is used to set the element relative to its normal position. The relatively positioned element behaves the same way as a static element, except that it is now subject to the values of the 4 other CSS properties. We will discuss each of them with more detail in examples. Now there is CSS absolute position. The absolute positioning is used to position an element related to the first parent element that has a position other than static. If no such element is found, the containing block is HTML. With absolute positioning, you can place an element anywhere on the page. Now let's move on to the example to understand each of the properties better. To demonstrate the properties, I have the simple example set up. Currently, we have 3 elements with just basic coloring style. We have not applied any position style to them. Now let's click on this element 2 and inspect it. Just go to the computed and type here position to see the position of this element. So you can see that currently the position is static. Static is a default value of all the elements of the page in starting. The next position we'll see is the relative position. It works almost in a similar manner to static. If we go here and change the position to relative, you can see nothing changes. Relative act is the same as static, with the only difference is that the relative allows you to change the top, left, right and bottom of this element. Let me show you an example. Now if we change here to left 20 pixel and refresh, you will notice the elements move itself to 20 pixel from the left. Let's set the top to 10 pixel as well. You can see the element has moved 10 pixels from the top and even overflows the element below. This is because relative position, when applied with the top, right, left and bottom, actually takes that element out of the document flow. So let's just reset it. Next property we are going to discuss is absolute position. And this property gets well along with the top, right, left and bottom. So let's make this position to absolute. And you can see the changes made due to this by just saving. The absolute value completely removes the element from the document flow. This is useful when you want a particular element to be a specific position but you don't want to disturb the other element's positioning. Absolute position positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference. Now just let's shift the top to 10 pixels. You can see the movement of this element. The absolute position always positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference to. Now if we change the here body position to relative, now this navbar will position the element according to this body. So if we go here and refresh this, you can see that this 2 is in relation to with this container. And this is where relative is very useful. Next is fixed positioning, which is very similar to absolute positioning with some differences. So let's change this to fixed. And just save this. Now you can see it completely ignores this relative positioning and goes entirely at the top. This is because fixed position elements are always fixed based on the entire HTML element. It has nothing to do with the parent elements. One unique feature of the fixed element is they stay in the same place when you scroll. Let's make the height here to 200 vertical height. Now if you scroll down, you will see that the element 2 will stay on the same position. See, the two elements stick to the same position. But absolute does not work that way. When you change this here to absolute, you can see it does not stay at the top now. This is one major difference between absolute and fixed. So that's it. You can see the working with the CSS position is super easy. In this video, we'll discuss the differences between both the layouts and we'll discuss which one you should use. I will also show you both the layouts in a practical example without diving too deep. So let's first understand the theory. CSS Grid allows developers to construct custom grids with more flexibility and control than ever before. It is for two-dimensional positioning. We got rows and columns here. Whereas Flexbox is for one-dimensional layout. It is useful in allocating and aligning the spaces among the items in a grid container. The Flexbox layout pattern makes it easier to design and flexible and effective layouts. The grid is used for creating a more complex and organized layouts on your pages. Whereas the Flex items is used to design the responsive pages without using too much of positioning or float in our CSS code. to work with the CSS grid layout, you have to add display grid property to your element. Whereas to create the flex container, you have to use the display flex property. So this is the main difference between the layout of the grid and the flex box. Here in the grid layout, you can see that there are rows and columns with all the header, menu, main, right and the footer included, whereas the flex box is only for one-dimensional positioning. Now let's move on to the example to see the working of both the layouts. So here is an example of the web page that does not have any function other than some basic styling. Here on the page, we have a header which is blue in color. This is the sidebar with a red background. This is the main content, and this black color is the footer of the page. Here you can see all these items are stacked on top of each other. In the code, you can see this is the footer part of the page. This is the main content of the page. This is for the sidebar, and this is for the header area of the page. For the styling part, we have used some basic styling just so as to understand the example better. Now, we can turn the body into a grid by setting the display property to the grid. So here under the body, we'll set the display to grid. Just save the file and refresh. You can see nothing changes because by default the CSS grid starts creating rows automatically and adds the content in these rows. That's why it didn't change. We can change it by adding the grid template column property in our body. In our case, we'll need two columns, one for sidebar and other for the main content. Let's set the side area to 30%. And we'll keep the main area to auto to cover the remaining spaces. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see the elements are broken into the cells we created. We'll also define the rows for our header and we'll use the grid template rows. We'll set the grid template rows for the header to 60 pixels. For the sidebar and for the main content, we'll set it to auto. And also for the footer, we will keep it 60 pixels. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see the elements are adjusted in a 2D manner just as we wanted. This shows the power of the grid and the flexibility it provides to the developer. However, we can see that the items are not positioned properly in the header and the footer. This is where the flexbox comes into play. As discussed earlier, flexbox is about positioning elements in a one-dimensional area. So what we'll do is we'll go back to our navigation list class here and we'll add display as flex. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see these are sitting next to each other. By default, the display sets them into the rows. Now we want the contents to be in the center of the main axis. So we will use the justify content and set it to center. You can see the items are now in the center of the main axis. To center them vertically, we'll use the align items and set it to center as well. This will position them in the center across the axis. For this to work, we have to specify the height, so we'll set it to 100%. So now you can see the items are aligned centrally both on the main axis and the cross axis. Let's now add some spacing between these items. So to give some spacing between, we'll add a margin to navigation item class. We'll set the margin to 0 for top and bottom and 10 pixels to left and right. If we save the file and now refresh, you can see we have the spaces between the items. In this video, you will learn how to set a background image on a web page. You will also learn some of the basic properties of the background that are used to set the image. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. In this tutorial, we'll discuss what is CSS background image. After that, we'll discuss some of the basic properties of the background image. In the end, we'll add a background image to our web page by adding the code to our text editor. So let's begin by discussing about the background property of the CSS. The background image property specifies an image to use as a background of an element. The background is defined in the body element of the HTML code. To add a background image on an HTML element, use the HTML style attribute and the CSS background image property and mention the path of the image inside the URL attribute. There are several properties of the background that are used to define the image on a page. Some of the common ones are background image, background repeat, and background position. By default, the image is repeated so it covers the entire element. Let's switch to the text editor and see how we can add the background image to our page. So, we are on the Sublime text editor. Let's start by opening a style tag. The background image is always set on the body tag. So type body and open the curly braces. The background image is always set on the body tag. So open the body tag with curly braces and start typing background image. Use the URL value of the background image to set the path of the image. Make sure the image is in the same folder as of the HTML file. Here we have our file nature3.jpg. So mention the path inside the double quotes. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a web page. As you can see, we have the image on the web page. Let's format this image a little bit. We'll start by setting the background size. So type background size and there are three values to the background size. First one is auto. It will set the image as it is. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a page. As you can see, the size of the image is as same of the original size. The color value will set the image size that will be fit to the web page. As you can see, the image is set to the whole web page. We can also set the image size to manual. Let's say we want the image size of width 500 pixels. So now as you can see, the width of the image is 500 pixels. Next, we will set the background repeat property. There are three values to background repeat. First is no repeat. With the no repeat value, the images will not be repeated on a page. Now, as you can see, the images are not repeated. Second is repeat X. It will set the images to be repeated on the X axis. As you can see, the images are not repeated on the X axis. Similarly, repeat the images on the y-axis. As you can see, the images are not repeated to the y-axis. And there is a default value repeat which will repeat the images on the web page. So let's keep it to cover. So let's keep the background size to cover and set the background repeat to no repeat. Let's save the file and look it on a web page. Now, as you can see, the image is fully fit to the web page. Let's add a text above our image to see how it looks like. So I'll add a paragraph tag and type some random text here. Let's set the text color to red and align it to center. I'll type P and open the curly braces. I'll set the color to red. And I'll set the text aligned to center. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. As you can see, we have a text above our image which is centrally aligned, and the text color is red. In this tutorial, we will learn how we can add colors to our page using different methods. We will start with discussing colors and then see the hex value and the RGB format of the colors. In the end, we will do an example to understand how we can add colors to our page. CSS uses the color values to specify the colors on a page. They can be specified using predefined color names, hex, or RGB format. There are nearly 140 standard color names. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits RR represents the red value, the next 2 are green value, and the last is the blue value. All the other colors can be created using the combination of these 3 colors. There are several websites available where you can know the hex value of the different shades of color. As you can see, the black color is signified by hashtag and the 6 zeros. The red is hashtag FF and the 4 zeros followed by it. The RGB color value is specified using the RGB property. This property takes 3 values, one for red, green and blue. The value can be the integer between 0 to 225 or a percentage. As you can see, the black color is signified by 000, the red by 25500, the blue by 00255 and the green by 02550. Now let's move to an example to understand how we can add the colors to our page. In this example, we will see how we can add colors in different ways to our HTML. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. As you can see, we have the standard boilerplate ready with an H2 and a paragraph on our page. Open the style tag and make the font size of the paragraph to 25 pixels so it is clearly visible. Let's start by adding colors to our text just by color names. HTML supports nearly 140 standard color names. We'll make the color of the paragraph green. For that, just type color and set the color to green. As you can see, our paragraph is changed to green. Let's try one more. This time we will add the color red. Just refresh. As you can see, the color is now changed to red. There are nearly 140 HTML standard colors that is supported by the web browser. You can also add colors using the RGB format. There are many websites available to know the RGB or hex value of the desired color. One such is htmlcodes.com. As you can see, in the htmlcodes.com we have the hex value and the RGB value of the desired color. Let's try one. We'll add this color with the RGB value 171, 229 and 27 to our paragraph. So for that, just type RGB and the color code you want. As you can see, the color is not changed to our RGB value. Let's try one more. This time we'll use this RGB value to our text. You can see the color is changed to our desired value. In this way, you can use the RGB format to change the colors. The next way is using the hex values. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits are red, next 2 are green, and the last are the blue value. Let's see how you can use the hex values. As you can see, the hex value for this color is #31787F. We'll use this value to our text. To add the hex value, you have to use the hashtag followed by the color code. You can see that color is changed to a hex value. Let's try one more. You can see the hex value for this color is #F14A07. Just copy the desired value to your file. You can see the color changes. You can also add color borders to our heading. Do that, just mention the border style along with the color code. We'll add the border color red to our H2. Now you can see we have the border around our H2. I hope you have understood how to use the color values to a web page. There are mainly three ways by which you can add the colors to a web page. They are hex, RGB values and the color names. In this video, we will discuss what are keyframes and how you can use them to add animations to your page. We are going to discuss what are keyframes and we'll try to understand the syntax of the keyframes. So let's get started. The keyframes are used to specify the animation code in the page. They are used to change the animation from one pattern to another. Keep in mind that the keyframes do not have any selectors on them. They are not nested inside anything. They are on the root of the CSS page. You write @keyframes and the name. You can name it anything you want. We are going to use that name later on to call the selector. In this case, we are looking at from and to. From implies the initial state and to the ending state. Here in this example, the element will start from 0 pixel and will go all the way to 100 pixel. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to jump to the keyframes and work out some examples to understand the working of the keyframes better. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor and this is a simple setup. We have created one HTML element named box and we have a CSS body of padding 50 pixel and the box element has an inline block, background red with height and width 200 pixel. And also I have an animation style declared on the box. Currently it's doing nothing because it is calling keyframes called myFrames. But we have not yet created any keyframe. We will discuss what this animation line means at later stage, but right now I need those lines to be able to explain you to the functioning of the keyframes. You can see we have a box on our page with the color red and padding 50 pixels around it. We are going to write add the keyframes and I am going to use the name myFrames. Then we will write from condition to have the starting state and let's just keep the height 200 pixel. And then we want it to grow and we will set it to increase till 500 pixels. So let's just create our keyframes. This is a from condition. We'll set it to 200 pixels. And we want it to grow till 500 pixels. Just save the file. Now, as you can see, our box is growing all the way to 500 pixel. And when the animation is done, it resets back to 200 pixel and starts again because the animation is looping. You can also put multiple style declaration. For example, I am going to write background pink in the to condition. Just save the file. You can see that the animation is starting at red and ending at pink. Now instead of saying from and to, we can also say from 0% to 100%. This is as same as doing from and to. But what it enables you to do is you can add something in the middle of here, say 30%, and we will make the color any different. So in the place of from, we will write 0% and we'll replace to with 100%. Let's just add one more condition in between, say 40%. So at 40% we want the color to change to say something green. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So as you can see, it starts with red, it turns to green in the middle and then all the way converts to pink. As you can see, there are lots of interesting things you can do with the keyframes. All of the things that I am showing you today are just like how this works. To really get a great understanding of how it works, you just have to open your editor and start experimenting on it. Okay, so now let's go back to our code and learn about the animation property. So here we have the animation name myFrames. The animation name should be as same as keyframes name to work it properly. The animation duration specifies for how long we want our animation to last. In this case 2 seconds. Let's just change this to say 10 seconds. Just save the file. Now as you can see, the animation is going at a slower speed just to cover the 10 seconds of it. Let's just reset it to 2 seconds. The timing function is used to mention the transition. There are some keywords such as ease in, linear, ease in out, and some more. The animation delay is interesting to understand. It means how long we are going to wait once the animation is triggered before the visual starts happening. Let's change it to 3 seconds. As you can see, the animation starts after the 3 seconds. Iteration count specifies how many times the animation should happen. Here, we have set it to infinite, which means animation will keep on going. Let's change it to something, say 5. As you can see, after the count of 5, the animation stops. We'll set it back to infinite. Animation running state can be paused or the running state. In this video, we are going to break down everything there is to know about the CSS animation. CSS animations make it possible to animate transitions from one CSS style configuration to another. Animations consist of two components, a style describing the CSS animation and a set of keyframes that indicates the start and end states of the animation style, as well as possible intermediate. Now, to understand this better, I have an example. So let's get started now. So we are on our Sublime text editor. Now to get started, I have a very basic example with HTML and CSS. I have a parent element here. And inside this parent element, I have a div class child. So when you go back to the page, it will look something like this. This pink color is the parent element and this small box with the red color is the child element. Whenever you hover over the element, the child elements move from left side to the right side of the parent. We want to talk about animation. In case, there are two different ways to animate. One is the CSS transition property, which works well with only simple animation. If you want to learn about CSS transition property, you can refer to the last video on CSS transition. There is a full-fledged animation property which is used for more complex animation. I'm going to show you how you can make this simple transition into animation. For this example, we'll make this child element move all around the box using animation. So let's go back to our code. So just like the transition property, we have the several properties in the CSS animation as well. This consists of like timing function, fill-in mode, and several other functions in the CSS animation. So to convert the transition into animation, all we need to do is write the word animation. And you write the animation where you want it to happen. In our case, here is our hover, so we write the animation here. And as you write, you will notice that you have more properties in animation than transition. In general, you will write everything in this animation keyword because it is easier. You can write it separately as well, like animation delay, duration, animation name. But we will use the shorthand property of the animation. So we'll select the animation, and the first thing that the animation needs is the animation name. So we will give some name to this animation, say example. This is just like transition, we can specify our duration. In our case, we will use 1 second. So we have given the name of the animation, we'll give the duration. We can define a timing function which will be ease out. This is all the code we need for our animation. This line is same as writing it individually, like animation name, animation duration 1 second, and animation timing function, which will be ease out, or let's say ease in. So for the better understanding, let's just remove this shorthand property and use the individual properties. Now just save the file. Let's understand briefly what each of these properties do. The animation duration property defines how long time an animation should take to complete. If the animation duration property is not specified, no animation will occur because the default value is 0 seconds. The animation timing function property specifies the speed curve of the animation. Now comes the keyframes. Keyframes are used to define the animation name. We'll come down here and write at the rate keyframes, followed by the name of the animation. The keyframes has to be put outside any selector. Keyframes essentially determine what our animation looks like between the value 0% and 100%. So at our animation, we want to have this translate. So we'll write 100% and we'll write transform translate x 100% and save the file. Now, when you save and go back to the page, you will notice the smooth transition of the animation when you hover over. One thing you will notice that as soon as the animation is over, the box goes back to the original place. The reason for this is all the process happens inside this keyframe, this one. As soon as the animation is done, the default state kicks in. If we want this to stop in the transform state, like box should be here, is on the right side, we have to specify it in the animation property. We'll set the animation fill mode to forwards. So here, we'll set the animation fill mode to forwards. Just save, and then when you go back to the page and refresh, you'll see the box stops on the right side and doesn't go back to the original state. Now that we have a basic understanding of the animation and its different properties, let's work around our main aim to move this child element all over the parent element, from this to this side to this side to this side. So here at the keyframes, we'll just delete this and we'll start with 0%. So here at the 0%, we'll set the transform and translate x to 0. After that, at the 33%, we want this box to move down. So we'll work on translate y. So we'll translate the y to 100%. At 66%, we want both the x-axis and y-axis to move from here to this side. So we'll set translate x to 100% and translate y to 100%. And finally, at 100%, we want to translate x back to 100% on the upward side. So when you save and refresh, you'll see we have achieved our target. The child elements move all over inside the parent element. To watch it a little bit more slowly, let's change the time here to 3 seconds. When you go back and refresh, you can see the box move a little bit slower. So, with the animation property, we can go a step further. We can tell our animation how many times to repeat, the order of the animation, among other things. So, the animation iteration count property specifies the number of times an animation should be played. Let's set it to 3. So here, we'll set the animation iteration count to 3. The animation direction property defines whether an animation should be played forwards, backwards, or in alternate cycles. So, for the animation direction, we'll set it to alternate. Now, if you save and go back, that's 1, 2, and 3. After the 3 count, the animation will stop, and you must have noticed that the box were moving on the alternate rounds. Let's go back to see it again. This is the first cycle. Now it moves alt on the other direction, and now on the other direction. So this is for animation. You can see animation property is as same as a transition property with some more functions and sub properties. You can add more complex animations to the page with the help of this animation property. The CSS transition property is the simplest way to add the animation to our website. And in this video, we are going to see how to use it. So, animation is a good way to catch attention on the page. And if done properly, it increases the user experience. The most basic way to animate something is by transition. According to the MDN definition, transition enables you to define the transition between two states of an element. Basically, when the state of an element changes, such as hover, focus, or anything else, we can change the CSS property through a transition. There are a handful of transition properties. Let's discuss what they are and how they work. So, we are on our code pen. I have a box that changes the color on the hover. The first property that we are going to start is with the transition duration property. The transition duration property specifies how many seconds or milliseconds a transition effect takes to complete. So here I can write transition duration and I can write here a number. Take note that here we can enter time in milliseconds or seconds. I will suggest you to use the milliseconds since JavaScript does not accept time in seconds. So I will enter here 500 milliseconds. Now, when you go here and hover over this box, you will see the color changes from pink to green in about 500 milliseconds. Let's change this to say 2 seconds and see the difference. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it takes 2 seconds to change the color from pink to green. The next one we are going to look is a transition property. The transition property sets the CSS properties to which a transition effect should be applied. Suppose we want to rotate this box when hovered over. So first we will specify the transform property here and we'll set it to rotate 45 degrees. Now here we will specify the transition property and set it to transform. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it takes about 500 milliseconds for the box to rotate to 45 degrees while the color changes instantly. Suppose we set it here to 2 seconds and save. Now you will notice the box will take to about 2 seconds to rotate to 45 degrees while the color will change instantly. You can see the difference here. Now the next property is transition timing function. The transition timing function property specifies the speed curve of the transition effect. The default value is ease. Ease means it specifies the transition effect with a slow start and then fast and then ends slowly. Suppose here we'll set the transition timing function to ease. There are 4 major values for this timing function. They are ease, linear, ease in and ease out. Let's see one by one in detail. So, the linear function specifies the transition effect with the same speed from start to end. So if we change here to linear, you will see that it rotates with the same speed from start to end. Now if we change this to ease in, the ease in specifies the transition effect with a slow start. So now if you hover over this, you will see the box rotates with a slow start and then increases the speed at the end. The easeout specifies a transition effect with a slow end. So if you set it to easeout, you will see at the end the speed decreases. The last property we are going to discuss is the transition delay. The transition delay property specifies when the transition effect will start. The transition delay value is defined in milliseconds or in seconds. Let's set the transition delay to 2 seconds and just remove this. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it will take 2 seconds to rotate the box to 45 degrees. So you can see after the 2 seconds the transition property takes place. Now if we change here to background, you see the box will rotate instantly while the color will changes from pink to green after 2 seconds. So this is a transition property. Is it as simple as it can be? In this video, you will learn how to add interactive hover effects to your elements. We will do an example where we will create hover effects to our buttons. So in this tutorial, we will discuss what is a CSS hover effect and then we will do an example to understand it better. So what is a CSS hover effect? A CSS hover effect is a style technique where the user interacts with an element with a pointing device, but it does not necessarily activate it. It is triggered when the user hovers over an element with a pointing device. Now let's jump to an example. In this example, we will create the hover effects which will look something like this. We have different hover effects for all the buttons. So let's get started and see how you can make this all by yourself. So we are on the Sublime text editor. Create two new files, index.html and style.css, where we will write our HTML and CSS code respectively. Start by linking the CSS file with the HTML file. Now we will add 4 anchor tags. We will specify the class name for each of them so that we can style them separately later. Put all the anchor tag inside the div tag and name the class middle. We will name the class btn, btn1, btn, btn2, btn, btn3 and btn, btn4. Just copy paste it 4 times. Save the file and let's see how it looks on our page right now. As you can see, we have the 4 texts on our page. With this, we are done with our HTML part. Now let's shift to CSS and design the text and add the hover effects. So in CSS, we will start by setting the margin and padding to 0. We will also add the background body color. As you can see, the margin and padding is now 0 and we have a good background color. Now we will design the buttons and give them proper formatting. We will start with the class middle. Set the position to absolute. The top property affects the vertical position of a positioned element. The left property affects the horizontal position of a positioned element. The transform property applies a 2D or 3D transformation to an element. This property allows you to rotate, scale, and move the elements. As you can see, the elements are now in place. Now let's format the buttons. Set the position to relative. Display block. We'll keep the color as white. Font size 25 pixels. We will use the font family as Montserrat. Keep the text decoration to none. We will set the border to 2 pixels and solid. We'll keep the text transformation as uppercase. Transition allows you to change the property values smoothly over a given duration. The before selector is used to insert something before the content of each selected element. Keep the position to absolute. We'll keep the transition as all 0.6 second and ease. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now, as you can see, all the elements are in place with proper background and text. We have the padding and border properly formatted, and now we can add the hover effects to this button. Now we'll add the hover effects to the first button. As you can see, we have the hover effect on our first button ready. In a similar manner, we can add the effects to the second and third button as well. We'll just copy and paste this above code below and make changes to this code. We'll set the width to 100% here and height to 0. We'll change it to height 100%. Just save the file and refresh the page. As you can see, both the buttons have the hover effects now. Now it's time to add the hover effect to our third button. Now we'll add the hover effect to the button third. Just save the file and go to the page. As you can see, all the three buttons are ready. Now it's time to add the hover effect to the fourth button. We'll set the color to #FFF. This will change the text color to red when we hover over the fourth button. Set the position to absolute. Keep the width as 200%. We'll set the background to #DCD159. We'll keep the Z index as -1. Keep the transition to 0.8 seconds. Set the height to 180% of the page. Now to add the hover effect, write the following code. Just save the file. Refresh. Now you can see we have all the hover effects on our 4 buttons. As you know, CSS animations is a powerful concept that is used to make your web page engaging and attracting visitors to your website. They make the user experience smooth and entertaining. So in this video, we are going to learn how to create some cool CSS effects using just HTML and CSS. So without further wasting any time, let's jump to our Sublime Text Editor. So we are on our Sublime Text Editor. For our example purpose, I have used one image from an unsplash.com and we have created a simple class div class container for it. Now, let's go and style these images to get a 3D effect. So first let's design the body part. We'll set the margin and padding to 0 pixels. We'll set the width to 100% and we'll set the height to 100% vertical heights. We'll keep the display as flex and we'll align the items in the center and we'll justify the content in the center as well. Now we'll design our container class. So for the container class, we'll set the position to relative. We'll set the width to 360 pixels and we'll keep the height to 640 pixels. We'll set the margin top to 150 pixels and we'll keep the background to white. We'll use the RGBA format. We'll use the transform property to apply a 2D or 3D transformation to an element. So we'll use the transform and we'll use its properties. We'll keep this to 30 degrees. We'll set the skew to say 25 degrees and we'll scale it to 0.8. Let's discuss more about these properties. So, the translate property defines the 2D or 3D translation. The scale defines the 2D or 3D scale transformation. And the skew property is used to skew transformation along the X or Y axis. Now let's design the images. We'll keep the position to absolute. We'll set the width to 100% and we'll keep the transition time to 0.5 seconds. Let's go back to our page and see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, we have the images aligned as we want on a flat side. Now we will create the 3D transformation when we hover over it. So let's go back to our CSS file. So for the 3D effect, we are going to use the nth child property. The nth child selector allows you to take a single argument that describes a pattern for the matching element indices in a list of siblings. We'll design each image separately. So for the fourth image, we'll use the transform property and we'll translate it to 160 pixels and minus 160 pixels. Let's copy this code 4 times. Okay, we have to set the opacity as well. So we'll set the opacity here to 1. The opacity property sets the transparency of the element. Just change the number of the nth child elements. So here we'll keep it to 120 pixels. Minus 120 pixel, we'll set the opacity to 0.8. For the second element, let's keep the translate to 80 pixels. Minus 80 pixels, and we'll set the opacity to say 0.6. And for the last image, we'll translate it to 40 pixels and minus 40 pixels, and we'll keep the opacity to say 0.4. So now when you save the file and you will go back to the page, let's see how it looks. So if you refresh and hover over it, now you can see the image has a 3D over effect over it. There are 4 layers to the image, and we have designed the opacity according to the image layer. So this is a 3D image hover. The next property we are going to discuss is a 3D perspective image. So for this, let's use a new set of images. So we'll go back to the unsplash.com again, and let's select one image. This one looks beautiful. So let's copy the image address and mention it under the image tag. Just save. Now when you go back to the page, you'll see you have your image here. Now let's add the 3D perspective image design over it. So under our CSS file, let's first design all the elements. Let's keep the margin and padding to 0. Let's keep the width of the container elements to 100 pixels, or say 100%. Let's keep the minimum height to say 100 vertical heights. And we'll use a background color of #333. Let's design the image as well before going back to the page. So we'll set the perspective to say 4000 pixels. The perspective property is used to determine the distance between the Z plane and the user in order to give a 3D positioned element some perspective. Let's keep the width of the image 70%. We'll keep the position to absolute. Keep the left margin to 50%. And top to 50% as well. We'll use the transform property and use the translate value of it to -50% and +50%. We'll use the transform style property and set the value to preserve 3D. The preserve 3D indicates that the children of the element should be positioned in the 3D space. So just save the file and let's go back to the page to see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, we have the required background image and we have the image in a required position. Now it's time to style our image. So we'll use the transform property and we'll rotate. We'll use the rotate X property of it. We'll keep it to 70 degrees. Let's discuss this property translate 3D. The translate 3D CSS function repositions an element in the 3D space. It results in the transform function data type. The transformation is characterized by a 3-dimensional vector. It coordinates how much the element moves in each direction. Let's set the box shadow to minus 80 pixels, 60 pixels, 15 pixels, and RGBA value to 0, 0, 0, 0.4, let's say. Let's set the transition to all 0.4 seconds. And we'll set the transform style to preserve 3D. So just save the file and let's go back to our page to see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, the image is flat and ready for the 3D effect. Now let's design the 3D hover effect on it. So for the 3D hover effect, we'll use the hover property image :hover over the image. We'll set the transform rotate X 0 degrees, rotate Z to 0 degrees, and translate 3D to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels. Let's check this once again. This is right. Now we'll set the box shadow to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, and RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0. Just save the file and refresh. Now when you hover over it, you will see that the perspective of the image changes. So this is a 3D perspective image. Now there are many CSS effects that you can design using these properties. In this video, you will learn what is navigation bar and its importance on a web page. You will also learn how to create a basic nav bar using HTML and CSS. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. We will start with what is navigation bar and why navigation bar is required in a web page. You will look at some of the well-designed navigation bars on websites. After that, you will work on the code to create the basic navigation bar using HTML and CSS. So let us begin by discussing what is navigation bar. A navigation bar is a graphical user interface intended to aid the user in accessing the information. It is usually placed at the top of the page. A navigation bar needs standard HTML as the base. Navigation bars can be created either vertically or horizontally. So, what makes a navigation bar so important? A navigation bar is an important element of website design since it allows users to quickly visit any sections within the website. If you have ever visited a website without a navigation bar, you may have found it difficult to locate the page you need. You may have also had to click back several times in order to find a link to the next section you wanted to visit. Thankfully, web design has become more standardized in the recent years and nearly every website now includes a navigation bar. Keep in mind that you want to keep people on your site to explore further. A well-designed navigation bar is an important part of the user experience. Now, let us look at an example of a navigation bar on a website. We are on the homepage of Amazon website. As you can see, this is the navigation bar that has several elements on it. As the user clicks on these elements, they will be directed to the different sections of the website. The navigation bar allows the user to easily move through any section of the website. By clicking on the Best Sellers button, you will be redirected to the Best Sellers page on the Amazon. Now we are going to create a navigation bar with HTML and CSS that's going to look like this. We'll have the following sections with submenus in some of them. Make sure you have a text editor to write the code. I'll be using a Sublime text editor for this purpose. We will create two new files, index.html and style.css, where we will be writing our HTML and CSS code respectively. Let's start by adding the standard boilerplate. Keep the title as CSS navbar. Link your CSS file with the HTML file by using the link tag and href attribute. This navigation bar is going to consist of a bunch of UL tags, which means an unordered list and list items. Let's create our first unordered list, and this will be our main menu of the navigation bar. I have options such as home, about, contact, services and news. So this is going to be our main menu. Save the file. Let's see what it looks like right now by opening it inside our browser. You can see it is just an unordered list with no menu at this point. Let's go ahead and add our submenus. Home will not have any submenus, but the about list item is going to have a submenu. Add another UL tag inside the li tag. This will create a submenu inside the about item. Save the file. Just copy paste it and paste it inside the UL tag. Name them as team, clients, careers and legacy. Just make the indentation properly. If you see this in a browser, you will see that we'll have the submenus inside the about. Let's do the same thing for contacts. Just copy paste this whole section and place them inside the contacts list. Rename them according to your wish and save the file. If you go back to the browser, you will see that we'll have the submenus inside the contacts as well. As you can see, this is our complete submenus without the styling. All the HTML content is ready. Now we are going to write the CSS for it. In the CSS file, let's apply the background image first because it will make the page look a little bit nicer. I have my file on my computer. Make sure the image file is in the same folder as your HTML and CSS file. I am using a tech.jpg. And for the background size, I will set it to the cover, which is going to adjust it to the image screen, and it's going to cover the whole background of our web browser. Keep the font family as Arial. Let's see what it looks like at this stage. You can see we have a background image and the font is changed to Arial. Now let's make sure our unordered list does not have any margins or padding by setting it to 0. Also, put the list style to none because we don't want to have any kind of bullets under our listing. Now, unordered list items. They are the main items that are going to apply the style to the list items of the main UL tag. Float all the text to the left. And set the given formatting. We will set the background color with the hash value 003542. You can choose your own value from our website known as colorpicker.com. We will fix the line height to 40 pixels. This will center the text vertically. Text align to center. This will align the text horizontally and font size to 20 pixels. Font size 20 pixels. Let's see what it looks like now. You can see the text is floated to the left. Now, let's style the actual menu link. So the menu link will be ULLIA. ULLIA. Keep the text decoration to none and color white. Keep the display as block. Now it's time to set the hover effect of our array. The ULLI hover will set the formatting when the user hovers over the menu. We will use the background color with a hash value DE1FCB. Save the file and let's see what our page looks like up to this point. You can see we have the hover effect over our menus and we have the sub menus under the main menu. We want our sub menus should be visible only when we hover our menus. So we will set the ULLI to display none and we will set the hover effect to the block. Let's save the file and see what our page looks like up to this point. Now you can see our navigation bar is ready with all the submenus and menus at proper places. We have this nice hover effect over the menus. In this video, we will discuss some cool tricks that every web developer should be familiar with and which will help you during the time of designing of a web page. So let's jump onto a Sublime text editor and see these tricks. So the first trick is called the CSS blend mode. The CSS background blend property sets the blend mode for each background layer, and you can blend it with image or with different colors. With the help of this property, we can blend background image or blend them with colors. So here's an example of the CSS blend mode. Here you can see the images are blended with different colors. So let's see how we can achieve this. So for our example purpose, I am going to use this image to our page. So in the body tag, add the image URL and the location of a file. Keep the margin left and margin right to auto. Now let's add some style to our body tag. In the blend mode, there are several modes such as normal, multiply, darken, lighter or screen. Let's blend that image with one color. So you can select the color from this HTML color codes. I'll use this color for my purpose. So just copy paste here. And in the background blend mode, let's keep it to lighten. Now if you save and then refresh here, you can see we have blended our image with color. Let's go back and change here something different. Let's keep it to darken. Let's try something different. Let's keep it to screen. So as you can see, there are several properties for this blend mode and you can use according to your needs. The next trick is called clipping. The CSS clip path property creates a clipping region that specifies the region that should be shown on the page. So let's understand this with the help of an example. Here we'll create a div and give them this class, any class, say tr. The easiest way to generate the clip value is to use a generator. There are several websites that give the value of the clip. So we'll use this website to generate our clip value. Suppose we want a hexagon shaped image on our page. So here you can adjust it according to your needs, any shape that you want. Here you can see the clip value, just copy paste it from here. Now here we'll use that class that we have specified. We'll just copy paste the clip value here. We'll keep the height to say 50%, let's say 60%. Set the width to 60% as well. Select the color you want to give to your clipped image. I'll use the same color from the previous example. So just copy paste this color code. Keep the position to absolute and the z index to -1. Just save and go back to the page and refresh. Now you can see we have the clipped image on our page. Let's try something different. Let's say I want a left arrow. So just copy paste this clip path value. Just save the file. And you can see we have the arrow on our page. Another must have for web developers is animations. CSS allows us to animate almost every property that we use in the CSS. Let's look at one example. So here in an HTML file, we'll just add one div tag first. And to start with animation, we'll have to mention a keyframe. The keyframes allows us to create different steps for our animations. We'll keep the keyframes name to blink. So here in this example, we'll create a box and we'll add different colors at different points of animations. Right, so we'll write 0% and we'll set the background to indigo. We'll change the colors 5 times, so just copy paste this code 5 times. We want next change at 30%, so we'll set the background here, suppose say red. At 50% we want it yellow. At 70 we want it green. And finally we'll change it to say blue. So inside the div tag, we'll mention the height and width of the box first. Let's say 400 pixels and width also 400 pixels. Now we'll mention the border of the box. So just set it to say 1 pixel, solid black. Now for the animations part, we'll set the animation for 10 seconds and for infinite number of times. Write this WebKit so as to support in our Google Chrome. Now just save the file and go back to our page. And here you can see we have the animation on our box. You can style each and every element in an HTML using animations. Another thing you can do is add CSS gradient. The CSS gradient property allows you to add smooth transitions between two or more colors. For this purpose, you can get the gradient value from a website called cssgradient.io. Here in this website, you can get the mix and match of the different colors you want to use. Let's look at one example to understand better. So here in this HTML file, first let's set the height. So we'll set the height to 100%. Now inside the body tag, we'll keep the height as 100%. We'll mention one background color. Let's select different color this time. So we will use say this color this time. Just copy paste the value here. Now for the gradient value, just go back here in this website and you can select the color you want. Let's say I want a mix of this color and you can change the shades from here. Now when you're done with the colors, just go back below and copy this code here to your page. Now when you go back to the page, you'll have a beautiful gradient here. Let's try one more. This time a linear gradient. Just copy this value to your code. Just save the file and go back to the page. And you will have a linear gradient here. In this video, we are going to learn some of the more advanced features that can be used to optimize your web page and add some extra features to it. So let's get started. So the first function we are going to discuss is a CSS pseudo class. A CSS pseudo class is a keyword added to a selector that specifies a special state of the selected elements. Pseudo class lets you apply a style to an element not only in relation to the content of the documentary, but also in relation to external factors like history of the navigator, the status of its content, or the position of the mouse. Like hover, which lets you know if the mouse is over an element or not. So, the first pseudo class we are going to discuss is CSS hover. This pseudo class is used to add a special effect to an element when our mouse pointer is over it. Let's work an example to understand how this works. So we are on our Sublime text editor and we have added a standard boilerplate to it. So first I'll create a box element. We'll give this div class box. Let's save this and see right now what is the status of our page. So as you can see, we have this Simplilearn tag and the heading that we have given that the color changes when you hover over me. Now add a style tag to define the styling of the box. So we'll keep the background color of the box as pink. We'll keep the width to 300 pixels and height to 200 pixels. We'll set the margin to auto. Let's keep the font size to 40 pixels so that we can see the text clearly. And we'll align the text to the center. Just save and go back to the page. Now you can see we have this box with the tag, the color changes when you hover over me. Now, to add the hover effect, you just have to mention the class with semicolon and hover. So, we'll mention the class box with a semicolon and hover. We'll mention the background color to which the box will change when you hover over a mouse. So, we'll keep the background color to say a cyan color. Just save and go back to the page. So if you refresh and when you hover over it, you can see the color changes. So this is how the pseudo hover class works. The next pseudo class we are going to discuss is an active pseudo class. The active pseudo class represents an element that has been activated by the user either by pointing a device or by a touchscreen device. Let's work on an example to understand how to use the active class to change the color of active elements. The possible values could be any color name in any valid format. So we'll use the same example with some minor changes. First, let's change this text here. We'll keep it to click here to see the effects. We'll keep this part as same, and instead of hover here, we will use the active pseudo class. So we'll type active and we'll keep the background color to cyan. Let's text align this H1 to the center. Now when you refresh and go back, so you'll see here it is click here to see the effects. Now, to see the difference, now you can see when we are hovering over it, the color does not change it. Instead of it, when we click on it, the color changes. So, this is how the active hover class works. The next advanced property we are going to discuss is a CSS pseudo elements. A CSS pseudo element is a keyword added to a selector that lets you style a specific part of the selected element. You can use one pseudo class element in a selector. It must appear after the simple selectors in the statement. As a rule, double colon should be used instead of a single colon. This distinguishes the pseudo classes from the pseudo element. So the first pseudo element we are going to discuss is the first letter pseudo element. This pseudo element applies style to the first letter of the first line of the block level element. Let's work out an example to understand this better. Just delete everything. So let's add some content to the body. We'll add an h1 which says welcome to Simplilearn. And we'll add an h2 which says this is an example of first letter pseudo element. Let's add a style tag. We'll align the text in the body to the center. So we'll use text align center. Let's just give proper spacing here. Now to this h1 tag, we'll add the first letter pseudo. So to add the first letter pseudo element, just use the double colon and type first letter. We'll keep the font family of the first letter as say Lucida Calligraphy. There's a spelling mistake. We'll keep the font size to 3 centimeters. We'll keep the color to red. And just add a text shadow for better animation. So we'll keep the text shadow to 5 pixels, 8 pixels, 9 pixels, and a color cyan. Now when you save and go back, just refresh. So this WUC is a first letter pseudo element. As you can see, we have changed this first letter with a proper shadowing of a cyan color and a different font size. So this is how the first letter pseudo element works. The next one we are going to discuss is the before pseudo element. The before pseudo element can be used to insert some content before the content of an element. Let's work out an example. So just add the standard boilerplate. Inside the body, let's add welcome to Simplilearn. We'll add the text inside the Q tag. The Q tag defines a short quotation. So inside the Q tag, we'll add welcome, Q tag closed, to, and again Q tag, Simplilearn. Now that we have the text inside the body, let's add the styling. So we'll keep the font size of all the text to 30 pixels. This is the all selector we have used. Font size 30 pixels. Now before the text we are going to add some symbols. So we'll use double colon Q before. We'll add the content with some symbol like this. We'll keep the color of this symbol to blue. And we'll use the after pseudo class to add the content like this. We'll keep this color to red. Now that we have everything in place, let's go back to see how it looks. You can see the symbols before and after our text. So this is how the before pseudo element works. So the next function we are going to discuss is CSS loader. The CSS loader is an animation that shows the visitor about the page when it is loading. It is helpful when a page takes some seconds to load the page content. It is similar to the buffer sign. So let's see how to create a loader. So I hope you remember the concept of the keyframes and animations. If you want to revise the concepts, you can watch the previous videos on the keyframes and animations from the playlist. So let's create the loader. We have the standard boilerplate. So inside the body tag, just add the center tag, and inside it we'll add one h1 which says welcome to Simplilearn. We'll add 5 div tags with the class A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Just copy paste it 5 times. So this is A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Let's open our style tag. Inside our style tag, we'll first add color to our h1. So let's keep the color of our h1 to orange. Now comes the div tag. So for the div tags, we'll keep the display to block, keep the position to absolute. We'll set the width and height to 10 pixels each. So width 10 pixels and height 10 pixels. We'll use the calc function to determine the left margin. So to use the calc function, add calc 50% and -1 em. The calc function performs a calculation to be used as a property value. We'll keep the border radius to say 1.3 em. Em is relative to the font size of the element. 1.3 em means 1.3 times the size of the current font. We'll use the transform origin function with the value 1.3 em and 2 em. The transform origin property allows it to change the position of the transformed elements. 2D transformations can change the x and y axis. We'll keep the animation to rotate. We'll keep the animation iteration count to infinite, and we'll keep the animation duration to 2 seconds. Let's save and go back to the page to see how it looks at this point. So as you can see, we have our heading, and you cannot see it, but we have a loader ready, and we just have to add some keyframes and animations here. So let's define keyframes with the name of the animation, rotate. So at 0%, we'll use the transform function to rotate it to 0 degrees. Just copy this. At 100%, when it's complete, it will rotate to the complete 360 degrees. So here we'll give the value 360 degrees. Now let's design each of the classes here that we have defined. So dot a1, the animation delay will be of 0.1 seconds. So for each of the classes that we have here, we have to define them with a different color, so that when the loader appears, we can see them clearly with the different colors. So for this A1, let's keep the background color to say cyan. Just copy paste it so that we don't have to write our code again and again. 3, 4, and 5. Let's make changes here. So for the A2, we want it to appear after 0.2 seconds with the color pink. Let's keep this to 0.3 seconds. The color purple. .4 seconds with color green. 0.5 seconds with color black. We have kept the animation delay to so close like 0.1 seconds, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, so that the loader appears in a complete sync with each other. So just save the file and refresh and go back to the page. Now you can see this is the loader. We have our heading and this is like a buffer, and it will show when you have some content to load. In this tutorial, we are going to discuss what is responsive design and how we can achieve this using the CSS media queries. So let's get started. Making a website with an adaptable layout is called responsive web design, and CSS media queries are one of the most important parts of responsive design. In the past, building a website was much simpler. Today, a website layout should adapt itself not only to computers but also to tablets, mobile devices, and even TVs. So let's see how we can create a responsive web layout using CSS media queries with the help of an example. So here we are on a Sublime text editor. We have our standard boilerplate ready. So let's create something. So let's start by creating the 4 divs here. We'll give it a class name box. With an ID box1. We'll name this Windows. Just copy it 4 times. Let's rename this ID to box2 and here we'll type macOS. For the box 3 we'll have Linux, and for the box 4 we'll have Android. Let's add some styling over here. So just open the style tag. I will text align the text to, we'll set the text align to center. We'll set the background color. Let's select some color. So we'll go to this website HTML color codes, choose a good color. Select this color. This looks good. We'll set the text color to white. And we'll set the font size to say something 50 pixels. And just save the file and let's go back to and refresh the page. has some error. Let's figure it out. Okay, so first this is not valid. Split this. So now if you refresh, you see we have our divs with Windows, Mac OS, Linux and Android, and with this background color. So to design a responsive web pages, we use the media queries. So what are media queries? Let's first discuss this. So a media queries are used when you want to customize the website's presentation according to the user's screen size. With the help of the media queries, you can display different markups based on the device's general type, mobile, desktop, tablet, you name it. A media query is a logical operation. Whenever a media query becomes true, then the related CSS is applied to the target element. So to start the media query, just type @ and media. Now here, we'll mention the max width to say 400 pixels. And inside this media query, we write the CSS code that should take in effect when this condition is satisfied. So here, we'll set the box 1 to display block. Now, if you go back to the page and you refresh, you see nothing happens because we have not made this display to none. So first, go back to the CSS code and set here display to none. Now you can see we don't have any display here. So let's inspect the page first. So you'll see we have our contents here. Now you can see this is the layout we are currently using. The current width is 685 pixels into height 255 pixels. Now we have set here the max width to 400 pixels. This means if this width decreases to less than 400 pixels, this CSS code will kick in. So let's decrease the width here. So as you decrease this width, you see as soon as it gets less than 400 pixels, our CSS kicks in. So we have our windows displayed here, which is the box ID 1. So this is how the media query works. Let's add some more media queries to understand it better. So just copy this code down. So now let's set this minimum width to 401 pixels and maximum to say 600 pixels. Now when this condition is true, let's say we want our box to display block with color green. So we'll set the background color here to, let's say, green. Now we'll add one more media query. So just copy this code, paste it here. So when the width is from 601 pixels to say 800 pixels, so we'll set the box tree display to block and color to say pink. So just save this and let's understand it on the page. So let's change the width of the screen. So see, as soon as the width goes less than 400 pixels, we have our windows on display. Now when we increase the width size and it goes more than 401 pixels, we have the Mac OS display. Keep on increasing it. Now see, the width is more than 600 pixels and we have a Linux on display. So this is how we create the responsive web design for the different devices.
In this session, we bring to you all the fundamental concepts of JavaScript. First, let's have a look at the agenda for the session. First, we'll look at a simple Hello World program using JavaScript. Then, we'll understand the different types of arrays deployed in JavaScript. We'll look at the concept of loops, objects, this keyword and functions in detail. Then we'll learn about form validation, JavaScript regular expressions, and JavaScript email validation. Then we'll move on to more advanced topics like promises and async await. So without further delay, let's begin. So what is JavaScript? JavaScript is a dynamic computer programming language which is lightweight and object-oriented. Now the best part about JavaScript is the fact that it's open source and is cross-platform compatible, meaning one piece of code written in any system regardless of the operating system functions the same in other operating systems as well. Lastly, most commonly used as a part of web pages, it allows client-side script to interact with the user and make dynamic pages. Now moving on to the next important question, why JavaScript? Now being the most popular language in the world, JavaScript has a huge fan base and benefits from a large community support. JavaScript is now being used in many industry fields such as web development, mobile application development, and also game development. It is very diverse in nature. There are great career opportunities for JavaScript developers as this technology seems to be holding on its own when compared to other languages. Alright, now moving on, let's go ahead and execute a simple program to understand JavaScript better. So we'll go ahead and execute a simple hello world program. Alright, for that, first thing you need is a text editor. In this case, we've used the VS Code editor. So now let's go to our text editor, that is VS Code, and here let's open a file. Here say new file. And now you can type in your code here. So we will have to add the JavaScript to the HTML code and then print out the words hello world on the browser window. Right? That's our objective. So let's add the HTML boilerplate in this file. So let's type in HTML. This is our tag. And then next we have the body tag. So within the body tag, we can add the script tag to insert the JavaScript into HTML page, right? So we say script language equals JavaScript and type equals text slash JavaScript. Alright. Let's close the tag. And then in the script, we call a JavaScript function that is document.write, which writes the string to our HTML page. Right? So we say document.write and within braces we say hello world. Okay, and now we close the tags. We also close the body and finally the HTML. Alright. Now when we save the file, we're going to save it, say on my desktop, and I'm going to call it index.html. Right? So make sure the extension is HTML and then save it. Alright, it says it already exists. I say replace it. And now once you save it as an HTML file, you can see that the colors have appeared. So any errors will be easily indicated here. So now let me save this. And now let's go ahead and execute the file that is stored. So let me go back to my desktop. And here I have index.html. There you go. When you click on the file, it opens in your browser and you can see the words hello world. In this, we will be learning all about JavaScript arrays and the popular methods of the array object. So what's in it for you? We'll start by understanding what a JavaScript array is. Then we will get to know about the operations that we are performing on the array. After that, we'll get familiar with some of the most used array methods. And lastly, we'll go through map, reduce, and filter functions. So what exactly is an array? Now an array object lets you store multiple values in a single variable. It stores a fixed size sequential collection of elements of the same type. Now an array is used to store a collection of data and it uses only integers as element indices. However, associative arrays can also use string indices. Moving on, let's understand what array operations are. Now we can perform various operations on an array in JavaScript. But let's start by creating an array. So for that, let's go ahead and create a folder first, which will consist of the file that we're creating, right? So for that, let me just go ahead and create a folder. And I'll call it demo_array. So once you're done with that, open your Visual Studio Code editor and here say open folder and click on demo array. Okay, it's creating the workbench. Alright, and now here you can see the new file icon. So go ahead and create demo.html file. Alright, here you go. Now let's start typing the code. The first thing we do is type in our HTML tag. And here I have the head tag. And let me say JavaScript tutorial. Alright, and now let's create the body tag. Now within the body tag, I create a paragraph tag and create an ID and let me call it demo and then close the tag. Now I'll explain to you why we're doing this a little later. So first let's go ahead and create the script tag. So say script, and within the script let's create our array. So let me use the keyword let and say we give the name of the array cars equals in square base braces we say BMW and Volvo and then say Honda. Alright, so now we create an array. Now one more thing is that we use the keyword let so that which indicates that the array can be changed throughout the program. Alright, so now we go ahead and display it. So I say document dot get element by ID, and here I say now the ID created was demo, so I say demo here, and I use the dot inner HTML property which is equal to cars. Okay, let me change this to BMW first. Alright, so what exactly inner HTML does is that it is responsible for what is being displayed on the web page. Okay, now since we've taken ID as demo, any changes made is reflected in this ID and then displayed onto the web browser. Alright, so let's save this and now execute the file. So here I go back to my folder and then to the file and go ahead and click on it. So there you go. The heading is displayed and the entire array is displayed here. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. Okay, so I hope this was easy to understand. Now let's go ahead. So the next operation is to access an array element. So let's go back to our VS Code and here let's create another variable, say let BMW. BMW is a name of a variable. Don't get confused with the array element. So BMW equals cars of the index 0. So basically cars of 0 is nothing but BMW. Alright, so that is being saved in the variable BMW. And now let's just go ahead and display this. So let's just copy this and paste it here, and instead of cars you use the variable name BMW, that is this one. Alright, so now let's save this, and when we execute it you see BMW here. That's how you retrieve an element from an array. Next up we have the array length property which displays the length of the array. So again, let me show you how to do that. Let's go back to our code. And here, let's create a variable and let's call it length variable. So I say let len equals cars.length. Now you can use the length property, which will retrieve the length of the array for us. It's as simple as that. And now after this, again, let's just copy the same code here and then let's pass len. Okay. Now let's save this, and when you execute it again, it says 3. So we've successfully retrieved the length of the array. Alright, so the next operation is to access the last array element, right? So let's go back to our VS Code, and now let's create another variable and let's call it last, and we'll just say last equals cars, and within square braces cars.length -1, right? So basically the length of the array is 3 and 3 minus 1 is 2. So it should retrieve cars of 2, which is Honda, right? So let's just execute this. Let me pass last here, save it, and see if it displays Honda for us. There you go. It's as simple as that. Alright, so moving on, the next array operation is loop over an array item. So for that, let's go to our code, and here let's use the for loop. So I say cars dot for each, and within this we'll say item comma index comma array, and now we use the arrow function and display the content on the console. So I say console.log of item along with its index. So let's save this. And now let's go ahead and execute it. Alright, now as you can see, nothing is printed on your web page, right? Because whatever is being printed has to be printed in your console. So now click on F12, which opens the developer options. And here you can see console. So click on that. And now you can see the name of the item in the array along with its index. So you see BMW 0, Volvo 1 and Honda 2. Alright, so moving on, now that we've learned about the array operations, let's go ahead and learn about the array methods. So the first method is toString. Now as the name suggests, it is used to convert an array into a string. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And now let's copy the same code here. And here, instead of last, I just say cars dot toString. Now you can use this method to convert the array into a string. So let's save this and let's execute it. Alright, now here the same output is shown, which means that the type has only been changed to string type. Alright, moving on, the next method is pop. Now pop basically removes the last element from the array. So let me show you how that works. Let's go back to our VS Code, and here we have to save the popped element into a variable, right? So let's create a variable, say last. Okay, and since last is already used, let me call it last one. Last one of cars.pop. Now we can use the pop method to pop the element. And now we can just copy the same code to display this onto our web page. And here I just say last one. Now, since we've popped the last element, the array has only two elements, right? That is BMW and Volvo. So if you want to display the last element, it should display Volvo, right? So what we can do is we can just create another variable, say last2, and just use the same logic here. Okay, and now let's just display it on your console, and let's say last2. Alright, so now let's save it. Now the popped element has been saved in last1, which is displayed on the web page, and the last element of the array after the pop function has to be displayed on our console. So let's go ahead and execute the file. Alright, so Honda has been displayed. That is the element that has been removed from the array. And now once we check our console, here you go. Here you can see Volvo, which means that is the last element in the array. Moving on, the next method is the push method. Now, as the name suggests, it is used to add a new element to the array. And remember, to the end of the array. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me say cars dot push. Push is the method that we are using, inside of which we'll say Audi. Alright. And now let's just display the same thing. So let me copy this. And here let me say cars. Okay, so let me save it. And once I execute it, it says BMW, Volvo and Audi. So we've successfully added another element to the end of the array. So the next method is the shift method. Now basically shift is used to remove the first element from the array. Now this method shifts all the elements, reducing the indices of every element by 1. Alright, let me show you how this works. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just say cars dot shift. It's as simple as that. And let's just display this. Let me copy the same thing. Let's save it. And when we execute it, here you can see it just displays Volvo and Audi. So now cars has array elements Volvo and Audi with array indices 0 and 1. Alright, so moving on, the next method is unshift. Alright, so to add an element into the beginning of an array, we use the unshift method. Therefore, this method increases the array index by 1. Right? So let's go back to our VS Code and use the same function unshift. So I say cars.unshift. And here we go, let's save it. And here we have to specify what we're adding, right? Let me say Hyundai. Okay, let's save this. And when we execute it, you can see Hyundai, Volvo and Audi. It's as simple as that. Alright, moving on, the next method is the concat method. Now this is basically used to merge two different arrays, right? So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let's create another array first. And let's just call the array bikes. Okay. And let's create, say, Yamaha. And let's say Suzuki. And then we'll say Royal Enfield. Okay. And now, let's save this. And say let vehicles, this is another array, which is basically the after concatenation, the entire array is saved into this array, alright? So let's say cars.concat of bikes. We just concat bikes and cars together. Okay, and then let's just display this over the web page. So let me change this to vehicles. Alright, let me save this. So let's go ahead and execute it. There you go. Now both the arrays have been merged together into a single array. So the next array method is the sort method. Now basically sort is used to sort the entire array into ascending order. Alright, so let's go back to our editor, and here let's just use the sort method on the array vehicles. Alright, vehicles dot sort. Okay, and let's just display this on our web page. So again, let's go back and execute it, and here you can see it has been sorted. The next method is the reverse method. So the reverse method is again used to reverse the elements in an array. So it's logic, right? So sort was used to sort it in ascending order. Now when you reverse it, it just sorts it in the descending order. So let's go back here. I'm going to copy the same thing. Alright, and here instead of sort, let me just say reverse. So let's save this and execute it. There we go. It has displayed the entire array in the reverse order. Alright. With that, we finished the array methods. Next up, we have map, reduce, and filter. First up, we have array.map. Now the map method is used for creating a new array from an existing one by applying a function to each and every one of the elements in the first array. And it does not change the original array. Alright, so to make you understand this better, let's go back to our Visual Studio Code. And now here, let's first create another array. Okay, so let me call this num1, and let's have integers, let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, and now let's have another array, num2. So let's go ahead and say num1 dot map of, let me define a function, say multiply. Okay, so multiply is the function that I'm going to define here. So let's say function multiply of value. Okay, and inside this, let me say return value into 2. Okay, so what this basically does is that it multiplies each and every element of the array num1 by 2 and saves the new elements into the array num2. Okay, now after this, let's go ahead and display the content. So let me copy this. And let's display the content in the array num2, right? So let me save it. Let's go back here, execute it. So there we go. Every element has been multiplied by 2 and then displayed again. I hope this was clear for you. Now the next method is the filter method. So the filter method takes each element in an array and applies a conditional statement against it. And if this condition returns true, the element gets pushed onto the output array. But if it returns false, the element does not get pushed. Alright, so let me show it to you. Now, let's go ahead and create another variable, say num3. And here I say num1 dot filter of say comp. Now comp is a function. Let me define the function here. Let me say function comp of value takes a value as a parameter within which I'm going to check if the value is greater than 4. Now it only appends the element into the array num3 if the value is greater than 4. Alright, so now let me just go ahead and change this to num3. Alright, let's save this, and when we go back and execute, here we go. Now the values, so let's go back here, let me check. Now num1 had the values 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7, right? So according to this, it has to only display 5, 6 and 7. Do not get confused with num2 here. We've passed num1 here, so it checks for this array, right? So according to the logic, it should display 5, 6 and 7, and it has done so here. Okay. Moving on. The next method is the reduce method. Now the reduce method reduces an array of values down to just one single value. Now to get the output value, it runs a reducer function to each element of that array. Okay, now this method does not reduce the original array again. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now let me create another variable, say num4, and say num1 dot reduce, and let me call it sum. So what we're basically doing is that we're adding all the digits 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 in num1 to a single value, right? That is the sum, and then we're going to be displaying that. So what we're going to do is let's define the function here. Function sum basically is total comma value, right? And then here let's say return total plus the value. Okay, and after this I'm going to display the content. So let's say num4. Okay, let's save it, go back and execute. Here we go. It displays the sum of the entire values in the array. We're learning all about JavaScript loops. If you're new to JavaScript, I suggest you go through our previous videos on this topic. So without further ado, let's begin and look at what's in store for you. So we're going to be covering topics like for loop, while loop, which also includes the do while loop, and then we're going to learn about breaking out of a loop, and then we'll see how to skip a loop cycle. Now before jumping into the for loop, let's first understand what exactly a loop is, right? So a loop is basically a programming construct that executes a piece of code as long as a certain condition is met. Alright, and there are two different types of loops. We have entry control loops and exit control loops. Now what exactly are entry control loops? Now these are the loops where the test condition is checked before executing the piece of code. For example, you have the for loop and the while loop. So in their case, before entering the loop, the condition is checked, and only if the condition is met, it enters the loop and executes the code. Alright, when it comes to exit control loops, the test condition is checked after the loop has been executed. Alright, so in this case, the loop at least gets executed, the code in the loop gets executed at least once. So the example for this is the do while loop. Alright, with this basic knowledge, let's go ahead and learn about the different loops. So the first loop is the for loop. Alright, so what exactly is a for loop? This is the basic logic and the flowchart in front of you. So what exactly happens is that, say for example, you want to print the word looping, say 10 times, right? So what you can do is you can start and you can have a for loop which goes from 0 to 9. And then you increase the number by 1 every time you print the loop. Once it's equal to 10 or even greater than 10, it ends the loop, right? So let me help you understand this better with an example. So let's go to our editor, that is VS Code. Here I've created a folder called demo_loops, within which I've created a file called for loops. Alright. So now let's just write down our initial code for HTML, that is HTML, and then I have a head tag within which I say JavaScript loops. Alright. Now I have a body tag within which I give a heading for clearer understanding. Let me have a heading, say JavaScript for loops. Alright. Let me just call it for loop. Now let's have the script tag within which I'll have a variable, say x, and now we'll have the for loop. So we say for x equals 0, x less than 5, x plus plus, within which I say console.log of x. So basically what happens is, now you have the first variable which is called the counter variable. Now this keeps track of how many times the code is being executed, right? And next, I less than 5 is the condition. Now the loop keeps executing as long as the condition is met. And lastly, the counter variable is incremented, and usually it's incremented by 1, right? So here we've done the same thing. And inside the loop, we print the value of x. Alright, so let me save the file and then execute it. Alright, it's printed JavaScript loops here. Let me just go back. Okay, my bad. I missed out on the title tag. So this has to be enclosed within the title tag. So let me just change it here. Now let's save this. Let's go back and just refresh the page. And that is it. So whatever is in the title tag basically appears here. Alright. So now since we're printing the value of x on our console, we'll have to inspect our element. So let's go here. And here let's check on console. And here you can see all the values have been printed from 0 to 4. Alright, now this is a simple for loop. So next up is a while loop. Now the logic is similar to that of a for loop. So first the condition is checked, and if the condition holds true, then the code is executed, and if it is false, it terminates. Alright, so moving on, let's understand the general syntax. So here first you have the variable whose value keeps changing, and then you have the ending condition, which is basically the maximum value a variable can reach. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And here, for better understanding, let me just change this to JavaScript while loop. Alright, let's just delete this, and here, let's initialize the value of x to 1. And now I say while x less than or equal to 5, within braces, I say console.log of x, and then I increment the value of x. Alright, so let me save this and let's execute the file. Alright, so it says JavaScript while loop, and let's inspect. And here in our console, it displays the values of x. Alright, so according to the logic, x is initially initialized to 1, and the value gets executed once it enters the while loop. Alright, it's incremented and then checked every time until the value reaches 6, right? And then it breaks from the loop since the value does not hold true, and then it terminates. So this is the logic behind the while loop. Next up is the do while loop. Now here, as you can see, first the code is executed and then the condition is checked. If the condition is true, then the code execution continues, and if it falls, it's terminated. Alright, so this is an exit control loop. Also, in an exit control loop, the code is executed at least once. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here, let me just delete this. Now let's initialize x to say 15, alright? And now I use the do keyword within which I write the code. So first I'm going to print the value of x. Console.log of x. And then I increase my value. And here I mention my test condition, which is while x less than say 10. Alright, so according to the logic, initially the value is x, and once it enters the loop here, it should print the value of x, which is 15. Alright, and then it increments the value. But once it comes out of the loop, it checks for the condition. Here the condition says less than 10, but since x is not less than 10, it prints the value x, that is 15, and then terminates. Alright, so let's save this and execute it. So let me execute this. And here, let's check the console. So there we go. It prints 15. So what it does is that it prints the value 15 first and then checks the condition. Now, let's go ahead and change the value of x to say 5. Alright. So now it enters the loop and then it prints the value of x and then increments it. And when it comes out of the loop and checks the condition, as long as the value of x remains less than 10, it prints it. Okay. So let's save this, go back here and let's refresh the page. And here you can see the values 5 to 9 are printed. So this is how the do while loop works. Moving on to the next concept, breaking out of a loop. Now, as the name suggests, break is the keyword that is used to break out of a loop. Now, here is a simple code for you. So, according to the logic, it prints the values between 1 to 10. And say at the value 5, you want to break out of the loop. You can simply use the keyword break. So, let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just make it simple and say for x equals 1, x less than or equal to 10. Let's increment it. And within the loop, let's display the value x on the console, and then we're going to check for the condition if x equals 5. Alright, so if x equals 5, we break out of the loop. So let's save the file and execute it. And there you go. It's displayed the values from 1 to 5. So basically the code inside the for loop is executed, and once the value of x reaches 5, it breaks from the loop. Simple, right? Alright, so let's move on. Next up, we have skipping a loop cycle. Alright, so here, what exactly we do is we make use of a keyword continue to skip a particular loop cycle. Say in this case, we have a for loop which displays the values of I ranging from 1 to 10. However, we want to skip the cycle when it reaches the value 3. So what we do is we make use of the keyword continue here. So basically it displays 1 and 2 and skips the third cycle and then directly displays 4. Alright, so let me show you in our VS Code editor. Here, let me just remove this and say if x equals 5, I'm going to continue. Alright, after which I'm going to say console.log of x. So let me save this and then execute it. So here, let me refresh the page, and there we go. As you can see, it displays 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the 5th cycle is skipped. Alright, and the rest of the digits are displayed. So that is how you can skip a loop. I highly suggest you also practice all of this and then play around with loops to get a better understanding. So taking a step forward, we're going to learn about JavaScript objects. So without further ado, let's begin and look at what's in store for us. First, we'll start by understanding what a JavaScript object is. Then, we'll learn how to create a JavaScript object and also get to know about the properties of these objects. After that, we'll get familiar with using JavaScript methods. Lastly, we'll understand what JavaScript accessors are. So what is a JavaScript object? JavaScript is an object-oriented programming language, so everything in Java is an object. A JavaScript object is like a real-world entity having state and behavior, for example, a car. Now we can take a car as an object. It will have its state like color and model. It will also have behaviors like accelerate and brake. JavaScript is template-based and we can create objects without having the need to create a class. Generally, object is accompanied by a class that defines an object's blueprints, but JavaScript doesn't require any class to be defined for objects. Moving on to the next concept, to create a JavaScript object. Now basically there are 3 different ways of creating a JavaScript object. Alright, so we'll look at them one by one. The first one is to use a literal to create and define a JavaScript object. So let's go to our VS Code editor. Now if you have any doubts regarding the initial setup, then I suggest you go through the previous video, that is JavaScript arrays, to get you started with it. So here I've created a folder called demo objects, and now I'm going to create a file called create_objects.html. Alright. So we'll begin by writing the initial code, that is the head and the body. So I say HTML. Within this I create the head tag, and then I create a title tag, and let's say JavaScript objects. Then after the head tag, I'm going to create a body tag. And let's create a heading and say creating JavaScript objects. Okay. And now we create an ID. All of this is explained in the previous video. I really suggest you go through the video beforehand so that you get a clear picture. And then I say ID equals, say demo, and then I'm going to close it. Now the first method that we're going to use to create an object is by using object literals, right? So what we can do is say script within which I declare a variable, say var student. Now within the object, we're going to create 3 different properties. Now this is basically like a dictionary. It has a property, a key, and then a value. Okay, so I say name, property, and let's say Chris. And then another property, say age, and say 21. And another property, say studies, and say maybe computer science. Okay, so this is the syntax used to create an object using an object literary. Now after this, what we're going to do is we're going to display this. Right, now we want to display the message saying Chris of age 21 studies computer science. So what we can do is say document.getElement by ID, and the ID that we're going to pass is demo, and we say inner HTML equals student.name, which is Chris, after which we display the message of the age, and then the age, that is student.age, studies, student.studies. Okay, let's save this, and when we execute the file, it says Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. Alright, this is one of the ways in which you can define an object. Alright, so moving on to the next way of creating a JavaScript object, it is to use the new keyword. Now this is the most traditional way of creating an object, right? So let's go back to our VS Code. Let's create another script within which we say var student equals new object. I'm sure everybody has learned the same way, the same syntax. So this is one of the ways. After which we can say student.name equals Chris. Again, student.age equals 21, and then student.studies equals computer science. Alright, now after this we again display the message. So let me just copy this. Alright, so let's save this and run our code again. And there we go. It displays the message Chris of the age 21 studies computer science. Alright, this was the second method used to create an object. Alright, so then moving on to the third method. It is to use an object constructor to create and define a JavaScript object. So let's go back to our code editor, and here we define a function. So we say function, say stud, with 3 parameters, that is name, age, and say studies. Okay, and now within the function we use the keyword this. So we say this.name equals name. Alright, we say this.age equals age. We say this.studies equals studies. Now what we do is that we can create a variable and pass parameters to the function. So we say var student equals stud, and within braces we say Chris, comma 21, comma computer science. Alright, So we've done passing the parameters. After this, we're going to copy the same print message here. Alright, so let's save this and execute our file. So let's refresh the web page. And there we go. It still displays the message, Chris of the age 21, studies computer science. So this was the third method that can be used to create objects. Moving on to the next topic, object properties. Now a JavaScript object is basically a collection of unordered properties, right? Values associated with the JavaScript object are called its properties. And properties can usually be added, updated, or deleted, excluding read-only properties. So now let's have a look at the demo to help you understand this better. So let me go back to my VS Code. So this was where we left off, and this was how we created objects, right? So now let me create another file, and let me call it objects_properties.html. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the first piece of code here. Alright, let me just copy this into my new file. And here, as you can see, student is the object that we've created, and name, age, and studies are the three properties. Now say we want to update the age. Alright, so what we can do is here we can just say student.age equals, let me change it to 24. Alright, and let me save this, and when we execute the file, that was object_properties, you can see Chris of the age 24. So 21 is updated to 24. So this is one of the ways you can do it. Or there's another method. You can just assign the property to a variable and then display the variable instead. So what we can do is we can just assign student.age to a property, say x. And here, instead of displaying student.age, we can just say x. Alright, so let's save this. And when we run it, it says 21 because we haven't updated 21 to 24 anywhere. Alright, so 21 remains the same. So another method we can use is we can just say x equals age. So we're directly assigning the property to the variable. And here, when I'm displaying it, I say student of x. Alright, so let me save this. And when you look at the web page, it still displays the same thing. These are different ways of accessing the properties. You can update them, delete them, unless they're read-only. Alright, so let's move on to the next concept, object methods. Now basically, a JavaScript method is an action that can be performed on the objects. So you'll understand better with the help of the demo. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here I've created another HTML file called objects_methods. Alright, so let me just copy the initial code, paste it here, and let's have the enclosing tags as well. And HTML. Alright. Now here I declare another tag, that is the button tag. So we're going to be making use of button here. So I say button ID equals click me. So that is the action that I'm going to be performing. And the message that is going to be displayed on the button will be click me. Alright. So we're going to see the usage of it a little later. Now let's go ahead and create an object. So I say script, within which I create the user object. So we're creating using a object literal here, and I declare the property name as Chris again, and age say 24. Okay. So let's close this. Alright. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new function that we will use as an object method. Alright. So I say function and let's give the name say hi. Okay. Within the function we basically display a message. So we're going to say alert and hello. Alright, so this is going to be displayed in a separate dialog box. So now once the declaration is done, what we're going to do is we're going to create another property, basically say user dot, let's say message, and assign say hi to it. So basically what we're doing is we're adding the previously created method to a new property that is user.message, the message property. Alright. So now I say document.getElement by ID and say demo. And the message that I want is just hi plus the username. Alright. So what we're going to do is we're going to display the message hello, alright, when the user clicks on the button. So for that, let's just copy this. And here, instead of demo, right, we're going to be passing the ID click me as per this. And the event is going to be on click event. So here I say on click, after which I'm going to simply pass user.message. Let me just delete this. Alright, so here I notice that I've given an equal to sign. I'm sorry, it's a colon. Alright, so let's save the file and let's go ahead and execute it. Alright, so here you can see hi Chris being displayed, and once we click on the button, you can see an alert which says hello. Alright. So now let's move on to the next concept, that is Java object accessors. Now getters and setters allow defining an object accessor. Alright, to get the value of a property in a JavaScript object, they use a getter, and to set the value of a property of a JavaScript object, they use a setter. So let's go back to our demo, and now let me create another file and let's call it object accessors. And now again, let me just copy the first initial part. Alright, so now let's go ahead and create a new object. So let me say script, within which I say var, and let's call it car. Alright, so let me define the properties, say model, and the model is say BMW 320D, and another property say color, and let's say it's navy blue, and the last property say fuel type, and let's say it's diesel. Now what we can do is we can make use of the keyword get to access the properties. So I say get and say fuel, within which I return this dot fuel type. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's display it. Document dot get element by ID, demo dot inner HTML equals, we say car dot fuel. Alright, so now let's save it and execute our file. Here you go, it retrieves diesel for us. Now this is one of the ways of accessing the properties. Now to help you understand setter, let's go ahead and create another object. Alright, say var car again. Now let's say the model is Audi A4, color be bright red, and fuel type, let's keep it blank. Alright. Now to set the value, we use the set keyword. We say set fuel, and the parameter is fuel, within which we say this dot fuel type equals fuel, right? Now let's set the value for the fuel. Say car dot fuel equals petrol. Alright. Now let's display the same. Let me copy this. And what we want to display is the fuel type, right? So here we say fuel type. So let's save this. And let's go ahead and execute the file. And there we go. It retrieves petrol. So what it does is basically it assigns the value petrol to the property fuel type, and then we display the same on our web page. So this is how you make use of getters and setters. We're going to be learning all about JavaScript, this keyword. So without further delay, let's jump right in. So you must have heard about the this keyword several times. So in JavaScript, the this keyword basically refers to an object which is executing the current piece of code. Well, in simple terms, this keyword basically just references the object that is executing the current function. Now, if the function that is being referenced is a regular function, then the this keyword references the global object. Alright, I'm sure it must be a little tricky at the moment, but please hold on. And if the function that is being referenced is a method in an object, then the this keyword references the object itself. So to help you understand the concept better and to clarify all your doubts, let's look at a simple demo. So here in VS Code, I've created a file called this.html. Alright, you can give it a name of your choice. Now here, let me first define a variable, and let's call the variable, say, value, and let's set it to, say, 50. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a simple function. So let me say function, my function. Alright, and within this, let me define the value for value. Let me set the value for the variable value as 100. Okay. And now let me just alert it, alright. So let me say alert value, okay, plus value. And then let me have another alert message, which is going to display this dot value. So let me just say this value, and instead of just saying value, I say this dot value. Alright. Now after this, let's go ahead and call the function, my function. So let me just save this and execute it. So here it says value equals 100. And then when you see this dot value, it says 50. So now here you can come back to the code and see. Now when I just say value, it takes the value 100, alright, which is taken locally. But when I say this dot value, since it is a normal function, it references to the global variable, which is here, this value. I hope this makes sense to you now. Now moving on, let's look at the behavior of the this keyword within an object method. So let me create an object here. But before that, let me just comment this out. Let's say script. And now let's create an object. So let's say const. And then I give the name of my object as random. And within this, let me say name and let's call it John. And then I create a method called info. Okay. And within this, I display a console message that says, hi, my name is. And now I make use of the this keyword. I say this dot name. Alright. And now let me just go ahead and call this method. So I say random dot info. Alright, so let's save this and execute it. So let me check my console. And there you go. It says, hi, my name is John. So if you clearly observe here, when we say this dot name, since it is being used within a method that is defined inside an object, it references to this property here. Alright? Unlike this case where it references to the global variable that was mentioned outside. So I hope this helped you understand the difference between the two. Now let's look at another simple example. So now let me just change the value of name here to say tutorial. And now let's define another property which is basically an array. So let me just call the property video, within which I have an array, let's say JavaScript. Another value, say this, and then let's say keyword. And in my info method, I'm going to just display these video tags. So let me just say this. Okay, let me just delete this first. And let's say this dot video. Now since it's an array, we can make use of for each. And now for each in turn takes a callback function. And then I say, I'm going to call it a tag, the parameter that's being passed, within which I just console log it and say tag. Alright, so let me save it and then execute this. Now here you can see that the values in the video property are displayed. That is JavaScript, this and keyword. Now let's suppose that you want to display the name along with every string here, right? So naturally you would go ahead and just say this dot name, right? It makes perfect sense. So let me just save and execute this. Now if you see, just the values of the property video are displayed here. Now the main reason for this is, if you closely observe, that this function here is mentioned within the callback function, right? So when it is referencing to the global object, which is unclear, which is undefined in this case. So to overcome this, what we can do is that the for each method takes in two properties. One is the function, the other one is the object. So here we just pass this. Alright. So what happens is, it's going to reference the current object, that is random. So let me save this and then execute it. And there you go. You can see that tutorial, that is the name, has been displayed. Alright, I hope you understood the concept of the this keyword. It could be a little tricky, but as you work on it, you'll get the hang of it. We're going to learn all about JavaScript functions. In our previous videos, we've covered topics like JavaScript arrays and loops. If you're new to this topic, I suggest you go through these topics before. Alright, so before jumping in, let's go ahead and look at what's in store for us. First, we're going to learn what exactly JavaScript functions are. Then we'll look at JavaScript function expressions, then the function constructor, self-invoking functions, functions as values, functions as objects, arrow functions, generator function, and the predefined functions. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update. Moving on to our first topic, what are JavaScript functions? So basically, a function is a group of reusable code which can be called from anywhere in your program, right? When you have a piece of code that you want to execute repeatedly in your entire program, it makes more sense to define it once and call it over and over, right? It makes the code more efficient and readable. This also helps programmers write modular codes. So this is the syntax. You make use of the function keyword, followed by which you mention the name of the function. The name of the function is completely your choice. Next, you mention the parameter list. And within curly braces, you can define the function. Now, the function body is basically the code that is executed every time the function is called. So let's go to our VS Code editor. And here I've created a folder called demo functions, within which I've created an HTML file called functions.html. Alright, and now I've just typed in the initial code. Now let's create a function. So let me say script, within which I use the keyword, that is function keyword. And now I give the name for my function. I say my underscore function. And the function takes a parameter, say value. Now this function basically returns the square of the digit, alright? So within which I say document.getElementById. The ID is demo. And now it just displays value into value. Alright, so the function basically displays the square of the number. Now outside the function, let me call the function, it is my function, and let me pass the value 5. Alright, now let's save this and execute it. So let me go back to my file. And here we go. It displays the value 25. So this was a simple function which took a value, a digit as a parameter, and then returned the square. Moving on to the next concept, function expression. Now what we learned previously was function declaration. But a function can also be defined as an expression. Now this is what the syntax looks like. Now here the function is created and assigned to the variable explicitly like any other value. The meaning remains the same. That is, you create the function and store the value that it returns into a variable, and in our case it's x, right? So let's go to our VS Code and let me help you understand this better. So now I create another function and here I say let x equals, let's use a simpler function. So I just mention function and within curly braces I display an alert message and I display a message saying hello. Alright. Now after that, to display the message, what we can do is, let me just copy this output code and paste it here. And here what we're going to be displaying is the value x, right? Now since it consists of a function, you'll have to type the curly braces. Now this is crucial for its execution. Alright, so let me save this and then execute. Let me execute this. And here you go. It says the site says hello. So we've successfully executed the piece of code. We can also assign this variable x to another variable and then call that variable instead. Right? We can say let y equals x, and instead of calling x here, we can simply call y. Let me save it and then let me refresh the page. And there we go. It still displays the message hello. Alright, so this is one of the ways of defining a function, that is as an expression. Moving on to our next concept, function constructor. Now JavaScript functions are defined using the keyword function, right? Now functions can also be defined using a JavaScript built-in function. Now this is the basic syntax. So here we've created a function called myFunction and we've used the keyword new. After which we've used the constructor function, and inside we provide the parameter list. After that, the return value. Next, you can call the function here, right? So let me just go back to my VS Code. And now let me just make changes to the same piece of code here. I create a function, say my_function. Okay. Alright, let me just change the name to myFunction. Alright. And then here I use the keyword new and the function constructor, that is function, within which I'm passing all the parameters. So I have a, b, and I'm going to return the sum of the digits. Alright. And now while calling the function, let me just store the value in a variable, say x. And let's call the function, that is myFunction, with the parameters 2 and 3. Alright. And now let me display it. So I'm just going to copy this. And I want to display the value of x, right? Alright, so let me save this and execute it. If you refresh the page, it displays the sum, that is 5. To make it more readable, let me just display another message here. Let me just say the sum is x, alright? Let me save it and then refresh the page. It says the sum is 5. Alright, now this is how you make use of the function constructor. Next up, we learn about self-invoking functions. Now, as the name suggests, these functions are invoked automatically without being called. Now, previously when we learned about function expressions, we saw that parentheses were crucial. So you have to add parentheses around the function to indicate that it is a function expression. So here is a syntax for you. So what we've done is we've made sure we've enclosed the entire function within parentheses. So let me help you with that. Let's go back to our VS Code and let me create another script. And here, let me create the function within the parentheses and say function. It's not taking any parameters. Instead, it is going to alert a message. So let me say hello, welcome. Alright. After which, we're going to call the function. So again, we have to mention the parentheses. Let's save this and execute. So when we refresh the page, it says hello, welcome. So we never called the function, rather it got invoked by itself. So these are self-invoking functions. Now let's go ahead and look at functions as values. Now in JavaScript, a function is basically a value. So we can deal with it as a value. Now here is a simple syntax. Now if you closely look at the syntax, you might think that this is same as function expressions. Well, no. In this case, what we do is we first define the function and then we assign it to a particular variable. But in the case of expressions, the function definition was defined during the initialization of the variable, right? And also we had to specify the parentheses in order to call the function. So to help you understand this better, let me go back to our VS Code. And here let me just erase this. And let's define a function that returns the product of two digits. So let me just call it product, which takes two parameters, let me say a and b, within which we return the value a into b. Alright, now after this, let's create another variable, say y equals function, the name of the function is product. So product of 2 and 5. Alright, so this basically returns us 10. Right, so let me just copy this to display this on our web page. And here I change the message to the product. And here let me change it to y. So let's save this and execute it. So let me refresh the page. And here you go. You can see the message, the product is 10. Now what we can do is we can make alterations to this. Now say I want to multiply the value with 5 again. Right, so basically this returns 10 and that value is multiplied by 5. So let me save this and refresh our page, and there we go. It returns, and there we go. It displays 50. So this is how you can make use of functions as values. Moving on to the next topic, functions as objects. Now JavaScript functions are a special type of objects called function objects. Now a function includes a string which holds the actual code, that is the function body of the function. The code is literally just a string. Although not recommended, you can also create a function with the help of the function constructor. I will show that to you a little later on. But for now, let's look at the syntax. Now here we have a variable called body, which basically consists of the function body. It's enclosed in double quotes, and that's a mistake, please ignore it. Alright, so next we have variable function name. So here we create a function using the keyword new, and then we pass a parameter list, and the body basically tells us what the function returns. Alright, next we have an alert message to call the function. So let me just show how this is executed. Back in our VS Code, let me create another function, and let's say the function returns the area of a circle, right? So let me just create a body variable which returns, so the area of a circle is pi r square, so we make use of math.pi into radius, right? So it's basically pi r square. After which, let's say where circle, and here let's create a function using the new keyword function, and then here we pass the value, that is the radius, and then the body, right? So basically this is the definition of our function. So let's use alert to display the area. So we say alert of circle of 5. Alright, so let me save this and execute it. So when you refresh the page, it displays the area of the circle. So this is how you can use functions as objects. Moving on to our next concept, arrow functions. Now functions can be written more compactly and more precisely with the help of arrow functions. Alright, now arrow function expressions are ill-suited as methods and they cannot be used as constructors. Now also while using arrow functions, using const is a safer option because a function expression is always a constant value. So this is the syntax. Now you can only omit the return keyword within the curly braces if the function is a single statement. So this is the syntax. First you provide the name of the function with an equal to sign followed by the argument list, and later you make use of this arrow icon and define the expression. So this is basically nothing but this. So let's go back to our VS Code and check for ourselves. So let's create another function, and here let me say const my func equals. Now say we want to display the product of 3 digits. So let me just pass A, B, C as my parameters. And we make use of this icon, which indicates that this is an arrow function, within which I say return A into B into C. Alright. Now let me just assign this to a variable. Okay, let me say product, because we've used X here. And then let me call my function, that is my func, and pass the value 2, 3, and say 4. Alright, so let's display the product. So let me just copy this code. And here let me say the product of the 3 digits is. And let me say product here, because that is what is being used here, right? Alright, so let me save this and execute it. Alright, first it displays the area of the circle. Alright, and then we say OK. And there we go. It displays the message, the product of the 3 digits is 24. So let me do one thing. Let me just comment this out. Okay. Let me save it and then execute it again. It just displays this. Alright, so this is how we can make use of arrow functions. Moving on, let's look at the generator function. Now, regular functions typically return only one value, right? Or a single value, or sometimes even nothing. But a generator function can return multiple values. And the speciality is that it can do it so on demand. Alright, now to create a generator function, we make use of an asterisk. So an asterisk indicates that the function is a generator function. So here you can see that we have a function followed by asterisk, and we've created a function called generator sequence. So here you can see we have the asterisk after the keyword function followed by the name of the function, right? But the main method of a generator function is the next method. When this method is called, it basically runs the execution until the nearest yield value, alright, or the nearest yield statement. Then the function execution pauses and the yielded value is returned to the outer code. Alright, so the result of the next method is always an object with two properties. It has the value property, which is basically the yielded value, and then it has the done property, which displays true if the function code is finished or false if it's otherwise. So let me show its execution for a clearer understanding. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here let's create the generator function. Let's say function asterisk generate function, alright. Now within which I make use of the keyword yield, and I say yield 1 first, followed by yield 2, and then finally I make use of return, which indicates the termination, so I say return 3. Alright, now we make use of a variable, say generator, and assign it to the generator function, that is generate func. And now I create another variable, say 1, which will basically return the value when I call the next function. So here I say generator dot next. Okay, so whatever generator dot next returns, it's stored in 1. So to display the message, I say alert, and now I'm going to make use of a method called JSON.stringify. Alright, so basically this method converts a JavaScript object or a value to a JSON string. Alright, so within which I'm going to say 1. That is this. Alright, so now let me save this and execute it. Let me refresh the page, and there you go. Here it returns two properties, that is value and done. It says value is 1 and done is false, right? It is false because we haven't reached the return statement yet. So what we can do is to display the rest, let me just copy these and display it one by one. See that, let's do this. And here, let me say 2 and this is 3. Let me copy this. Okay, here I say 2 and then I say 3. Alright, so let me save this and then execute it. So when I refresh the page, it says 1 and false. After which again it says 2 and false. And finally, when it displays 3, it returns true for the done property. That means we've reached the end of the function definition. So this is how we make use of a generator function. Now let's move on to our last topic, that is predefined functions. Now JavaScript has many built-in functions, alright? Now here are a few of them. We have eval, parseInt, parseFloat, escape and unescape. Now let's go through one by one. Alright, first up is eval. Now this basically evaluates a string and returns a value. Alright, so to help you understand this better, let me go back to our VS Code. And now let me just create another file and let me call it predefined functions.html. Alright, and I've just copied the initial code. Alright, so for eval, the syntax is eval, within which I say expression. Alright, now this is the general syntax. So what this eval does is that it evaluates the expression. And if the result is not a string, the result is just returned. And if the result is a string, it is taken to be a JavaScript program and evaluated. So let me show you how it's done. So first, let's create 3 variables. Alright, let's call them x and initialize it to 5. Then y with 6. And then let z be 7. Alright. Now let's just display the result on the console. So let's say console.log eval of, let me say, x plus y. Alright. After which I again say console.log of eval of z. Here, since the expression is a string, this gets evaluated. And here, since it's not a string, it just returns the value z. And here, since it is not a string, it just returns the value of z. So let me save this and then execute it. Alright, so let me just check our console. There you go. It evaluated the expression and added the two values, that is x and y, and returned 11, while z is returned as it is. Alright, this is what eval does. Next up is parseInt. Now, as the name suggests, it parses a string argument and returns an integer of the specified radix or base. And the syntax basically includes the keyword parse and the string within parentheses. ParseFloat, on the other hand, parses a string argument and returns a floating point number. Again, the syntax has the keyword parseFloat along with the string within parentheses. Next up is escape. Now this returns the hexadecimal encoding of an argument. And on the other hand, unescape returns the ASCII string for the specified value. We're going to learn all about JavaScript form validation. So what exactly is form validation? Now I'm sure you must have filled several online forms, right? A simple example would be a new registration for a website. Now every time you miss out on giving a particular detail or end up giving faulty information, the website alerts you. So this process of ensuring that the information provided is legit is called form validation. Now this generally happens on the server side. However, JavaScript facilitates form validation on the client computer before sending it over to the server. Now there are two functions performed. One is the basic validation, which ensures that all the mandatory fields are filled. Now this is implemented with the help of a simple loop. And the other is a data format validation. Now this checks the data for its correctness. So to help you understand form validation better, let's look at a simple demo. Alright, so back in my Visual Studio Code, I've created a file called forms. Alright, it's an HTML file and I've typed down the initial code. Now the simple use case that I'm going to show will include the validation of the email and the password fields in a form. Alright, so for that, let's go ahead and first create a simple form. So here, HTML allows the form tag. So I say form, within which I'm going to provide our fields. So I say input, and then the name I'm going to be providing is email. Alright, and then I'll provide a placeholder and call it email. And then the type of the input is going to be text. Alright, and then let me just give a break tag here. So now let me just copy the same thing for my password as well. So here we go, I say password here. And then the placeholder again will be password. And then I'm going to keep the type as text. And finally, I'm going to have a button, a submit button, right? So let me say button, type is basically submit, all right? And let me display submit on my button, all right? Okay, so with the help of this, we've created a simple form. So let me show you how this looks. So here we go. We've successfully created an email field, a password field, and a submit button. And every time I click on the submit button, you can see that my page is getting refreshed. Now, once the user provides the correct email ID and password, we want to display a message. Alright, so for that, I've created another file called message.html, and this is a simple file where I'm displaying the message, hello there, welcome. Alright, so this is a simple message that I want to display. So for that, I have to add it in my form tag. Now, once the form gets submitted, an action has to be performed. And the action is to navigate to the message.html file, right? So let me just say action equals message.html. Now you can also provide a name to your form. So let me call it my form. Alright. So let me just save this. Alright, so moving on, we have to now validate the information that is provided. For that, I'm going to create a function here. So let me call the function validate. Alright, so here I'm going to check for my fields, right? Now, if the email field is empty, then I'm going to alert the user saying please enter the email. And if the password field is empty, I'm going to again alert the user to provide the password. So for that, we're going to make use of the simple if-else logic. So let me say if document dot my form dot email dot value is null. So I'm going to check if the value provided on my email field in my form is null. Alright. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say alert, please provide your email ID. Okay. And then I'm going to say document.myform.email.focus. Now what exactly focus does is that it makes sure that the cursor remains at the email field. That is, it is focused at the same field. Alright. So let me just copy the same thing for my password field. So let me say else if. Let me just copy this. Instead of email, I say password, within which I'm going to alert the user to provide the password. I'll say please provide your password. Alright. So basically it first checks for the email field and then for the password field. So let me just say finally else do nothing. Alright. Okay. So now what we're going to do is every time we click on the submit button, the form gets submitted. Correct? Now we can control when the form is getting submitted. So basically the form gets submitted when this function is executed. So for that we can use another property here called onSubmit. And here I'm going to call my function, that is validate. So let me say validate here. Alright. So let me save this and let's check the output. So here, as you can see, let me just try submitting it without providing the email field. Alright. So here we go, it alerts us. Alright. And once I click on OK, it still displays the message, hello there, welcome. Now that is not what we want, right? So once the email field is empty, it should remain in the same page and the form shouldn't get submitted. But here in our case, it is getting submitted. So for that, we're going to have to make use of return values. So what happens is, if my email field is empty, then I'm going to return a false. So here I say return false and here as well. And finally, when both my email and my password fields are filled, I'm going to return true. Alright. And same goes here. Let me just say return validate instead of just validate. Right. So here we go. Let me save this and now let's check the output. So here let's first submit the form without providing any information. Alright, so it says please provide your email ID. When I click on OK, observe that the cursor remains at the email field. So here let me just give some random value and then let's try submitting it again without providing the password. And then it says please provide your password. Alright. Okay, now if you observe that the cursor remains at the email field. So let me just check my code once. Here we go. I haven't mentioned password here. So let me change email to password. So let me just provide some random value at my email field and say submit. And then I get a message saying please provide your password. And now you can see that the cursor is at the password field, right? So let me just give random information there. And then I say submit. And here we go. The message hello there, welcome is displayed. So this was a simple demo on form validation. So I really suggest you pause the video here and then go through the code once. We're going to learn all about JavaScript regular expressions. So now, without further delay, let's begin. So what exactly are regular expressions? Now, a regular expression is basically a sequence of characters. Now, these characters could be digits or the letters of the alphabet. And this expression usually searches for a particular pattern. Now, the user can basically define what has to be searched in a text, alright? And these expressions could be alphabet or digits as I explained before. Also, one of the main reasons that we use regular expressions is for text search and text replacement operations. So this is the general syntax. You have a pattern that needs to be checked and you have a flag associated with it. So further on in the video, I'll explain to you what flags and patterns are. But before that, let me give you a small example of what a regular expression is. So I've made use of this website called regexr.com. I'll link it down in the description box below. So this is the website. Now here, let me just show you a simple regular expression. Now say we have a text that says apple. Alright, and now we have to search for the letter A. So what I do here, now this is going to be my expression. So I first provide a pattern, right? So I just say capital A. So when I say capital A, you can see that the letter A has been matched in my text. Alright, so it's as simple as that. Now one thing to remember is that here it is case sensitive. Alright, so if I say a regular small a, it does not get matched. Alright, so if I want to match AP, I can just say AP and it gets highlighted here. Alright, so this is a simple regular expression that matches with the text. So moving on, let's see what exactly these flags, patterns and quantifiers are. So what exactly is a flag? So we previously saw that the syntax consists of a pattern and then a flag, right? So these flags basically specify to alter the behavior of a regular expression. Now these flags are generally appended after the regex literal and can be specified as a second argument in your expression, right? So let's see the different flags that are supported by JavaScript. Now you have these 5 flags here. You have G, which is the global flag. Now this finds all matches instead of stopping after the first. Alright. Then you have I, which is ignore case, which makes the entire expression case insensitive. And then you have M, which is multi-line. So the caret and the dollar match the beginning and the end of each line respectively. Then you have Unicode. And if this flag is not supported, you must match specific Unicode characters. And then finally you have Y, which finds all the consecutive or adjacent matches. So moving on, we have patterns. Now these patterns are basically brackets and are used to find the range of characters. Now again we have these patterns. You have A to Z, which finds all the characters from A to Z in lower cases only. Then we have 0 to 9, which finds all the digits between 0 to 9. And finally, we have the letters of the alphabet and the digits separated by a pipe. Alright, so this basically finds any character, be it an alphabet or a digit. I hope this was clear to you. So moving on, we have quantifiers. Now these quantifiers define the number of occurrences of a particular string. Now consider n to be a string. So we have 3 quantifiers here. We have the plus, we have the asterisk, and we have the question mark. So plus indicates one or more occurrence of the character n. Alright, and the asterisk indicates 0 or more occurrences of the character n, while a question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the character n. So now that you know flags, patterns, and quantifiers, let me help you understand them better with the help of a demo. Alright. So here I have a simple text which says, welcome to this tutorial on JavaScript. This video teaches regular expressions. Now here, when I search for a particular word, say let me search for the word this, okay? So I say this. Now ideally, even this has to be highlighted, right? However, it does not. That is because, as mentioned earlier, it is extremely case sensitive, right? So what we can do is here we have flags. So here I say case insensitive. So once I click on that, both these words get highlighted. Alright, so this was how you make use of the I flag. Now moving on, let me help you understand patterns. Now as mentioned, you can have a range of characters. Now just in case here, say I just make it case sensitive again. And here I would like to select all the letters of the alphabet from A to Z. Alright, so when I do that, you can observe all the letters are highlighted except the ones that are in the uppercase. Correct? Because that is not mentioned here. So here when I make it insensitive, you can see all of them get highlighted. So this is how you can make use of a pattern. Now to understand quantifiers, let me use a separate text, alright? Let's have a couple of A's and a few B's. Now here, when I say A, you can see all the characters A are being highlighted, right? Which is correct. But when I use the asterisk symbol here, what happens is you can observe all the 4 A's are considered to be a single unit. What asterisk does is that you can see here it says matches 0 or more of the preceding token. Now the preceding token is A and matches 0 or more occurrences of the character A. Now same, if I say B next to it, you can see all the characters B are matched, right? However, you can check the characters A in this particular text are not highlighted. I'm sure you can understand why, because the expression that I'm looking for is any occurrences of A followed by the character B. In this text here, there are no characters A and B together, correct? So here you can say that A is not highlighted. But once I give an asterisk again, what happens is that the character A gets highlighted. What happens is that B can have 0 or more occurrences. So here there is a 0 occurrence of B. So A gets highlighted. So this is how the asterisk quantifier works. Now one of the most important concepts of using regular expressions are the special characters. So here we're going to indicate the special characters with the backslash. So we have \W, for example. Now what W does is that it matches any word character, right? So all the characters here get matched. Now it also has a counter character which is the capital W, alright? So what this does is that it does not match any word. So it matches everything that is not a word, including the periods. Now let's say we want to match all the white spaces. You can make use of the character S here. Alright, and when you have the uppercase S, it matches any character that is not a white space. Now let's say you want to match a digit. You can just have \D. So let me just type in a few digits and here you go. All of them get matched. Now let's say you want to have a range of values that get matched, right? Now let's say I want to match just 3 digits. So I can make use of curly braces and within which I can mention 3. Now here you can see that it matches 3 of the preceding token, correct? So the preceding token is basically a digit. So it groups them in 3s. So let me just add 2 other digits and there we go. Same goes with the matching of words. So here let me say W. So when I say 3, all of the characters are grouped in 3s. Alright. Now let's say I want to group the words that are 3 or 4 in number. So here I can just say comma 4. Alright. Now it gets matched. Alright. So now it gets grouped in 4s. So this is a simple example to show you how special characters work in a regular expression. Moving on, let's see how you can use regular expressions to search for phone numbers. Now here in my phone number, I'm going to have an area code. So let's say 080 followed by an 8-digit number. Alright. So let me give a random number. Alright. So it's 8 digits. So some people write a phone number like this, while others could write it something like this. You could have a hyphen in between and then an 8-digit number. Alright. Now how are you going to look for this text? So what we're going to do is we're going to make use of the special character, that is for a digit, we'll make use of -d. And first we're going to look for the area code, that is a 3-digit number, right? So let me just say 3 here. And next we're going to have an optional hyphen. So for that, now since we learned a pattern can be enclosed within square brackets, so let me just say hyphen here and let me say a question mark. Now a question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the preceding character, right? So we're going to have a hyphen for a question mark and then finally we're going to have a digit again. And here the number of digits is 8. So let me just specify that. Alright, so when this happens, you can see both my numbers are getting highlighted. Although the text remains the same, it could be specified with different formats, right? So just like this, you can create expressions that match various formats. So this was just a simple video to acquaint you with regular expressions. We're going to be learning all about JavaScript email validation. Let's begin. So first of all, validation is an essential part when you're communicating with the user. Almost all the websites and applications that you use have forms that you need to fill in. And every time you fill a form, that information you provide needs to be validated. So this is an essential and a crucial part. Now, when you're providing more critical information like user credentials, say your ID, your password, your date of birth, all of that needs to be validated. So JavaScript enables this with the help of a feature called email validation. Now, email validation, first of all, ensures user authenticity. It also facilitates email validation on the client side so that all the processing that takes place on the server side is faster. And lastly, with JavaScript, one can validate a name, password, email, date, etc. Now, I'm sure everybody has used email IDs, right? So here's a dummy email ID for you. One thing that you must have noticed is that all IDs come with an @ symbol. Now, the first part before the @ character is the personal data. Now here it could include your name, you can provide digits, etc. So the length of this personal information can be up to 64 degrees. And following the @ character, you have the domain name. The domain name can be up to 253 characters. Talking about the personal data, now this data can include any sort of information. You can provide your name, your birth date, etc. So basically it can consist of all uppercase and lowercase letters of the alphabet. It can have digits from 0 to 9. It can include all special characters. And lastly, it could include the period character. One thing to remember is that the period character cannot occur twice and is not supposed to be either the first or the last character. Alright, so this was just a brief introduction to email validation. Now, to give you a better understanding, let's go ahead and look at a simple demo. So back in our Visual Studio Code, I've created a folder called JavaScript demo, and I've also created a file called email validation. I've also typed in the initial code. Also, if you haven't watched our videos on JavaScript regular expressions and JavaScript form validation, then I highly recommend you go through them. Email validation is basically just a combination of the two. So I'd suggest you first head back and watch those videos and come back here. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is create a form that includes the email field, right? So for that, let's go ahead and create our form. Here I'd say form, within which I'd give input. Let the ID be text. And I'll give the placeholder property and let it be email. And the type text. Alright. And then I will break the line. And finally, I have a button. That's basically the submit button, right? So let me just say button. Type, say button, and then the message displayed is submit. Alright, so now when you're validating a form, you will have to provide certain cases, that is the if-else conditions, to validate it, correct? Now first, I'm going to create a function wherein I'm going to pass the information typed in by the user as an argument. And this function consists of a regular expression against which the ID provided by the user is checked. And if the pattern matches it, then the ID is valid. And if it does not, then you'll have to alert the user. So now let's create our function. Let's say script. And now let me create a function called validate. Alright. And now I'm going to create a variable called mail. And I'm going to get the information provided by using this ID from the input. Now I'm going to get the text using this ID, correct? So let me just say document.get element by ID, within which the name of the ID is text. Let me say text.value. All right. So the next thing is to create a regular expression. Now consider two different IDs here. Now the domain of the first ID ends with .com, while the next one is ending with .co.in. So when we're defining the regular expression, we'll consider all possible scenarios. So now let's head back to our VS Code. And here, let me just say variable regex beginning with a /, and then you have a caret. Now the caret symbol indicates the beginning of the regular expression. Now since we can have the lower cases, upper cases, and all the digits, let's go ahead and mention them. So here, let me say A to Z, all lower cases. Then we have uppercase, and we have all digits, 0 to 9, followed by which we can also include a period and an underscore. So when you're including a period symbol, you will have to use the escape character, that is \, and then you mention the period. Now, one thing to remember is that a period symbol in regular expression means that it can include any of the characters. But here, since we're using the literal character, that is the period, we have to include \. After that, we can, all right, followed by which we have a quantifier, that is plus. Now, plus here indicates one or more occurrences of all these characters. So here we include plus, after which we have a literal, that is the @ symbol, followed by which we have the domain name. So again, the domain name can include all the letters of the alphabet and the digits. So for that, let me say A to Z, and 0 to 9. Again, to remember, we have to include the plus symbol, indicating that it, let me just get rid of this. So we include the plus symbol to indicate one or more occurrences of these characters. Again, followed by which we have a period symbol. So for that, let's just go and type in period. Now you must be wondering why I didn't use the \. Now a \/ or an escape sequence here can only be used within the square braces. Outside of it, it is considered as a literal. So here I just mentioned the period. Again, I highly recommend you go through the JavaScript regular expressions video to clarify all your doubts. So moving on, after this, I have to mention the extension, that is .com or .co.in. Now, generally, these extensions are in lower cases. So for that, let's just go ahead and mention A to Z, again followed by a plus, that is a quantifier, with an optional dot again, followed by the letters A to Z. Again, these can, again I mentioned plus, followed by which I'm going to add the question mark. Now, the question mark indicates 0 or 1 occurrence of the preceding expression. So in this case, this extension, that is .in, is optional. Now, the question mark here indicates either a 0 occurrence or 1 occurrence. All right. So to end the expression, you have the $ symbol and then the /. I might have missed something. Okay, yeah, I haven't closed this, so let me just add the parenthesis. All right. So this is your regular expression against which we're going to be checking the email ID, right? So now we're going to use the simple if-else logic. So for that, let's say if regex dot text dot mail. Now, mail is basically what has been passed by the user. All right. Now, if this is true, that is, if the mail when checked against the regular expression comes in to be true, Then I'm going to alert the user saying you have provided a valid email ID, and I'm going to return true. Else, if the expression does not match, then I'm going to alert the user with a message saying, sorry, incorrect email ID. And I'm going to return a false. So now you must be wondering, where is the return value going? So for that, I have to add the onClick event on my button. So here, let me say onClick. It's going to call the validate function. Alright, so there we go. Let me save this and execute it. In my browser, when I type in xyz@gmail.com and when I click on submit, it alerts me saying you have provided a valid email ID. So to check the other condition as well, let's type in .co.in and submit. And again, it says that we've provided a valid email ID. Now, let's just add a period and an underscore as well. So if I say xyz dot a_bc@gmail.co.in, and when I submit it, it again says it's a valid email ID. For a false case, let's go ahead and remove the @ symbol and submit it. It says, sorry, incorrect email ID. Or you can also go ahead and remove the period here. And when I submit it, it still says that the ID is valid. Now here what happens is that Gmail co is taken as one domain name with an extension .in. So here this is valid. So this was a simple video to explain email validation. I encourage you to play around with regular expressions and also consider all possible scenarios while you're validating your ID. In our previous few topics, we learned about arrays, functions, and loops. However, this time we're going to take a step forward and then learn about promises. Now you must be wondering why JavaScript promises even came into picture and what exactly these promises are. So don't worry, I've got your back. In today's video, we're going to learn about promises, why they were introduced, and also I'll explain their functionality. So let's go ahead. First up, why JavaScript promises? Now, JavaScript is predominantly single-threaded, meaning all processes contain the execution of instructions in a single sequence. So basically, in simple terms, one command is processed at a time. Now, if a function relies on the result of another function, it basically has to wait for the other function to finish and return. And until then, the current function remains idle. Now, this can be extremely frustrating because it's time-consuming and very restrictive. I mean, you're not using the system to its full capability. So to overcome these drawbacks, asynchronous concepts or asynchronous programming came into picture. So in this case, the main thread continues its execution while JavaScript allows long network requests and other tasks to happen simultaneously. Now with the help of features like callbacks, promises, and async await, asynchronous programming can be easily achieved. I hope now you understood why promises or asynchronous programming came into picture. Moving on, what are JavaScript promises? Now in the case of synchronous actions, you could, instead of arranging for a function to be called at some point in the future, return an object that represents this future event. This is what the standard class promise is for. Now a promise is basically an asynchronous action that may complete at some point in the future. And when it's completed, it produces a value. Now it is able to notify when its value is available. The easiest way to create a promise is by calling the promise.resolve method. Now this function ensures that the value you give it is wrapped within a promise. Now a promise basically has three states. First up is the pending state. Now this indicates that the underlying operation has not yet been completed. Next up is the fulfill state. This indicates that the promise has been fulfilled with a particular value. Lastly, we have rejected. Now this indicates that an error has occurred during the operation and the promise is rejected with a particular reason. Moving on, a promise is said to be settled when it is either fulfilled or rejected. Because remember, promises are immutable. They cannot change their state. So once they're either fulfilled or rejected, they're said to be settled. So when a promise is fulfilled, it has to do a particular job. So for that, we make use of the then method. Now the then method basically runs for a result, and this is used to attach a callback when the promise has been resolved. Alright, same with the case of the scenario when the promise is rejected. It makes use of a catch method, which is used to attach a callback when the promise has been rejected. Don't worry, you'll understand the concepts better when we get to the demo. So moving on, let's look at a quick flowchart to understand promises better. First up, you have a new promise. Now the promise is in the pending state. Now this promise runs for an asynchronous action. Now we check if the action is successful. If it is a yes, then we call the then method. And if it is a no, then the catch method is called. And to end it, if it is fulfilled, then the asynchronous action is performed. And if it is not, that is if it is rejected, then error handling is performed. And lastly, the values of these methods is returned to the promise. I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the general syntax. You can use the let keyword and provide a name for your variable, and then you create a new promise. Now this promise object takes a function which in turn takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject. So to help you understand all of this better, let's go ahead and look at a simple demo. So in VS Code, I've created a folder called demo promises, within which I've created an HTML file named promises. So I have the initial code ready here. So let's begin typing our code. So let's say script. And here, as I explained, we say let, and let's give the name car to our variable. Say car, and we create a new promise. Alright, so the promise object returns a function which takes two parameters called resolve and reject. Alright, so within the function, let's define a simple use case. Now let's assume that we're checking the car for its fuel. Alright, so we'll create a variable called fuel underscore full tank. Now let's set the variable to say true. Alright, now let's set the variable to true. Now this indicates that the fuel tank is full. So now if the fuel tank is full, what I can do is I say resolve. Alright, else I reject it. Okay, I hope you understood what I'm doing here. I'm just checking for the fuel tank, and if it is full, which is true, then it gets resolved, and if it is false, then it gets rejected. So if the promise gets resolved, the then method is called, right? So let me call it here. I say car.then. Now this runs a result, right? So it's a callback function within which I say document.write the fuel tank is full, happy driving. Alright, and if it is rejected, I say .catch, which also returns a function that says document.write. Let's just display a simple message saying that the fuel tank is not empty. Alright, so let me save this and execute it. So here it displays the message, the fuel tank is full, happy driving. Now that happens because we've set the value to true here. Now in case we change it to false, let's see what it displays. Alright, it displays the message, the fuel tank is not empty. So this was a simple example showing how a promise works. Now let's go ahead and understand nested promises. So for that, let me just comment this out. And now let's create a function that returns promises. So in our case, what we're going to do is first we'll check for the fuel tank. Now in our case, we're taking a scenario where the fuel tank is empty and the engine of the car is overheating. So as a result, the car is not safe for traveling. Alright, so let's go ahead and create these functions. So I'll say let empty underscore tank, okay, which returns a promise. So within which I say return new promise, and the function takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject, within which I'm going to display a message saying resolve, which says the car doesn't have enough fuel. Alright. Now let me just copy the same piece of code to check for the engine. Alright. So let me just change the name of our variable here. Let's call it engine. And here it displays the message, the engine is overheating. Alright. And lastly, when both of these scenarios hold true, that is the car doesn't have enough fuel and the engine is overheating, we say that the car is not fit for travel. Let me just call it travel. And here I'll display a message saying the car is not safe for traveling. Alright. So right now we've created three functions that returns promises. So first we check for the empty tank, right? So let me just call the function here empty tank. And we make use of the then method, which is executed when the promise gets resolved, which takes a callback function. Alright, so basically when we check for the empty tank, after this is executed, we check for the engine, right? So here we simply call the engine function. So let me just say return engine. Alright. Now this is a nested promise in itself. So on top of it, I can run the then method again. So if the tank is empty and if the engine is overheating, then I'll just check if it is safe for traveling or not. So let me say function, and here let me just return the method travel. Alright. Now after this, if all of these are executed, then I say function. Finally, I'll display a message saying done. Alright. So let's save this file and execute it. So here I go ahead and click on promises. Let's go and check our console. And there we go. The message done is displayed. So here, since every time the promise is being resolved, a message is displayed, I can basically catch the message in a result. Okay, and this result can be passed to the coming methods. So here I just say result. I say result again. Alright. So now we get the message, the car doesn't have enough fuel. So we have to append it with the next message. So let me just say message here. I've used MSG. And let's just append it here. And the final message gets appended here with result. Okay, I have to add message here as well. Alright, so let's save it and execute the file. Alright, so here you can see the message done gets displayed first. And then, since we're appending it after the message done, it says the car doesn't have enough fuel, the engine is overheating, the car is not safe for traveling. So this was how you can make use of nested promises. We're going to learn JavaScript asynchronous concepts, that is async and await. Firstly, let's understand the basic concepts of synchronous and asynchronous programming. In case of synchronous programming, all the actions are performed sequentially. So you have the execution of the function 1, after which you have function 2, and then you have function 3. And after all of these are executed, the program terminates. Now, although synchronous programming is clean and has lesser errors, it has its own drawbacks. The entire system is halted when a particular process is being executed. Now, as a result of which, it is time consuming and the system is not used to its full capacity. So to overcome that, asynchronous programming was introduced. Now, in this case, let's assume that a particular function or a process is being executed. Now, let's consider that this particular function is waiting for a resource. Let's say a network resource. Now, instead of waiting for the function to acquire this resource, the main thread continues its execution with function 2 and function 3. And when the resource is acquired, it receives a callback, indicating that the function 1 has to be called. And finally, the entire chain is terminated. So this is how asynchronous programming works. It makes sure that the system does not halt when a particular process is waiting for a resource. This makes the entire system very efficient. Now that you know the concepts of synchronous and asynchronous programming, let's move ahead. Now, async and await are purely asynchronous programming concepts. I again suggest you check out the video on promises before watching this. Alright, so moving on. What are JavaScript async functions, that is async and await? Now, async and await are built on promises. The function is basically accompanied by the keyword async, indicating that it returns a promise. Within this function, the await keyword is applied to the promise that is being returned. And the await keyword ensures that the function waits for the promise to resolve. Now, on the surface, the execution looks synchronous while it's actually asynchronous. Now, at the place of usage of the await keyword, the execution of the function is practically blocked. Now, async functions make the code more readable and are easier to handle when compared to promises. Now, to give you the general syntax, you have the async keyword associated with the function name, within which we have the await keyword with a particular promise. Now, to help you understand the entire concept better, let's look at a demo. Now, I've created a file called async await in my Visual Studio Code. So what we're going to be doing is that we're going to have two functions that help you check for the result. Now, you pass this code as a parameter to these functions, which in turn return promises telling if you have passed and will also give you the grade that you've scored. Alright, so let's go ahead and say let me call the variable result, and let's have a function which takes the score as a parameter. Alright, within which it returns a promise. So I say return new promise. Now, as you know, a promise basically has a function which takes two parameters, that is resolve and reject. Now, I just display a message saying calculating results. Alright. Now if my score is say above 50, I resolve it by displaying a message saying congratulations, you have passed. Alright, and if it is less than 50, I reject it with a message saying you have failed. Alright, so this is a very simple promise that I've created. So moving on, let's create another function that returns a promise. So basically this function will tell you the grade that you've scored. So say let grade equals function. Now this takes response as a parameter. So let me just say response. Now again, let me just copy this. Alright, within which I'm going to console log a message saying calculating your grade. Now we're just going to resolve the promise with the message your grade is A. Alright, and then we append the response. Now the first promise either resolves saying that you've passed, or it rejects saying you failed. And in case it gets resolved, then the next promise is automatically resolved with the grade A. Alright, so moving on, let's call the functions. So here, let me first call the function result. So I say result, and let me pass the value 80 since it gets resolved. And now I make use of the .then method. Now here I catch the response. Alright, and then I just display a message indicating results received. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass the response to my next function, that is the grade function. So what I say return grade, and the parameter is response. So let me just pass that. Now what exactly happens is that the grade function also returns a promise. So on top of that, I can use the .then method. So I use the then method, and let me just say final grade. Now within which I just display the message final grade. Alright. Now lastly, we make use of the catch method. In case of errors, this catches the errors. So let me just say error, and then we'll console log it. Alright, so this is the code. Let me save this and let's execute it to see its normal execution. So this is without using async and await. Alright, so let's go ahead and execute this. So here let me check the console, and there we go. It says calculating results, results received, calculating your grade. Your grade is A, and congratulations, you have passed. So this was basically without using async and await. So now let me show you how you can use async and await and how easier the code becomes. Alright, so what we can do is, let me just comment this out. Alright, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to call my function, right? So I'm just going to make use of the async keyword while calling it. So I say async function, and let me call the function calculate results. Okay. So now inside this method, I'm going to call the functions result and grade. So when I first call result, the value that is returned by result is going to be stored in the variable response. So for that, let me just say const response. Now I make use of the await keyword here. I say await result of 20, or in our case, let me just say 80. Alright. So what the await keyword does is that the function result ceases to execute until the promise is resolved, and whatever the promise returns gets stored in the variable response. Alright. So now after this, let me just display a message that says results received. Alright. Now next I'm going to call the other function, that is grade. So again I'm going to say constant, and I'm going to have to create another variable. Let me call it final grade, and it's the same procedure. I use the await keyword and call the function grade, and I pass response as the argument. Alright, and after this I'm going to say console log for final grade. So it's as simple as that. So first we call the result function, which returns a promise which gets stored in the variable response. Alright, then we're going to call the grade function and pass the response as an argument, and the result of which is being stored in final grade. Alright, and lastly we display final grade. So now you must be wondering, if this executes, what about errors? What if the value that I pass is less than 50, right? For that I'm going to have to catch an error. So what I can do is that I can place this entire code within the try block. Alright, so let me just say try, and now what I can do is I can catch. Now if there is an error, it gets caught and then I display it. So let me say console log error. Alright, and lastly let's call the function calculate results. Okay, so let me save this and execute it. So alright, here we go. It displays the same messages in the same sequence that we saw before. So now to give you an example of rejection, so here let me just pass 20. Alright, let's save it. And there we go. It says calculating results, you have failed. So you can make use of async and await instead of complicating the entire piece of code by using promises. React.js is a widely used front-end development library. So if you're just starting or wish to brush up your basics, then you're in the right place. This video will cover all the basic concepts of React.js. First, we'll look at what React.js is. Then, we'll see how to install and set up the React environment. Then, we'll move on to learn the fundamental concepts of components, props, and states. Lastly, we'll conclude the session by creating a simple calculator app. I'm sure you're excited to learn, so let's dive right in. Let's go ahead and begin with what is React. React is a JavaScript library used to build fast and interactive user interfaces for both web and mobile applications. Now, one thing that makes React extremely powerful is the fact that it's open source. Any user can access its source code, modify it, and enhance it. In a typical model view controller architecture, React defines the view part of the application. It is also responsible for how the app looks and feels. Fun fact, React was built by Jordan Walke, an engineer at Facebook. Now let's go ahead and see how React works in real time. Consider a typical web application, say Instagram. The entire UI of the web page is divided into several components. We have the search component, a profile description component, stories component, and a post list component. These components make the code easier to debug and always remain discrete. Components also make development and maintenance of web applications faster, as multiple developers can work simultaneously on different components of the same web application. Now let's see why React is so popular these days. React helps in creation of dynamic web applications. It also provides performance enhancements. Now there are several performance enhancements like virtual DOM and one-way data binding. We'll learn about these topics a little later in the video. React uses reusable components. Now this helps decrease the development time. React involves unidirectional flow of data. React also has a small learning curve. Compared to other frameworks like Angular, React is much easier to learn. React can also be used for mobile applications. React recently released an extension called React Native that is used for developing mobile applications that are cross-compatible. It also has dedicated tools for easy debugging. Now let's dive into the features of React. First, let's understand JSX. JSX is a syntax extension to JavaScript. Using JSX, we can add HTML to the JavaScript file. All coding in React is done using JSX. It also helps in making the code easier to understand and debug. Ultimately, JSX is a combination of JavaScript and HTML. Now let's consider a small example. Const simple here is a JavaScript notation. H1 tags indicate HTML. Again, the semicolon indicates JavaScript. Note that the semicolon is not mandatory. However, it's a good practice to include it. Moving on, the next feature is Virtual DOM. DOM, which is an acronym for Data Object Model, actually defines how documents are accessed and manipulated in a web page. It represents the entire structure of the web page in the form of a tree. Now let's see how this actually works. React creates a virtual DOM that is the exact copy of the real DOM. Traditionally, whenever something changes in the web application, all objects in the real DOM are updated. This makes it extremely slow. Let's see how React counters this. Now consider two objects whose states have been changed. React now compares the virtual DOM with the virtual DOM snapshot that was taken right before the update. By comparing the new virtual DOM with the pre-update version, React figures out exactly which virtual DOM objects have changed. Now React only updates those objects on the virtual DOM. This makes a big difference when it comes to speed. Coming to the next feature, performance. React uses virtual DOM. As discussed earlier, virtual DOM impacts the speed of the web applications. We also took an example of Instagram and learned how multiple components can affect the development time. They help improve performance drastically. The next feature is one-way data binding. This means information flows in only one direction. One-way data binding is specifically used when information is displayed and not updated. Remember that the components of React are functional in nature. That is, they receive information through arguments and pass information via their return values. The next important feature is extensions. React has many extensions that we can use to create full-fledged front-end applications. It provides server-side rendering, which means that the application is rendered on the server rather than in the browser. React Native, which is a React extension, is used for developing mobile applications. There are many other extensions that React provides for every scenario in web development. Now let's look at a few of them. React Native lets you build mobile applications using only JavaScript. A React Native app is a real mobile application and not just a web application running on your mobile devices. Thousands of applications like Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, Skype use React Native. The next popular React extension is Flux. Flux is the application architecture that Facebook uses. Flux implements a unidirectional flow, which makes it easier to understand what actually is going on. Now let's see how it works. When we trigger an action, the dispatcher will get notified. The dispatcher receives actions and dispatches them to the stores. A store is what holds the data of an application. Stores will register with the application's dispatcher so that they can receive actions. Data from stores is displayed in views. Actions define the internal API of your application. They capture how anything might interact with your application. The last feature of React is debugging. React applications are easy to debug thanks to the large and active developer community. You can practically debug React codes within your browser. Now notice the small React extension icon at the top right corner. This developer tool allows the user to inspect the code and also easily debug it. Moving on, let's learn about the building blocks of React. Components, state, and props are the essential concepts that one should know before implementing React. They are the foundation on which React is built. Now, what exactly are React components? Components are the building blocks of any React application. React divides the user interface into multiple components, wherein each component defines how a particular element is viewed in the application. React components remain discrete and are processed independently. Another feature is reusability. Components can be reused multiple times across the application. This reduces the development time. Consider the following code snippet. A component is implemented as a JavaScript class having some state and a render method. State is the data which we want the component to render. The render method is responsible for how the UI looks and feels to the user. The next concept is state. State of a component is an object that holds some data. This data influences the output of a component. Every time the state of an object changes, the component is re-rendered onto the screen. Now let's see what props are. Props, or short for properties, allow us to pass arguments or data to components. Properties help make components more dynamic. It is important to define all the properties, their types, and their default value. Props are passed to components in a way similar to that of HTML tag attributes. Now consider the following code snippets. This shows exactly how properties are passed to components. Also, detailed illustrations on components, props, and state will be shown in the upcoming videos, so stay tuned for that. Moving on, let's go through some of the things that you should know before you can actually start working on React. You should be familiar with programming concepts like functions, objects, arrays, and classes. One should also have a basic knowledge of JavaScript and a familiarity with HTML. Don't worry if you feel like you're not good at them. Once you start working on them, you'll get a good hang of it. Finally, let's go through the impact of React on the IT industry and get insights into the salaries of React developers. Statistics show that React developers earn way more than other web developers. According to PayScale, the average salary for a React developer in the United States is a whopping $91,000. The average salary for a React developer in India is 7.25 lakhs per annum. Over the recent years, React has gained immense popularity and is being adopted by many companies. According to the data by Google Trends, React has had a better growth scale compared to other frameworks like Angular and Vue. Statistics show that front-end developers have wholeheartedly adopted this lightweight framework, foregoing other available options. If you are skilled and have a knack for front-end development, React can help you gain fantastic career opportunities. Lastly, talking about a few companies that use React devotionally, we have Facebook, Instagram, Netflix, Dropbox, WhatsApp, among others. In this video, we'll be learning all about React installation on Windows. To set up the React development environment, we need two things installed, Node and a text editor of your choice. So let's begin by installing Node.js. We can head to the official Node.js website, say download Node.js. So here you can see the Windows installer. Depending on your system, you can either download the 32-bit version or the 64-bit version. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the 64-bit version. Since it's already installed on my system, I'm not again installing Node. You can follow the installation guidelines and download it. Once you're done with Node installation, you can go ahead and download a text editor of your choice. So I'd suggest VS Code. So let's head to the VS Code page. Say download VS Code. Click on the first link and download the 64-bit version for Windows. Once you're done with the installation of both Node and your text editor, you can start creating your first React application. So for that, let's create a folder. I'm creating it on my desktop, while you can create it in any of your drives. Let's call it first React. Now open your command prompt. Now you can type in the path for the folder that you just created. So say cd users first React. Now go ahead and type in the command npm install -g create React app. Okay, so this command installs all the necessary React.js modules. Now to check if the version is correctly installed, you can type in create React app version. So you can see the version here. Now let's continue and develop your React application. Type in the command create React app and you can give a name to your application. So I say my app. Now this should take a couple of minutes. Okay. Once you've successfully created your application, they say to begin by typing the following commands. So let's do that. Say cd my app and npm start. This should typically start your application, and here we go. Alright. You can also open your application in the text editor that you've downloaded. So let's go ahead and open VS Code. VS Code, file, open folder, go to your desktop or the drive that you've saved your folder in. First React, my app, and I say select folder. So as you can see, all your modules have been imported. You can click on app.js and start editing. In this video, we'll be learning all about the most basic infrastructure of React.js called components. So we'll be touching on topics like what are components, types of components, nesting components, higher order and pure components, and a brief description about component lifecycle. Alright, to begin with, what exactly are components? Components are the building blocks of a React application, wherein each component represents a part of the user interface. Now, to make it more understandable, consider the Facebook homepage. The entire UI can be broken down into several elements. Say we have the credentials component, the sign up component, the image component, and the logo component. Notice that each component adds something to how the homepage looks. Alright, reusability is one of the salient features of React components. One component can be reused several times across the application, and this improves the development speed. Components can also be nested. One component can internally consist of several other components. In its minimal form, a component must define a render method that specifies how exactly the application looks and feels. A component can also receive properties from its parent components. Also, you'll get a better understanding of all of these when we start working hands-on, so don't worry. So, moving on, let's look at the different types of components. First, we have the stateless functional components, and then we have the stateful class components. Now, functional components are typical JavaScript functions that return HTML. Now, they can be contained in a .js or a .jsx file. Coming to class components, these are regular ESX classes. However, it's mandatory that they contain a render method that in turn returns HTML. They can also be contained in .js or a .jsx file. Okay then, let's go ahead and build our first React application using components. Alright, so I've opened my text editor, that is VS Code, to build my application. Also, I suggest you watch the React installation on Windows video to help you get started. The video briefly explains how to install Node and how to start building your first React application. In my case, I've opened a folder called React Component Tutorial, and here in my source folder, I have app.js. Now, app.js is the main component that gets rendered to the DOM. Let me show you that. Here in index.js, you pass app.js, which is a component that gets rendered to the React DOM. So app.js consists of several other components that can be nested. So as you can see, app.js is a functional component. And before moving on, let me get rid of all the unnecessary code. So let me delete all of this and return an h1 tag that says hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser, you'll have hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's go ahead and display another message. Say h1. This video is about components. Alright, let me save it and let me check the browser. It gives you an error. So JSX uses a conventional rule which states that all HTML tags have to be enclosed within a div tag. So for example, I say div and I enclose it. So let me save and check my browser again. Here you go. So multiple HTML tags have to be enclosed within the div tag. Moving on, let's create a first functional component. To do that, I'll first create a folder in my source folder, say components. Within that, I'll create a file, say functional component.js. Alright, so the first thing we have to do is import React. So I say import React from React. The general syntax for a functional component involves the keyword function and say functional component. Now you say return an h1 tag, or I've already used h1 tags, so I'll say paragraph and I say this is a functional component. Alright. Before explaining to you how these components are exported and imported, let me show you the general syntax for a class component. So I create another file, say class component.js. I again import React from React. The general notation is using the class keyword followed by the name of the class extending from the base class React.component. So going ahead, I say class component extends React.component. Now the key feature of a class component is the usage of a render method. So I say render, within braces I say return a paragraph tag saying this is the class component. Alright. So moving on, let's see how these components can be nested into the main component, that is app.js. Components can be nested into the main component using import and export keywords. So as the name suggests, export feature is used to export a particular file or a module, and import is used to import a particular file or a module into the current existing module. So we have two different types of exports. You have default export and just export or named export. So a default export is used to export just one object, be it a function, a class, a variable, from the file, and there can only be one default export per file. And when you're importing it, you can specify the address and use the word import before it. So let me show you how it works. Let's go back to our editor and then functional component. And here I say export default. and the name of the functional component, that is functional comp. So let me save this, and going back to my app.js, I say import name of the functional component, that is functional comp from, and I pass the path, this components / functional component. Also, let me get rid of these unnecessary files here. Now let's define functional component in our app.js component. So here I say functional comp. Let's compile it and check our browser. Here it says this is our functional component. Moving on to my class component, it's the same syntax here as well. I say export default name of my component, and in my app.js I import it. Import class comp from the path. And again, I'll have to define it in my return method. I say, so let me compile it and check my browser. It says this is the class component. One unique feature of default export is that I can rename the file while I'm importing it. So for example, I can rename it as say FC, and while I'm defining it, I'll have to make sure I use the same naming conventions. So I say FC again. And when I check it, it says this is the functional component. There's literally no difference. The next type of export is the named export or just export. So a named export can be used to export multiple objects, be it functions, class, etc. from a file. Now there can be several named exports from a single file. One hack is that while you're importing, it cannot be renamed. So let me show you how this works. Okay, so let's create another class in our class component. So I'll just copy paste this. Let me give it another name, say class comp 1. And the message that I want to display is, hey, I'm another class. All right. So when I'm exporting it, I don't want default. So let me take it off and say export here. All right. In my app.js, while importing it, I want to import both the classes. So I'll include them within curly braces here. I say class comp, comma, class comp 1. And then again, I define it here, class comp 1. Let's compile it and run it, and here we go. Here you can see, hey, I'm another class. So we've successfully exported both the classes from the class component and imported it back in our app.js component. One advantage of using named export is the fact that I can choose to import the classes that I want to. Now say for example, I do not want to import class component here. So let me take it off, and here let me comment this. Now let's compile and see. Hey, I'm another class. The second class got imported while the first class that was defined earlier is not imported here. Alright, so next up we have higher order and pure components. Now I won't get into the nitty-gritties of it because they're advanced topics, but to give you a brief insight, higher order components are basically functions that take in a component and return a new component. The whole ideology behind higher order components is to facilitate the reusability of component logic. Okay, so let's see how this works. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's create a component in our components folder. Let's call the component click.js. Alright, so here we define a class. I use the snippet RCE. Here we go. We get the entire format using the small snippet RCE. And here I'm going to make use of a button. Now say I use the tag button and I'll say clicked one time. Every time the user clicks on the button, the value gets incremented. So for this, I'm going to use a variable say count, and I'm going to use the concept of states. So let's go ahead and define our variable count and initialize it to 0. So for that, I'm going to use another snippet called rconst. And here, this dot state equals my variable count, initializing it to 0. So let's define the count variable in our render method. So I say const count equals this dot state. So every time we click on the button, the count value has to get incremented, right? So we make use of an event called onClick equals this dot update click. Now update click is going to be another method that we have to define now. So every time the button gets clicked, this method is called. So let's go ahead and define the function. So it is update click equals, it's going to be an arrow function, and I say this dot set state is nothing but count this dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, and here we say count times. Alright, so once this is done, let's import our component in app.js. So here again, I say import click from components click, and let's define it here. So let's check our browser. Every time we click on the button, the value gets incremented. Alright, so let's go ahead and create another component, say counter.js, wherein every time the user hovers the mouse on the button, the count value increases. So let's go ahead and do that. I say counter.js. I'm again going to use the snippet RCE to create a class component. And here in my div tag, I define a button and say incremented to, for now I say X. So now let's go ahead and add the event. Say button on mouse enter. I'm going to call the method this dot increment count. Okay, so once you're done with that, let's go ahead and define the increment count method. I'm going to copy the same code that I've mentioned in my click.js. So I say copy this. Alright, so one change is that I'll change the name of the method and call it increment count. Again, let's define the count in our render method. So I say const count equals this dot state. And here I change X to count. Now let's go ahead and import it in our app.js. So I say import counter from components and counter. And let's define it here. Alright, let's save it and let's run the code. Okay, so as you can see, you see another button here incremented to 0, and every time I move my cursor on the button, it increments. Mind you, I'm not clicking, I'm just hovering my mouse. Okay, to learn how higher order components work, we'll have to pass counter.js and click.js as parameters to give birth to an entire new component. So for that, let's go ahead and create another component for our HOC. Let's call it higher order.js. Okay, so I say import React from React. After that, I say const updated component equals original component. That's going to be an arrow function again. And within curly braces, I define my class. That is class, say, new component extends react.component. Inside, let's define a render method that returns the original component with a modification. That is, I want to type the user. I want to append the user before the actual message is displayed. Alright, so let's go ahead and close the tag and return new component, and let's export this. Say export default updated component. Now we import higher order.js in our counter.js and click.js and pass these components as parameters. So let's do that. Let's go to our counter.js, and here I say import updated component from /higher order component. And here, while exporting, I say updated comp and pass this as my parameter. Let's do the same to click.js. Here I import updated comp from higher order component, and here I pass this as a parameter. Now here in our higher order component, we've defined a property name and initialized it to the user. So we'll have to include this in our other components, that's counter and click. So let's do that. And here, right before incremented to, I say this dot props dot name. Let me save it. Let me do the same thing here and say this dot props dot name. So if you go back to our browser, here you can see it says the user clicked 0 times and the user incremented to 0. Okay. So this basically shows how React implements reusability of components. Moving on, our next topic is pure components. Now, another way to create class component is by extending pure component from React. A pure component avoids unnecessary re-renders. Now, how does it do it? It does not implement the should component update method. Now, you'll learn about this method a little later in the video. Now, this method enables re-rendering of components to the DOM. But a pure component, on the other hand, ensures a shallow comparison of states and props and checks if a re-render is actually necessary. Only then does it render to the DOM. A React component can be considered pure if it renders the same output for the same state and props. So let's take an example to explain pure components. So let's go back to our VS Code and create two component classes, one for a regular component and the other for a pure component. Now using this example, I'll show you exactly how pure component is more helpful. Okay, so let's create a pure component.js file. I say pure comp.js. So here I'm going to use a snippet rpce that is going to create a pure component class. Let me get rid of this export And here in my div tag, I'll display the text, say, I'm the pure component. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a regular component. I may call it regular component.js. And here I'm going to use the snippet RCE. And the message that I'd want to display is, I'm the regular component. So to draw a comparison between the regular component and the pure component, let's create a parent component for the two. So let me create one here. I'll call it parent component.js, and this is again going to be a regular class component. And here I display the message, I am the parent component. To change the state of the component, we're going to make use of a constructor. So let's use the snippet rconst, and here let me create name. You can give anything, and I say Simplilearn. Now we make use of the component didMount lifecycle method to set a time interval. Now don't worry about this, we're going to learn about it a little later in the video. So moving ahead, I'm going to make use of the method and say component didMount, and here I say set interval. And the first argument is going to be an arrow function, and the second will be the time interval, and I'm going to be setting it to 3 seconds. Now within the arrow function, I'll make use of the setState function to set the state of my property. However, I do not change the name, I keep it Simplilearn itself. Moving on, let's import pure component and the regular component into our parent component and then pass name as a property. So to do that, first import pure comp from pure component, and then I say import regular comp from regular comp.js. And here let's say regular comp name equals this dot state dot name, and I say pure component name equals this dot state dot name. Now let's include the property name in both our regular and pure components. So to do that, let's just say this dot prop dot name, and here I again say this dot prop dot name. And finally, let's import parent component into our app.js component. So here I say import parent comp from, okay, and here let me define parent comp. So now if you look at the browser, we have I'm the parent, I'm regular component Simplilearn, and I'm the pure component Simplilearn. We've got the result as expected. Now to check if the pure component is actually re-rendering or not, let's include simple console.log statements. So here I say clg snippet, and here I say pure component render. And in my regular component, I do the same thing. I say console.log regular component render. Now let's do the same in our parent component as well. Here I say parent component render. Alright, so let's go back to our browser and inspect it in our console. First the parent component gets rendered, then the regular component, and then the pure component. After that, for every 3 seconds, only the parent component and the regular component is rendered. For the same state and prop, the pure component is not re-rendered. So in conclusion, pure components optimize React codes and also improves performance. So coming to the last topic, component lifecycle. So basically, component lifecycle explains the stages the component goes through. The entire lifecycle of a component can be divided into 3 parts. We have mounting, updation, and unmounting. So the first thing that gets invoked in the life cycle is component will mount. It is invoked right before the initial rendering occurs. Then we have the rendering method. Now once a component is inserted into the DOM, component did mount gets invoked. Coming to the next phase, we have updation. When a component receives props, component will receive props gets invoked. Set state is called when the state of the property changes. So every time there is a change, React decides whether the next component's state should trigger a re-render or not. To do that, should component update method is called. Component will update is invoked right before re-rendering. After re-rendering, component did update is called that makes updates to the DOM. And the last phase is unmounting. Component will unmount method does all the necessary cleanup and erases all the allocated memory and cycles. Moving ahead, let's learn about another striking feature of React.js called props. Props, short for properties, allow the user to pass arguments or data to components. A parent component can pass additional information to its children using props. Properties help make components more dynamic. Props are passed to components in the way similar to that of HTML tag attributes. Now we'll look at this a little later in the video. Props in a component are read-only and cannot be changed. One thing to remember is that props are sent by the parent to the children components. Hence, the children components cannot make any changes to these props. Now that we've learned about props in brief, let's go ahead and create our application using props. If you're new to this tutorial, I suggest you go to the React installation and React components video on our channel. So back in my code editor, that is VS Code, I've opened a folder called React Props. And now I'm going to create a component, a class component, and I'll call it class props.js. So let's create the class component. I give RCE, the snippet, and here I display a message saying an h1 tag basically. Alright. Now let me get rid of export here and import it in my app.js main component. Here I say import class props. Alright. Now we define the class component in our render method. Let's say. Alright. Now if we go back to the browser, you see hello learners, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's say we want to individually welcome every student. Instead of retyping the message for everybody, we can pass their names as props. Now let's see how to do that. Now we pass the name as a property from the main component, that is app.js, to the child component and render this onto the browser. So let's do that. So here, while I'm defining my child component, I say name. I save it, and here in my child component, instead of learners, I use the keyword this dot props dot name. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser, we'll have hello learner 1, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's go ahead and welcome learner 2 and learner 3. So I again say class props name equals learner 2. Alright, so if we save and look at the browser, we'll have all the 3 learners displayed on the browser. We can also pass multiple props to the child component. Now say for example, we want to welcome the student from a particular place. So we say welcome learner 1 from place X. So I can here define another property, say place, and say place. Similarly, I can do it for the rest too. Say place Y. Now let's go back to our class props.js component and here say hello learner 1 from this dot props dot place. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser now, we have hello learner 1 from place X, place Y and place Z. We can also display whatever we want between the opening and closing tags when invoking a component. Now this is facilitated using props.children reserved keyword. Now let me explain to you how it's done with an example. Here, let's split the self and closing tag into an opening and a closing tag. And in between them, let me display a message within the paragraph tag. Let me say, and in my child component, after my h1 tag, let me use a paragraph tag, and here let's use the reserved keyword this dot props dot children. So let's save it, and now if you look at the browser, you can here see the message displayed child component. So props.children can be used when components do not know about their children ahead of time. This is commonly seen in components like sidebar and dialog that represent generic boxes. So let's go ahead and create a button tag and check again. So here I'll split it and add a button tag and say click. And let's check our browser. Here we go. We get the output as expected. Alright, we saw the usage of props for class components. Similarly, we can use it for functional components. So let's go ahead and create a functional component. Let me call it, I say import React from React. And then I say function props. And here I return an h3 tag I'll say this is functional component, and I'll return another h3 tag saying hello learner. So let me save this and let's export it. Export default function props and import it in our app.js again. Import function prop from function prop. And here in our render method, let's define it. Let me call function prop name. Let me give learner 4 and place say A. Let me close it. And back in our functional component, instead of learner, I say props.name. Let me save it. Now, if you look at our browser, it gives us an error. It says props is not defined. So let's go back to our code editor and pass props here to our functional component. Also, let me define hello props.name from props.place. Let me enclose it within the div tag here. Let me save it. And now if you look at our browser, here we go. We get the output as expected. Let's begin and learn what exactly is a state in React. Typically, a state is an object that stores the values of properties belonging to a component. Now, these values can change over a period of time either via user interactions or network changes. And the state helps facilitate this functionality. Every time the state changes, React re-renders the component to the browser. The state is initialized in the constructor. A state can also store multiple properties. A method called setState is used to update the value of the state object. Now this function performs a shallow merge on the new and the previous state. Conventionally, a shallow merge ensures that the previous state values are overwritten by the new state values. Moving on, in our previous video, we learnt about props. And although props and state dictate and control the behavior of a component, they have significant differences. So let's go ahead and draw a comparison between the two. Firstly, props in a component are used to pass data and event handlers to its children, while state on the other hand is used to store the data that has to be rendered on the web page. Props are immutable. Once set by the parent, they cannot be changed. State holds volatile data and can be changed over time. Props can be used in functional and class components, while state is restricted to class components. Props are set by the parent component, while a state is generally updated by event handlers. Now that we've learned all about state, let's go ahead and build an application to see the working of state. Alright, so in my code editor, that is VS Code, I've created my application, say state, and here in my source folder, I have my app.js file. Now here, I'm going to get rid of all the unnecessary code that I'm not going to be using. Also, I suggest you go through the React installation on Windows video to help you get started with creating your first application. So let's create our class component, say class app extends react.component. Inside, I have a render method that returns an HTML tag. Let's display a message, welcome. Let's follow the JSX conventions and enclose all the HTML tags within the div tag. So I say div class name equals app. We also have to import the app.css file. Import app.css. And so we save it, and if you look at the browser, we have welcome. Now let's beautify our code. To do that, let's add some styling. So here in my app.js class component, I say styles equals, and I say font style, and I set it to say bold, and I say color, say teal. And here in my h1 tag, I say style equals this dot styles. So let me save it. And if we look at the browser now, we have welcome in teal and it's bold. Now let's go ahead and create a class component to understand state. So first I create a folder and I call it components. And inside this folder, I create a class component and I call it new comp.js. And I use the snippet RCE to create the class component. To give you an insight into what we're doing today, we'll display a message asking the user to subscribe to Simplilearn. Once the user clicks on the subscribe button, we instruct them to click on the bell icon. And finally, we display a thank you message. Now to do all of this, we're going to make use of state. And as mentioned earlier, we initialize the state object in a constructor. So let's use the snippet rconst to create our constructor. Now in the state object, we initialize a property, let's call it message, and we display a message saying subscribe to Simplilearn. Let's save it. And here in our render method, let's say class name equals app, and let's create an h3 tag, and within the tag I display the message. So I say this dot state dot message. Let's save it, and now let's import it in our app.js component. So I'll get rid of export here, and here I say import new comp from components and new comp, and let's define it here and say new. So we save it and look at the browser, it says subscribe to Simplilearn. Alright, again to make our code look more presentable, let's add in styles. So I'll just copy the same styles that I've added here and I paste them here, and instead of bold I make it italic, and I change the color to say purple. And again in my h3 tag I define style and initialize it to this dot styles. So let me save it, and now if you look at the browser, it's in italic and it's in purple. Okay, so moving ahead, let's create a button that reads subscribe, and once the user clicks on it, the button should read subscribed, and the message displayed above should instruct the user to click on the bell icon. To do that, let's first create a button. The message that I want the button to read is subscribe. However, this message gets changed once the user clicks on the button. So instead of explicitly mentioning subscribe here, I create a prop. I say sub and I say subscribe here. And back in my render method, I say this dot state dot sub. So let's save it. And if you look at the browser now, you have a button which displays the message subscribe. Now once the user clicks on the button, the message displayed should change to click on the bell icon to never miss an update. So let's create an event handler for that. So here, button on click, I call another method, and let's call the method button change. Okay, so this method should update the state and change the message and sub values. To do that, we make use of a setState method. Now a state can be updated in response to event handlers, server responses, or prop changes. Now all the updation can be done using the setState method. Now this is the general syntax used by the method. We'll however look at this further in the demo. Now the setState method conventionally enqueues all the updates made to the component state and instructs React to re-render the component and its children with the updated state. Now let's go back to our code editor and look at the working of this method. Now here I define the arrow function button change. If you are not familiar with arrow functions, I suggest you read up on them. And this is the general syntax. And here I say this dot set state. And inside I change my message to hit the bell icon to never miss an update. And my sub value changes to subscribed. Let's save this. And now if you look at the browser, when we click on the subscribe button, the message changes to hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So moving ahead, let's use a bell icon so that the user can click on it. Once he clicks on the image changes and a thank you message appears on the screen. So for that, I have two images. I have bell A and bell B. So I drag and drop both the images in my components folder. Alright. Now let's import these images into our new comp.js file. Here I say import bell A from bell A.png, and again I say import bell B from bell B.png. Alright, let me save it. To display the image on the screen, we make use of the image tag. Now this tag has two attributes. One is the source attribute that specifies the URL, and the other is the alt attribute that specifies an alternate text for the image. So here in my component, I make use of a paragraph tag that will help display the image in the next line, and then I use the image tag. Now since my image changes once it's clicked, I have to define a property and pass the event handler click that will update the image. So here, before specifying the source, let's go back to our state and define another property that is image URL, and let's set it to bell A, since that is the image that I want to display first. Let me save it, and here in my image tag, I say source equals this dot state dot image URL. And then we have the all tag, and I do not want to display any message, so I leave it as it is. Now let's save it, and if we look at the browser, we have a bell displayed. However, now let's change the dimensions of the bell. I do not want such a huge bell. So back in my VS Code, I define style with width, say 30 pixels, and a height with again 30 pixels. Let me save this. And now if you look at the browser, we have a smaller icon. So once the user clicks on this image, the image changes and the message displayed here gets updated. To do that, we'll have to define an event. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here in my image tag, let's say on click, I define a method, say this dot image change. And now we define this method here. I say image change. I make use of an arrow function again. And again, I use the setState method. I update the image. So I say image URL is now set to bell B. And the message is updated to thank you, happy learning. So let's save this now. And if we look at the browser, we see the image, and once clicked on it, the image gets updated and the message changes. So finally, let me refresh the browser once and show the full execution. Let me refresh. Following the instructions, let's click on the subscribe button. And now it says hit the bell icon, and once I do that, the image updates and the message changes. In this session, we're going to cover the topic of what is Angular. I'm sure all of you use mobile and web applications, be it from social media to healthcare, e-commerce, and net banking. These apps are used by billions of people across the globe. Now, the main reason we use these apps is that they offer seamless user experience and interface. But how are they developed to provide such reliability? One of the frameworks that is widely used to build such robust apps is Angular. So let's dive into the session now. So here is a list of topics that we're going to be covering. First up, we'll see why Angular was introduced. Then what is Angular? Features of Angular, Angular architecture, advantages and limitations of Angular, the learning curve of Angular, and finally, we'll look at some of the companies that deploy Angular. So without further delay, let's begin. Why Angular? Now, JavaScript is the most commonly used client-side scripting language. It is written into HTML documents, enabling interactions with web pages in many unique ways. So, as a relatively easy to learn language with almost pervasive support, it is exceptionally well suited to develop modern applications. But the question arises, is JavaScript ideal for developing single-page applications that require modularity, testability, and other features? Perhaps not. However, we have a variety of frameworks and libraries designed to help us with such things. With respect to front-end development, Angular and JavaScript together bring in structure and consistency to your web applications and also provide scalability and maintainability. Angular is specifically developed for single-page applications. So now the question arises, what exactly is Angular? Angular is an open-source JavaScript framework written completely in TypeScript. Now it was primarily aimed to develop single-page applications and is maintained by Google. Angular as a framework provides a few advantages while also providing a standard structure for developers. It is designed for web, desktop, and mobile platforms. Now, if you have a doubt here as to what exactly single-page applications are, let me help you with that. Now, these single-page applications are basically applications that get loaded just once. So the main page gets loaded onto your browser. So any further interactions does not lead to loading of subsequent pages. Anything that has to be done further is just an addition to the already loaded page. So these single-page applications are primarily developed using Angular. Moving ahead, let's look at the features of Angular. we have 4 features that we're going to be discussing. We have the document object model, TypeScript, data binding, and testing. Now let's look at them one by one. Now the document object model treats an XML or an HTML document as a tree structure. Now here every node in the tree structure defines an object representing a part of your document. Angular uses the regular DOM. Now let's suppose you've made 10 updates on a single HTML page. So every time you make a change, the corresponding DOM or the tree structure needs to be updated. Now Angular updates the entire tree structure of HTML tags. Moving on to our next feature, we have TypeScript. Now TypeScript defines a set of types to JavaScript, which helps you write JavaScript that is easier to understand. Now all the TypeScript code compiles down to basic JavaScript that can run smoothly on any platform. Now TypeScript is not mandatory for developing an Angular application, but it is highly recommended. The main reason it's highly recommended is that it offers better syntactic structure while making the code base easier to understand and maintain. Now TypeScript can be installed as an npm package. Now to do that, you just have to run the command npm install -g TypeScript on your command prompt. Next up is data binding. Now data binding is a process that allows you to manipulate web page elements using the web browser. Now it mainly employs dynamic HTML and does not require complex scripting or programming. It is used in web pages that include interactive components like calculators, tutorials, games, etc. Now incremental display of a web page makes data binding extremely convenient when pages contain a large amount of data. When it comes to Angular, it uses two-way data binding. So any changes made in the UI element is reflected in the corresponding model state. And conversely, any changes made in the model state are reflected onto the UI state. Now, this allows the framework to connect the DOM to the model data via the controller. The last feature we're discussing is testing. Angular uses Jasmine to run its various tests. The Jasmine framework allows various functionalities to write different kinds of test cases. Karma is a task runner for the tests that use a configuration file to set the startup, reporters, and testing framework. So with that, we've covered the features of Angular. So let's go ahead and understand the architecture of Angular. Now, Angular is a full-fledged MVC framework. It provides a strong opinion on how the application should be structured and offers bidirectional data flow and updates the real DOM. MVC, short for Model View Controller, is an architectural pattern that separates the application layer into model, view, and controller. Now, model here relates to all the data-related logic. View, on the other hand, is used for UI logic of the application. And controller is the brain of the setup. Now, it is an interface between the model and view. Moving on, let's look at the advantages of Angular. First up, we have custom components. Angular allows you to build your own components that can pack functionality along with rendering logic into reusable pieces. Data binding. As discussed, Angular allows you to effortlessly move your data from your JavaScript code to the view and react to user events without having to write any code yourself. Dependency injection. Angular allows you to write modular services and have them injected wherever they are needed. This greatly improves the testability and reusability of the same. Don't worry if you can't wrap your head around these topics. We're going to discuss them further in the coming videos. Next advantage is testing. Angular has been built from the ground up with testability in mind. You can literally test every part of your application. Comprehensive. Angular is a full-fledged framework and provides out-of-the-box solutions for server communication, routing, and more. Lastly, we have excellent browser compatibility. Angular is cross-platform and browser compatible. An Angular application can typically run on all browsers, be it Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and platforms like Windows, macOS, and Linux. Now, many versions of Angular have been released ever since its inception. All of these versions have added to the efficient working of the framework. Now, here are the different versions released. First up was Angular 1. It was built on JavaScript and completely based on controllers. Next release was Angular 2. Now, this incorporated the component-based approach, wherein the entire UI was divided into several components and lastly integrated to give the final logic. Next was Angular 4. It included router updation. Angular CLI or command line interface 1.0 was introduced, however not deployed. In this release, the Angular CLI was optimized and commands like ng-update and ng-add were added. In the Angular 7 release, prompts were introduced which provided tips in CLI about the functions being used. In Angular 8, IV renderer and Bazel were introduced. And finally, the most recent release was Angular 9. Now this came with the better framework and Angular material. Now this completely switched to the IV renderer as a default compiler. Now that we've learned about the pros of using Angular, let's look at some of the limitations of Angular. First up is a steep learning curve. Now since Angular is a complete full-fledged framework, it becomes difficult for learners to begin with. You need to be acquainted with simple topics and then move on to more advanced topics to become proficient in this language. Next up is limited SEO options. Now, Angular offers limited SEO options and poor accessibility to search engine crawlers. It's verbose and complex. Now, a common issue faced by the Angular community is the verbosity of the framework. It also poses to be complex compared to other front-end tools. And lastly, migration. Now, one of the drawbacks of Angular is poor migration. Now, it becomes difficult to port legacy code to Angular-style architecture. Also, with each new release, it is painful to upgrade and a lot of them are not backward compatible. Next up, let's look at the Angular learning curve. Now, if you wish to learn Angular, you need to be acquainted with basic topics in Angular. Some of them are directives, modules, decorators, components, services, dependency injection, pipes, and templates. Now, once you've mastered your basics, you will want to go and understand more advanced topics such as change detection, zones, AOT compilation, and RX.js. However, the learning curve of Angular is clear-cut. In the beginning, it could be a little intimidating, but once you start using the tool, it becomes way more easier to comprehend and understand what is going on. And lastly, let's look at some of the companies that use Angular today. Many top-tier companies like Nike, Forbes, Google, HBO, Sony, Upwork, among others, readily deploy Angular. So moving on, let's look at the prerequisites for Angular. First up, we have Node.js. Angular uses Node.js as its base for a large part of its build environment. So as a result, to get started with Angular, you will need to have Node.js installed on your environment. So head to their official website and download the latest release for your corresponding operating system. Next up is the Angular CLI. Now this command line interface is a tool that makes it easier to bootstrap and develop your Angular applications. Now to install the latest version, run the command npm install-g at angular/CLI. You gotta run this command on your command prompt. And finally, to confirm installation, check for its version. Now the next thing that you will need is an IDE or a text editor to type your code. Now there are several IDEs that you can choose from. But in this series, we've used VS Code throughout. So it is available on all platforms. So go ahead and download it if you haven't already. Now moving on to the final part is the demo. Now that you have a basic understanding of Angular and its prerequisites, I think you're ready to create your first Angular application. So let's head to our VS Code and begin. Here, I've created a folder called Angular on my desktop and opened it on my Visual Studio Code. So to create your app, you need to open the terminal. Just go here and select New Terminal. And now type in the command ng new and provide the name for your app. So I'm just going to say hello world. So now this is going to create, just say yes. So basically what happens is that when you run the command, it will automatically generate a skeleton application under the folder that is hello world in our case. And it includes a bunch of files and installs all the necessary dependencies for the Angular application. So this could take a while. So once you've created your application, to run it, first change the directory. So let's say cd hello world. And now use the command ng serve. Now once it's compiled, you need to go to your browser and type in localhost 4200. And once you do that, you can see your UI. You can see that the application has been loaded onto your browser and it says hello world app is running. So this is how you create your application. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now, as you can see here, there are many files and folders that are created, right? So let's look at a few of them. Of course, we can't explain everything, but I'll brush through a few of them. So the first main component is basically the root component. Now, the root component here is the index.html. So here, if you open the file and see, it's a very small, crisp code, right? But the most important thing in the file is this app root element. So what this does is it's basically the marker for loading your application code. So this is extremely important. So the next important file is the main.ts. Now this is the part of the bootstrapping piece. Alright, so the index.html file is responsible for deciding which files are to be loaded, correct? The main.ts file, on the other hand, identifies which Angular module is to be loaded when the application starts. So this is just a brief explanation as to what they are doing. Next, we have the app folder. Now here, we have the app.module.ts file. Now this application module file can be thought of as the code configuration of your application. So here's where the source code starts from. And moving on, we have the app.component.ts. So these are all TypeScript files, hence the extension TS. Now this file basically is the root component of your application. And then we have the HTML file for the same, which defines the appearance of what you can see on your browser. So let me just change the message that is being displayed. So I'll say, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial. So let's save this. And when we go back to our browser, we can see the message, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial being displayed. So like this, we can make a simple change and then it gets rendered onto your browser. So this was just a brief explanation of what happens in the background of your application. First, we'll get acquainted to what exactly Angular components are. Then I'll help you create an Angular component by showing a quick demo. And lastly, we'll learn about component decorator metadata. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel if you love watching new and interesting technology videos. Also, hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So what exactly are Angular components? Now, I'm sure everybody uses web applications. And one of the most widely used applications is Gmail, correct? Now, to help you understand what components are, consider them as Lego blocks. Now, they basically are combined together to form the final application. So in this case, here we have the logo component, then you have a sign-in component, an image component, and then a create account component. Now, all of these components generally don't affect the working of each other. But however, when embedded, they define the UI of your application. So I hope you understood what components are. So to go ahead, let's discuss some of its common features. Now, firstly, they are the building blocks of an application. Generally, you have a root component, which is basically the app component, and then it branches out into other components, creating a hierarchy. And these components are a subset of directives. Now, don't worry about what directives are because we'll cover them later on in the series. But to give you an idea, there are three types of directives. You have the structural directives, the attribute directives, and the component directives. Only one component can be instantiated per element in a template. Now, components are typically custom HTML elements, and each of these elements can instantiate only one component. Now, don't worry, you'll understand this better when I show you the demo. Nextly, a TypeScript class is used to create a component. Now, this class is then decorated with the @component decorator. Now, the decorator accepts a metadata object that gives information about the component. Now, a component must belong to the ng module in order for it to be usable by another component or application. And finally, components control their runtime behavior by implementing lifecycle hooks. So this was just a brief introduction to what Angular components are. Now, you will only be able to understand the working of components when I show it to you practically. So let's head over to our Visual Studio Code. Now here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo, within which I've created an Angular application called Demo Components. Once executed, the browser looks something like this. So if you haven't watched our previous video on getting started with Angular, that is Angular Hello World, I highly suggest you go through that video first. It helps you create your first Angular application. So now let's go ahead and create our first component. Now the command used to create our component is ng-gc and your component name. Once executed, it creates 4 different files. Now let's just see how this works on our VS Code. Now what you can do is head to your terminal and type in the command ng-gc and provide a name for your component. For example, I'm going to just call my component text component. Alright. So what it does is that it creates 4 different files. You can see you have 4 different files that have been created, and finally it updates the file that is app.module.ts, indicating that this new component has been created. So here in your source folder, within which there's an app folder, and again here you can see that your 4 different files have been created. First is the HTML file, wherein you can define all the code that you want for your component. Next you have the CSS file for your styling. Then you have the .ts file, which includes the component decorator. And finally you have spec.ts, which is basically a unit test file. Alright, and then in your app.module.ts, you can observe that the component that you've created, that is text component, has been imported. That is what the message conveys here. Alright, now let's go back to our app.component.html. Now this basically has all the code for your application, so let me just get rid of it. And I'm just gonna display a basic heading saying hello, welcome. Alright, so let me save it, and if you go ahead and look at your browser, hello, welcome message is displayed. Now let's go back to our component.html file, and here let me provide a message. Let me say h3, and let me display a message saying welcome to this tutorial on Angular components. Alright, now in your text component.ts file, which is your TypeScript file, the selector mentioned here is app-text component. Now go ahead and copy this, and in your final component.html, go ahead and create your custom HTML tag with the selector that you just copied. Now this indicates that the component that you just created, that is the text component, is being incorporated in the final render. So what happens is that whatever is defined in the component.html file is also being rendered in your final output. So when I save this, let's go ahead and check our browser. You can see that the message welcome to this tutorial on Angular components is displayed. So this was a simple creation of a component. Now for this, let's give it some styling. So here, go to your .css file and provide some styling. Say for example here I just say text align, and let me say center. And also in my app.component.cs, I'm going to give the same thing. I'll say h1 text align is center. Alright, so let me save this, and there we go. Now we can also create multiple components and define the tags in the app component. Now the components are executed sequentially. So now let's create another component just to give you a brief insight into it. Let's say ngGC image component. Now here I'm going to be adding the Simplilearn logo. So I'll show you how that works. Now you can see that a new component has been created with 4 files again. So in my assets folder here, I've added the logo. So what I can do is back in my HTML file, I can go ahead and create an image tag. So first, let me just display another message here just to avoid any confusion. And let me say this is the image component. And then let me say image source equals. So the source is basically assets / logo.png and class equals center. Alright, so you can also head to your CSS file and provide any sort of styling that you need. So let me just say text align to be center, and then let's create a styling for the image, and here I mentioned the code for the image. So let's save this, and from the .cs file let's copy the selector and create a custom HTML tag in our final component.html file. So there we go. Let's save this and check the output, and there we go. First, the hello welcome message is displayed. Next, you have the message displayed from the first component, and then you have the second component. So this is how you can create your own components, and don't forget to incorporate these selectors into your final HTML file. So moving on to our next topic, component decorator metadata. Now, as mentioned earlier, the @component decorator accepts a metadata object that provides information about the component. Correct? Here is a list of properties of the metadata object. First up is the selector. Now, basically, the selector is a CSS selector that identifies this particular component in a template. Now, this corresponds to the HTML tag that is included in the parent component. You can create your own HTML tag. However, the same has to be included in the parent component. So to help you understand that better, let's head back to our VS Code and say, for example, in our text component here, the selector says text component, correct? For the time being, let's change it to say n component. All right. Now, when you save it and look at the browser, the message is not displayed. So what we can do is you can copy this selector and then include this here. And now you can see that the same component has been rendered onto your output. Alright, so the selector plays a crucial role in that. Next up, we have the template. Now, a template is an inline defined template for the view. Now, the template can be used to provide some particular markup. The markup could typically include some headings or paragraphs that are displayed on the UI. Next up, we have template URL. Now, it is the URL for the external file containing the template for the view. So here you can see, this is basically the external file that contains the template for the view. Next up, you have styles. Now, these are also inline defined styles that can be applied to the components view. So any code that you provide in the .css file can also be included here. Next, you have the style URLs. Now, this is a list of URLs to your style sheets that are applied on your components view. Next up, you have providers. Now, this is again an array where certain services can be registered for your component. Lastly, we have animations. As the name suggests, these are animations that can be listed for your components. First, we'll understand what exactly dependency injection is. Then we'll understand the demerit or the drawback of not using dependency injection. Then we'll understand dependency injection as a design pattern. And finally, I'll help you understand the entire concept with the help of a demo. So let's begin. What exactly is dependency injection? So let's consider this. I'm sure you're aware that Angular uses the concept of components. The entire UI of the application is divided into several components. Now, what if all of these components perform similar tasks, be it accessing the database, rendering images, etc.? Now, instead of writing the same piece of code for every component, you could write the code once and then perhaps inject the same code into every component. Now, this is supported by dependency injection. Now, to give you a better example, consider two classes A and B. Now, let's assume that A uses the objects of class B, and normally in object-oriented programming, an instance of class B is created so that A can access its objects. But using dependency injection, we move the creation and binding of dependent objects outside of the class that depend on them. So dependency injection or DI keeps the code more flexible, testable, and mutable. Also, classes can inherit external logic without having to create on its own. And lastly, DI benefits directives, pipes, and components. Next up, let's have a look at the drawback of not using dependency injection. Now let's consider class postal details that is dependent on the number and the address class. In the postal details class, the constructor creates copies of the number and address. So when you instantiate a new postal details class, the constructor instantiates a unique number and address. Now, although this looks simple, there's a problem with this code. Let's assume that the number and address class constructors now accept parameters. When we change the numbers class, the postal details class gets broken. Now to overcome this, what we need to do is we need to pass parameter to the number constructor. So this applies to address as well. The first drawback of using this traditional method is that the code is not very flexible. Anytime the dependencies change, the postal details class needs to be changed as well. And the second drawback is that the code is not suitable for testing. Once you instantiate the new postal details class, you get the same number and address. Even if you change the number and address classes every time, what if these classes are in turn dependent on other classes? Then it's going to be a chain reaction. So to overcome this, we make use of dependency injection. Now let's look at DI as a pattern. Dependency injection, as you all know, is a coding pattern where a class receives its dependencies from an external source rather than creating them on its own. So here in the above example, we have moved the definition of dependencies from inside the constructor to the constructor's parameters. So the postal details class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. It just consumes them. So the postal dependencies class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. So with that, we overcome the drawbacks of not using DI. So now that you know what exactly dependency injection is and how vital it is, let's look at a simple demonstration to understand the concept better. Now, services, classes, modules, components, all of these are benefactors of dependency injection. So in the demo, I'm going to be showing how dependency injection can be used with the help of services and injecting these services into classes. So the main thought behind this is normally components are used to ensure just a good user experience. These components do not generally execute tasks. So to execute these tasks, we make use of services. So a component can delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, any network related issues, etc. to a particular service. And these services can be made available to components. With the same thought, what I'm going to be doing is I'll be creating a service that performs the task of displaying an employee list. Later, we're going to inject this service into the class using dependency injection. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code for the demonstration. Alright, so as discussed, I'll have to first create a component that displays a button for the employee, and then I have to create a service class and inject it into my component. Now this service holds the employee details such as name, employee ID, email ID, etc. So first, let's go ahead and create a component. So here, let me just type ngGC, and the name of the component I'm providing is info. Alright, so as you can see here in my app folder, I have the component with 4 different files. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is we have to create a service. So to create that, we make use of the command nggs. You can either give s or service, and the service name I'm providing is records. So let me just say records here. Alright, here you can see 2 files are created. There is a spec.ts file and the .ts file. Alright, so now the service contains all the employee data that needs to be displayed. Right, so let's go ahead and write the data. So first we're going to make use of 3 arrays. I'm going to be displaying employee records for 3 employees. So I'll have to create 3 arrays and provide certain information. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so the array I'm creating is called info1 for the first employee, and I'm going to be passing information like name, employee ID, and the email ID. So the array is of type string, and within which, let me just mention the details. I'm giving random information. I'm just saying Adam Taylor and some random employee ID, and let's say at@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to be creating 3 records, so I'll just copy the same thing and paste for the rest too. Let's just change here, provide a different name here. And same for the last one. And let me change the name of the array as well. Alright, so with the agenda to retrieve this data in our component, we make use of the method for the same, right? So this method returns the employee data. So let's go ahead and create this method. I'm going to call it getInfo, and then just say string, and then this will just return this .info1. Alright, I'm going to be calling it getInfo1 for better understanding. Same for the rest too as well. I'm just going to return different arrays here. Alright, and lastly info3. Alright. Now in order to retrieve this information in our component, we need 3 more arrays, right? 3 more arrays that will receive this data. Let's go back to our component.ts file here and then type in the following code. So I've created 3 arrays again. Info received 1, 2 and 3. Now what we need to do is we have to accept the information that is being sent from the service, correct? Now as I mentioned, services are implemented with the help of dependency injection. So what we need to do is we'll have to first import the service into the component.ts file. The key reason behind doing this is that when Angular creates this component, an instance of the service class is also made to perform the necessary tasks. Correct? So let's go ahead and just import it here. So I'll say import records service from and let's say records.service. Alright, and what we have to do next is that we must also declare this instance that is being created in the providers array of the component. Alright, so let's just say providers and then say records service. Alright, Now we've created the instance of this class, right? However, to access this instance, an object is also created. So this object will in turn access the methods and variables of the service class. So for that, we have to create another object. So let's do that here in our constructor method. Let's say constructor private, and the object I'm creating is called our service. You can give a name of your choice, and then I'm going to just say records service. Alright, now this object will help me retrieve data from the service. So let's go ahead and use this in order to get the employee details. Alright, so I've created 3 different methods here: get info from service class 2, 1 and 3. And these methods will retrieve the data and add it to our array here, that is info received. Alright, and lastly, we'll have to create an unordered list in our HTML file here. We haven't added anything, so let me get rid of this. So now I have to create 3 different buttons for 3 different employees, and when the user clicks on the button, the data is retrieved from the service and then displayed on the UI, right? So as you can see, I've created buttons for 3 different employees, and then I've made use of a bootstrap class called list group info, and then I've interpolated info which displays the contents of the info variable. Alright, now in order to call the methods in the .ts file, we have to bind them with the button. So since it is bound with the click event, every time you click on the button, the information is displayed. So now the last thing we have to do is we'll have to create a custom HTML tag for the component and then add it to the main component. So let's just do that. Let me copy this here. And then in my app component.html, let me get rid of this. And then let me just create this. I've just created the custom HTML tag for my component. And now just to beautify the code, I'll write a heading. And let's say employee details. And then I'll also add the Simplilearn logo, say image source. I've added the image here, so let me just say logo.png. I've also added some styling to it. Alright. So now let me just save this and have a look at the browser. So here we go. We have the logo here and then employee details heading. And then we have 3 different buttons created, that is employee 1, 2 and 3. And when I click on it, the information of the employee is displayed, the name, the ID and their email address. So yeah, so this is how you can make use of dependency injection and inject a service class into a component. So dependency injection plays a crucial role in Angular. We'll understand what Angular forms are. Then we'll look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. Next up, we'll get acquainted with features like form control and group control. And we'll learn all of this with the help of a simple demo. So without further ado, let's begin. So what exactly are Angular forms? Now I'm sure every application that you use comes with certain amount of form filling, correct? Be it your login credentials or your sign up forms or any sort of registration forms, etc. So forms are an integral part of a web application. You need forms to update your profile or to enter sensitive information, or also to perform any sort of data related tasks. So now let's look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. First up, Angular supports 2 types of form building. First, you have the template driven approach, and second, you have the reactive approach. Now let's look at them one by one. So talking about template-driven approach, in this method, the conventional form tag is used to create forms. So Angular automatically interprets and creates a form object with the help of the directives. Now controls can be added to the form using the ng-model tag. Now multiple controls can be grouped using the ng control group module. So it basically uses several module classes to provide controls. Now if you don't get this, don't worry, you'll understand better when I'm showing you the demo. Next up is JSON values. So a form value can be generated using the form.value object. Form data is exported as JSON values when the submit method is called. Lastly, basic HTML validations can be used to validate the form fields. In the case of custom validations, directives can be used. So arguably, this method is the simplest way to create an Angular form. So moving on to reactive approach. Now this approach is the programming paradigm revolving around data flows and propagation of change. Now with reactive forms, the component directly manages the data flows between the form controls and the data models. Now reactive forms are code-driven unlike template-driven approach. Reactive forms eliminate the anti-pattern of updating the data model via two-way data binding. So it does not use two-way data binding. And typically a reactive form control creation is synchronous and can be unit tested with synchronous programming techniques. So now let's go ahead and look at form control and form group. So consider a typical form consisting of fields like name, age, and location. Now a form control is basically a class that enables validation of these fields. For each input field, an instance of this class is created. Now these instances help check the values of the field and see if they're either touched, untouched, dirty, pristine, valid, invalid, and so on. So this allows you to check every field for the value. It makes it easier to understand which field's value is invalid or which field has not been entered, etc. Now moving on to form group. So a form group class represents a group of controls. A form can have multiple group controls. The form group returns true if all the controls are valid and provides validation errors if there are any. So I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the demo to explain all of these features. I'm sure it will become extremely clear once you look at the demo. So for that, let's head to our VS Code. So back in my VS Code, I've created a component called form component, and I've also included the Simplilearn logo just to beautify the appearance. So once you execute the code, this is what you're going to see on your browser. So you just have the logo at the moment. The first thing we need to do is we'll have to import the forms module. All right. So, but before we begin, let me tell you what the use case is. So we're going to be creating a user registration form, which is going to include 4 fields. That is the first name, last name, email ID, and a password. All right. So now let me show you how to import the forms module. So in your main app.module.ts file, you'll have to import forms module from Angular Forms. All right. And then in your imports, you'll have to just call it here. All right. So this is just a simple step. And now once you're done with that, let's go ahead and start our form creation. So here in my component.html, let's enclose the entire form within a div tag. So here, let me say div class is a container within which let me just have one heading which says user registration. All right. And now let's go ahead and create our form. So first, let me just say form. Now I'm going to create a div class for every field. So say div class equals form group. I'll explain it to you a little later. Now first let's create a label. So label tag for, basically it's the first name. So let me just say first name. And the tag will basically have first name again. Alright, and let me just break the line. Next we have the field. So let's say input. Type is text. Name is first name. And we have a class which is the form control class. Alright. So this we'll have to do for all the other fields. So let me just copy this and paste it like 4 times. I'll also add the tag pre for spacing. Let's do that here. And finally, we'll have the button. So let's just add that here with a type submit. And let's just say submit on the button. So now let's go ahead and change these values here. So here let me just change it to last name. Here as well. And here as well. And in this case it is going to be email. So let me just change it here. And finally we have passwords. So let's add that here. Alright, so let's save this and just have a look at our browser. So there we go. We have our user registration form ready, but I would like to align it to the center. So let me just do that. So here in my CSS file, I'm just going to align all the div tags to the center and the label tag to the left. So let me save this and look at the browser now. And there we go. We have our registration form with a logo. So this is how you create a simple form. Now we'll have to add a directive called ngModel. Now this directive, when added into the input tag, will provide form controls to every input field. Alright, so here let's just go ahead and say ngModel. That is it. So let me just copy this and paste it for every other field. Alright, let me save this. And back in my browser, let me inspect. And here you can see different types of classes like ng-untouched, ng-pristine, ng-valid are added. Right? So this indicates that Angular has recognized the form tag and it has added these classes to the form as well as all the fields. So this is achieved when you add the ngModel directive in your input tag. Now, back in my VS Code. Now every form has an output property attached to it called ngSubmit. Alright, so this property can be bound within a method called the submit method. So once submitted, this method is called. Right, so once we click on the submit button, this method has to be called. So to include that, we'll have to just say form ngSubmit equals submit. Alright, so now we'll have to define the submit method in our component.ts file. So here, let me just go to our component.ts file and let me just get rid of unnecessary code here. And let's define a function or submit, and then here let me just console log form submitted. Alright, so let me just get rid of this as well. It's unnecessary here. Let's save this. So what it means is that every time you click on the submit button, this method is called. Alright, so let's just have a look at the browser. So first let's go to our console. And when I click on submit, it says form submitted. Alright. So the next crucial step is to generate JavaScript representation. Now we'll have to make use of another directive called ngForm that is assigned to a template variable. Okay, so this JavaScript representation helps with validating all the fields. So I'll help you understand that better. So back in our HTML file, let's just create a variable first. Let's call it login. Alright, and say ngForm. Okay, now the ngForm object includes the JavaScript representation. So now while you're calling the submit method, you're going to pass login as a parameter. So let's just say login here, and in my TS file, again let's just say login, and along with it I want login to be displayed, so I say login again. So now let's save this. And if you have a look at the browser, let's click on submit. And now here you can see the JavaScript representation. So within form, I can check for email or say first name. And here for this field first name, you can see different properties attached. You can see invalid. Is it invalid or is it untouched, which is true, or are there any errors? So this basically gives you all information about the particular field. So we can make use of this feature to validate the information. So we're going to learn about that in our next segment. Moving on to form validation, one way to ensure that incorrect fields are not submitted is by disabling the submit button. Correct? Now apart from this, you can also specify certain properties in your input tag for the corresponding input field. Now let's say that the fields can't be empty and the form only accepts names with a minimum length of 2 and the maximum length of 7. Alright, so here in my input tag, I just mention required, meaning this field cannot be empty, and min length to 2 and max length to say 7. Alright, so to check this, let's go to our browser, and here let me submit the form without filling the first name, and evidently there has to be an error. So when I submit it and I look here what's in forms and here controls, and with my first name, you can see that an error is shown. Here it says required equals true. That means there is one error. Now you can make use of these form control objects. You can leverage form control objects to ensure field validation and display a message whenever an error occurs. Right? So to do that, you need to access these objects like errors or invalid or touched. All of these properties or objects need to be accessed. For that, we'll have to create a template variable. And then this variable is assigned to this object. So back in our VS Code, let's create a variable. Let me call it name. And let's say ng model. Alright, here the variable name receives the control object. So here back in my browser, when I submit again without the first name, you can see that the invalid property is set to true, correct? So this helps us use this property to alert the user with the help of a simple if logic. So back in my VS Code, let me create another div tag within which I mention ngIf, within which I'm going to use a simple if logic. So let's say ngIf name, which is our template variable, name dot touched and name dot invalid is true, right? Then I'm going to alert. So I'm going to make use of an alert here. Let's say alert danger. Alright. So in my CSS file, I'll have to mention the simple styling for alert. So here, let me just say, so we're going to have the background color red for danger, alright? And here I'm going to display the message invalid in bold. So now let's go back to our browser and check it. So let me proceed without entering the last name. It says invalid here. So this was a simple demonstration to show you form validation. Of course, you can modify the code depending on your requirement. Say suppose the length of the first name is too short, then you can alert the user with a different message. Or suppose they have missed out on filling a form field, then you can again alert the user. So you can basically make use of the nested if condition, right? Now just to help you understand that better, let me just show it to you. Now back in my HTML file, instead of invalid, let me have another tag, a paragraph tag, within which I make use of ngIf again. Now ngIf name.errors.required is true. Then I display the message first name required. Alright. And if the length of the first name is not 2, now if the length of the first name is less than 2, then I'm going to display another message. So let me just say name.errors.minLength. If this is true, then I'm going to say sorry, short first name. Alright, so let's save this and have a look at the browser. When I proceed without providing the name, it says first name required. But when I type in one character, it says sorry, short first name. But if I type in another character, it accepts. So I hope this made you understand how form validation works. So this was just a simple demonstration again. Now I highly recommend you explore these properties and play around with these objects. Trust me, it's really fun. So I hope this tutorial helped you out. I'm sure you all know that an Angular app is divided into several components. For example, you have the logo component, you have the sign-in component, an image component, and say a create account component. Now these components are standalone and each of them represents a part of the user interface. Now imagine if all of these components performed common tasks, for example, accessing the database or rendering images on the view, tasks like those. Now instead of having to write the code for every component, you can just make use of Angular services. Now the service can be written once and then injected into all of these components. Now a service could be a function, it could be a variable, or a feature that an application needs. So the main use of a service is to write code once and avoid rewriting of it. Now the same code can be injected into several components that make use of this particular service. But what are Angular services? So normally, components are used to ensure a good user experience. Now that is the extent of it. Components make sure that whatever is being rendered onto the screen is right and pristine. But in order to execute tasks, we make use of services, and this approach is ideal. So a component can basically delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, validating user input, or logging directly to the console to a particular service. And these tasks can be made available to any component in the app. So now let's talk about a few features of Angular services. Now typically an Angular service is simply a TypeScript class with an @injectable decorator. This decorator tells Angular that the class is a service and can be injected into components that need that service. Now they can be used to share the same piece of code. They can also inject other services as dependencies. Now these services hold valuable business logic and can also be used to interact with the backend. Now for example, if you want to make AJAX calls, you can have methods to those calls in a service and then use it as a dependency in files. And as mentioned earlier, it can be used to share data among several components. In Angular, services are singleton, meaning that only a single instance of a service gets created and the same instance is used by each and every building block in the application. And finally, a service can be registered as a part of a module, or it can be registered as a part of the component. Now to register it as a part of the component, you'll have to specify it in the providers array of the module. I'm sure you'll understand the concept of services better if we look at a simple demo. So in the next section, we're going to look at a demo, but before that, let me tell you the use case. So basically in the demo, what we'll do is we'll create an employee details list. Say for example, you will have employee information like name, employee ID, and their email ID. We'll create a database of say 3 employees. And on the browser, when you click on the employee button, it displays the information about that particular employee. And at the end, we can also add information to the employee's details. So without delay, let's head to our VS Code and start learning Angular services hands-on. So here, first I've created a folder called demo_Angular, within which I've created a file called hello world. So this was previously used for a tutorial, so the name is just hello world, so don't get confused. However, when you look at the browser, I've written an initial code here, which is Angular services, and I have the Simplilearn logo. So back in my browser, this is what the UI looks like. So to understand the concept of Angular services, first let's go ahead and create a component. So here I'm going to say ng gc einfo. I'm creating a component for employee information. So as you can see, inside my app file, we have the einfo component, which has these 4 files. So if you're wondering what exactly components are and how this is working, then I highly suggest you watch our components video first. So now let's go ahead and create a service. So I'm just typing in the command ng g service. Here G stands for generate, and we're generating a service, and the name of the service that I'm providing is data. So now it creates a service which is going to be a .ts file. So you can observe that .service is appended. This indicates that it is a service. Alright. As mentioned earlier, we have to display the employee details. Correct? So for that, in my component.ts file, I'm going to create an array that displays the employee information. In our case, I'm creating 3 different employee records. So for that, I'll have 3 different arrays. So let me just call the arrays info received 1, indicating this is the information of first employee, and this is going to be of type string, and I'll just initialize it to null for now. Alright, and I'm going to create 2 other arrays, and let me just change the name of the arrays. Alright, so now to retrieve the information, I'll have to create a method. Again, I'm creating 3 methods for the 3 different employee records. So I'm going to call the array get info from service 1, indicating it's again for employee 1, and I'm just going to leave it as it is for now. I'll tell you how the information is being received, and I'm going to do the same for the other 2 employee records. So let me just copy paste, and here I'm just going to change the name of the methods. Alright, so this is the initial code for retrieving information. However, we'll have to create the employee record in our service. So back here in my data.ts file, what I'm going to do is I'll create 3 different records for the employees. So let me say info1, which is going to be of type string. Alright, and let me just give random names. Say for example, I say John Matthew. Alright, and employee ID say E354, and let me just give a random email ID and say jm@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to do the same for the other 2 records. So let me just create another one and call it info2, and the name I'm providing is say Rob Wilson with a different employee ID, say 673, and I'm just going to make it rw@abc.net, and another record for employee number 3, and I'm just gonna say Rose Adams with some employee ID and an email ID. Alright, so now we've created the employee records. So what I have to do is I have to create a method that returns these employee records, correct? So for that, I'm just gonna create another method called getInfo1, which is of type string, and it just returns this dot info1. Alright, similarly for the rest of the 2 records, I'm just going to retrieve them. Let's say info2 and get info2, and again I'm just going to make it get info3, and this is going to return info3. Alright, so I'm sure you've got an idea as to what I'm doing here. So basically this information is going to be retrieved in our employee component, correct? So for that, I'll have to make use of dependency injection. So here I'll have to import the service that I've created. So let's go ahead and say import. The service was data service. Alright, from /data.service. Alright, now the main reason we're doing this is to tell Angular that when the component is created, the service instance is also created. And this instance is being used to perform particular tasks. And for that, we'll also have to include this in our providers array. So here, let me just say providers, and let's say data service. Now, to access this instance of service that is created, we make use of a property. So this property basically allows us to access all the methods that are defined in the service class. Alright, so here in my constructor method, I'm just going to say private, and you can give any name for your property, and here I'm just giving the name dService. Alright, and which is of type data service. Alright. So now with the help of this property, I can retrieve information from the service class. So here I'm just going to say this dot info received equals this dot dService dot get info1. Alright. So what it basically does is that it calls the getInfo1 method in our service, which returns the information of the first employee. And this information is being stored in the array that is info received 1. So similarly for the next two methods, I'm just going to use the same piece of code. Let me just change it here. And same for the third one. Alright. So now that we have the logic behind what is being displayed, let's go ahead and create the UI for it. Here in my HTML file, I'm going to create an unordered list. And now I'm going to make use of the ng for directive to basically loop over the record and display everything. So for that, I have to make use of a particular variable. So I'll just say let info of info received. So you can check here in our TS file, the array is info received, correct? So I'm going to make use of the same array here. And since it's displaying the first employee record, I'm just going to say info received 1. Alright, and let me just create a class, a bootstrap class of list group item, of list group info. And we're just going to have to interpolate info. Alright, that is basically going to display what the information holds, what the info variable holds. Alright, and here as well, let me create a bootstrap class called list group. Alright, I hope this was clear to you. So basically here, the information is being retrieved with the help of this method, right? That is get info from service 1. So in order to call this method, we'll have to bind it with a button. Alright, so that's what we're going to do. Let's just copy this, and here I'm going to create a button. Alright, and the type is button. With name button again. Alright, so I'm going to bind it with the click event. So what happens is that when I click on it, this particular method gets called. Alright, I'm just pasting the method here. And finally, let's just provide the name employee1 for the button. Alright. So similarly, we'll have to do the same for the other two records as well. Let me just make this look better. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste the same twice. And here I'm going to just change the names. I'll say 2 here. And this is again for employee 2. And I'm going to change this as well. It's going to be it's going to be info received 2. This is going to be info received 3. And finally employee 3. All right. And lastly, we'll have to include the selector, that is app-e-info, in our main component.html. So here, let me just create a custom tag. All right, and save this. So now let's go back to our browser and see what it looks like. So here you can see that 3 different buttons have been created for employee 1, 2, and 3. And when you click on it, it retrieves the information, that is the name, the employee ID, and their email IDs. So we've successfully created an Angular service and injected it into our component to retrieve information. All right, so now the last part of the use case that we discussed was to add another detail, that is the employee detail, in the record. All right, so for that we'll have to take input from the user, and in our case we're taking the location. Now we're also adding the same location for all 3 employees. So this is what services do. They can be used to update, modify, alter anything that happens in the backend. So you can tweak the code a little bit and you can change the entire view of your application. You can add information, you can delete, you can retrieve, you can alter, etc. All right. So for that, what we're going to do is, back in the HTML file, we'll create a form that basically takes the input. So I'm just going to say form. All right, within which I'm going to be defining a div class, within which I'm going to be defining a div tag, inside of which I'll have the input tag of type text, and the name I'm going to be providing it will be location. All right, and we'll have a value, and I'll just leave it blank, and finally I'll have ng model. So if you're confused as to what I'm doing here, then I suggest you watch the Angular Forms video. It basically teaches you how to work around with Angular Forms. All right, and now after this we're gonna have a button. So let me say button. All right, and I'm going to just say add info. Okay. All right, so now when I'm creating the form, I'll also have to create a template variable to access all the values within my form. So if I have to access the location, then I'll need a variable to access it. So here, let me just go ahead and create a template variable. Let me call it frm, and I'm going to make use of the ng form directive. So this tells Angular that this variable can be used to access all the values within the form. And since I'm using form here, I'll have to import it in my module file. So here I just go ahead and say import forms module from Angular Forms, and here in my imports I'll just say forms module. Okay, so I've imported the forms module. So now back in my HTML file, what I'm going to do is that I'll have to make use of this template variable to update my information, correct? So I'll have to create another method that will update information into the records. So here in my component.ts file, I'll have to create another method, and I'm going to call this method update info method. All right. And this basically takes in the template variable, that is form. And let me just specify any. Okay. And what this is going to do is that it updates the record, correct? So I'm going to say this dot dservice dot add info. Now you must be wondering what add info is. I'll just let you know in a minute. And the value that I'm going to be passing will be the value that you've provided as an input, which is nothing but form.value.location. All right. So now what happens is that I'll have to again specify what add info is. And this method is going to be defined in the service file, correct? So here I'm going to create another method that's add info, and I'm going to pass info as a parameter. And what this method does is that it just pushes the information or the data into the arrays. So since I'm going to be pushing the same information into all of these arrays, that is info1, info2 and info3, I'm just going to say this dot info1 dot push of info. All right, and the same for the other two arrays as well. Let me just change these. All right. So what exactly I'm doing is that I have a method called add info, which gets information from the component. All right, and it basically pushes this information into the array. And also I'll have to return it. So I'll say return this dot info1. All right, and I'll save it. And here we have another method called update info, which basically calls the add info method in our service and passes the value to it. And in my HTML file, also note that the button type here is submit and not button. So what happens is that now the value that we've received as an input has to be passed on to the method, that is update info. So here I'll say ng submit, and I'm going to call the method update info, and I'm going to pass frm as the argument. And now let's save this and execute. So all right, here you can see that we have an input field and a button saying add info. So now I can just go ahead and say type USA, and when I say add info, and when I check on my employee 1 details, USA has been added to the list, and same goes with employee 2 and employee 3. So I hope this simple demo on Angular services helped you understand the concept better. I highly recommend you play around and explore other possibilities. Let's understand what exactly is Bootstrap. Bootstrap is a powerful toolkit, basically a collection of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript tools for creating and building responsive web applications and pages. It is a free and open source project based on GitHub and originally created by Twitter. Now, to put it more easily, Bootstrap is a giant collection of handy, reusable bits of code written in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's also a front-end development framework that enables developers and beginners to design quick and responsive websites. Now, there are several advantages to using Bootstrap. To name a few, Bootstrap comes with a responsive grid. You don't have to spend time working on your layouts. Bootstrap comes with its own code for automatically resizing images based on the current screen size. It also comes with different components that you can use for your web page. These components could be navigation bars, drop-downs, progress bars, thumbnails, etc. It also offers excellent documentation and is customizable. So Bootstrap comes in extremely handy to create responsive user interface. So now, before using Bootstrap, it needs to be embedded into your application. So let's see how to embed Bootstrap into Angular. Now there are two ways to do it. First up is by using the Bootstrap CDN or the Content Delivery Network. Now this enables users to load CSS, JavaScript and images remotely from its servers. The other method is to use Bootstrap NPM. Bootstrap, jQuery and other packages and frameworks can be installed via the command prompt. In the tutorial that I'm going to be showing you, I've embedded Bootstrap using NPM. Alright, so I'm sure you'll only understand the concept better when you look at a demo. So let's go ahead and create an application with the help of Angular Bootstrap. So in this tutorial, what I'm going to be showing is the creation of a blog post. So let me show you what we're going to be doing. So here I've created a simple blog for Simplilearn and I've added the Simplilearn logo. I've also written a few lines about Simplilearn and what they offer. I've also mentioned their tagline, and when you scroll down, you can see that I've mentioned the different courses they're offering. And when you click on the More Info button, it navigates to the official page that gives you the overview for that particular course. So this is for Lean Six Sigma, the same for full stack web development as well. And the same for the last one, that is cybersecurity. And finally, I've added a simple video here to just make it more beautiful. So I've added a simple video. And lastly, I've also linked our YouTube channel. So when you click on the YouTube icon, it will navigate to the YouTube channel, to our YouTube channel here. Alright, so this is what we're going to be creating using Angular Bootstrap. So I'm hoping you're all ready for it. So without further delay, let's jump in. So first, let's find the template that we want to use for our blog. So for that, I'm going to just go ahead and say Bootstrap blog template. And I'm just going to click on the first link that I get. And here you can choose the template that you like. So I'm just going to look for more templates here. And the one that we are going to choose is, this one. So which is small businesses. So you can go ahead and click on that. You can then click on live preview. And once you do that, you can just say view frame source. So here you can see that the HTML code is available. It has the head section and then the body section. So the head section consists of a lot of meta tags, and then you have the title, and then you also have the CSS file references. And then if you look at the body tag, you have different code for different parts of the UI. There's code for navigation bar, and then you have page content code, heading row, call to action, and all of that. And lastly, you have the footer. So what we're going to be doing is that we'll take all of the code, and then we'll have to create components for each of it, and then we'll include all the components in our main HTML file. So that is the best practice that Angular uses. So we're going to make use of components. And you can also see that when you scroll down, you can see that it has certain dependencies. So here it has the bootstrap dependency, and then you have jQuery. So we'll have to download them. So we'll have to install them. And as mentioned earlier, we're going to be installing them with the help of npm. So for that, we'll have to head back to our VS Code. Here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular demo. And then I've also created a file called demo components. And here, I'm just going to say cd demo components, within which I'll say npm install jQuery. So this could take a while, and once you've installed jQuery, go ahead and type npm install bootstrap. Alright, so we've successfully installed jQuery and bootstrap. So now we need to add the references to these JavaScript files. To do that, go to your angular.json file, and here we'll have to add them in our build section. So here you can see we have styles and scripts. So in our scripts array, we define the relative path to these JavaScript files. So these files are generally stored in your node modules. So go ahead and here you can look for bootstrap. Here you go, and then in your dist file, and then click on JS, and then you can see you have bootstrap.min.js. Well, I'm sorry, we need bootstrap.bundle.min.js. So here you can just right click and say copy relative path, and back in my JSON file in my scripts, I'm gonna just paste it here, and make sure to make it a path by providing // Alright, and then the next thing we need is the jQuery.min.js file. So for that, again, in our node modules, you'll have to look for jQuery. So here there's jQuery, and then click on dist, and then we have jQuery.min.js. So again, let me just copy the path and paste it here. Follow the same procedure for this as well. Alright, so we've embedded both our files in our angular.json file. So now in our code here, in the beginning, they've also included the CSS file. So we'll have to embed that as well. So here back in Bootstrap, let me just add the CSS file as well. That's bootstrap.min.css. I'm just going to copy the relative path and just provide it here. Let me just change these to /. Okay, so we have our custom style sheet. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and just paste it in our, and then you can just paste it here. All right. So I think we've added all the dependencies and the custom style sheet and everything. So now let me just close all of these files. What we can do now is that we can go ahead and take the code from the source here. So I'm just going to copy the body tag. All right. So I'm going to copy this till the footer, and then I'm just going to paste it in my component.html file. So as mentioned earlier, I will create components and then place the code for specific parts of the UI in these components. So let me just see if I've got everything here. Okay. So I'll be creating 4 components. The first one will be for the navigation bar. The second will be for the introduction. And then the third one will be to display the courses that we're providing. And then lastly, we'll have the footer component, right? So first, let's create these components. I've also created a components folder here in my app folder. So I just have to type in the command nggc. First, we'll create the component for the top navigation bar. So I'm just saying nggc. So I'm just going to say components /navbar. Alright, so the component has been created. So what I'm going to do is I'll just copy this and paste it here. Alright, and the next component I'm going to be creating is for the introduction, right? So I'll say nggc components /intro. All right, so I will have to take this code here. I'm also going to be including the call to action part, so I'll just copy paste this one in my intro.html file. So let me do that, and then I'm going to have the main course content component. So for that I'll say nggc components /courses, and we're going to copy the next part of the code, all right, until till the footer. Let me just add it here. And finally, we're going to create the component for the footer. So I'll say nggc components /footer. And the last part of the code, I'm just going to add it there. All right. So now we'll have to create the custom HTML tags for these components and then place it in our HTML file, right? So first one that we created was the navigation bar. So here, head over to the TS file, just copy the selector, and then here, and then in our app.component, let me just create the tags. Similarly for intro, just gonna copy the selector, and then for courses, so we have app-courses, that as well. And then lastly, we have the footer component. So let me just copy that. Paste it here. All right, so we've included all the components. So let's just run this application and see if everything is displayed intact. So here, let me just say ng serve. So when you execute the command, you can see that the template is being displayed. So you have the navigation bar, you have the intro component, and then we have the courses component, and finally we have the footer component, right? Okay, so now that we have the template ready, we can go ahead and customize it according to our needs. So now I'm going to be making a few changes to the code. We're going to add the Simplilearn logo. We're going to change the tagline here. We're going to display something else over here. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code to customize and display the final output. So here, the first thing that I'm going to be doing is changing the message here. I'm going to display Simplilearn. For that, in our navbar component, let's go to the HTML code. And here, instead of start bootstrap, let me just type in Simplilearn. Alright, so when you save it and when you look at the browser, you can see that Simplilearn is displayed. And the next thing that I want to do is I want to add the image, right? A Simplilearn logo. So what I've done here is I've already added the logo .png file in my assets folder. So I'll just go ahead and provide the path to this. So that's going to be in our intro file. So here, image source is going to be assets / logo.png. So let me save this. So there we go, the logo is displayed. So the next thing is we'll have to change this part of the UI. So the information that I want to display is this. I'm going to be displaying world's #1 online bootcamp and other information. So what I'm going to do is back in my VS Code, I'm just going to delete this. And instead of that, I'm just going to copy this. That's world's #1 online bootcamp. And then within the paragraph tag, I'll display something else. So let me get rid of this. Let me just copy the information that I want to display. Paste it here. And let me just give a line break. Let me save this and see if it's displayed. So yeah, we can see that the information is being displayed. Next up here, instead of displaying call to action message, I'm going to display a explore programs message. So let's go back to our VS Code. Let me just say explore programs here. And then lastly, instead of this message here, I want to display the message get certified, get ahead with our programs. So back in our VS Code, I'm just going to get rid of this. And paste this instead. So when you have a look at the browser, let me refresh this. You can see it displays the message get certified, get ahead, and all of that. Well, now what I'm going to do is I'm really not happy with the font size and everything. So I'm just go ahead and add certain styling. You can customize this and provide your own font size and all of that. So here I'm just going to mention style. And then say font size. And I'm going to make it XX large. Alright, so let's see. Yeah. Alright, so it's the font size has increased, so I think I'm happy with this. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is add information here for our courses. So back in our VS Code, we'll have to go to the courses component. So here I'm going to just type in the code for the different courses. So I already have it here. So the first thing is this message that I want to display. Let me just copy that. And for our first tag, I'm just gonna say postgraduate program in Lean Six Sigma. And the next information I'm going to be providing is the duration. So here, let me just get rid of this, paste that here. Let me just break the line to beautify the code. And here for our reference link, I already have the link here. So I'm just going to paste that. So once you click on the more info button, it will automatically navigate to this page. Alright, so let me save this. Next up, I'm going to do the same for the other two courses as well. So it says postgraduate program in full stack development. And then we're going to mention the duration and the cohort. So let me paste that. I'll also provide a line break, and then link, I have it here, so I'm just gonna paste that. And finally, for the third card, I have the third link here. Let me get rid of this extra code and paste this instead. And then let's also provide the link for the same. Alright, so let me save this and have a look at the browser. So you can see that the information has been added. You can see it displays postgraduate program in Lean Six Sigma, full stack development, and cybersecurity. So once I click on more info, it leads you to that page that shows the overview. All right. So now the next thing on the agenda was to display a short video and then the link to our YouTube channel. So let's go ahead and add that in our courses component. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get the code to add a video from Google, and then I'm going to provide the source, which is going to be the video that I would want to display. So I've received the code. I'm just going to paste it here. So you can get the code on Google. So go ahead and just paste that. Also for the source, I have a video in my assets folder, which I have provided here. So when I save it and look at the browser, here we go. You can see the video here. All right. And once clicked, it starts playing. All right. And lastly, we'll have to provide the logo for YouTube and then the link to navigate to the YouTube page. So let's go ahead and do that. So here again, I've pasted the code for the YouTube logo. So here you can see that I've added the image that is youtube.png in my assets folder, and I've provided the source. And accordingly, I've also added the styling. I've provided a white background and I've also aligned the text to the center of the page. Alright, and I've also displayed the message saying check out our YouTube channel for technical videos and tutorials. And then I provided the link to our channel on YouTube. So let me just save this and head back to the browser. And here you can see that we have the YouTube logo and we have the message displayed. So once you click on the logo, it navigates to the Simplilearn channel on YouTube. Alright, so if you want, you can also change the message here for the footer. So here in footer.html, I can just remove this and paste this. I say Simplilearn solutions and all rights reserved. When I save it and look at the browser, it must get updated. So yeah, there we go. So with the help of Bootstrap, we have successfully created a website which is basically a blog, and we've also added the reference links and images and logos to customize it according to our requirements. So yeah, this is it. This is how you make use of Bootstrap and embed it into your Angular for more responsive and better user interface. Let's have a look at the basics of routing. Now I'm sure that you've observed that the URL changes every time you click on a particular link or on an icon on the user interface, correct? Now this basically indicates that you are navigating throughout the application. Now to achieve this navigation, we use a mechanism called routing. Routing is essentially used to navigate through a website or a web application. But how is it achieved in Angular? Especially in Angular, routing plays a major role. It is used to create single-page applications. Now these applications are loaded just once and new content is added dynamically. Applications like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Gmail are a few examples of single-page applications. The best part of using single-page applications is that it provides an excellent user experience and you don't even have to wait for new pages to load, which by extension makes single-page applications extremely fast. But how is this new content loaded? Enter routing. Now routing is the mechanism that, as discussed earlier, that is used to navigate through the application and load new content. Routing helps Angular configure the route and the component that needs to be displayed. Now I'm sure you're going to understand the concept of routing better when you work on it hands-on. So in the demo, we're going to be navigating to the login and the home pages of a web application with the help of routing. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code. So basically, the objective of our application is to navigate to home and the login pages. So when I click on the login icon here, it loads the login page. And here you can see the extension /login. And similarly, with home, once you click on it, some new information gets added and the URL changes with a /home appended. Alright, so this is the main objective of our application. So to create it, let's head back to our VS Code. Alright, so here I've created a folder called demo_angular and I've created a file called demo routing. Now the first thing you want to do is open the index.html file and make sure that the base tag is added. Now although this is generally added when your app is created, if it is not, then add a base tag with href attribute which is set to a /. Alright, now this is generally done to tell Angular to construct the URL while navigating with a /. Alright, and the next thing you want to do is open your app.module.ts file and check if the app routing module has been imported. If not, go ahead and import it and then also mention it in your imports array. With that, the initial setup is done. Now to create the nav bar, the code that I'm going to be using is already explained in the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap. I highly suggest you go through that video before watching this. So the code is already available. I'm just going to create a component and write the code for it and paste the code in it. So let's do that. Let me say nggc navbar. Alright, so this component is now created. Now here in my HTML file, I'll just get rid of this and paste the code for the navbar. So here we go. I've pasted the code for the navigation bar. And back in my app.component.html file, I'll just remove all the unwanted code here and just specify the custom HTML tag for my navbar. So let me just create one here. Alright, let me save this. Let me just run the application and see if it's displaying correctly. Alright, so when I open the browser, the navigation bar has been created along with these different options, that's home, about, services and login. Alright, and we also have the Simplilearn icon here. Alright, now the next step is to generate the components to display the login page content and the home page content. Now again, I have used Bootstrap to define the user interface for these files. You can easily find the code online. Just search for Bootstrap login templates, and depending on your requirements, you can choose the appropriate one. So first, let's create the components for my two files, that is for the home component and the login component. So let's go ahead and do that. NGGC, I'm just going to call it login for my login component. Alright, and then I'm going to say NGGC home for the home component. Alright, so I'm just going to copy the code for the login component. So back in my login.html file, I'll just paste the code here. Okay. Also note that I've added the Simplilearn logo in my assets folder and then just provided the source for it here in my login component. Alright. So next up is the home component. And if you've seen the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap, you might have seen that we created three different components, that is intro, courses and footer, which included the content for the intro message, for the courses and the footer message, correct? So here we're going to just paste the code for all of these three and then just display it when the home button is clicked. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'll just paste it here. So this basically has all the content. One thing I want to tell you is that in the previous video, we made sure that the code was written in three different components. However, for this, I've just added all the code in the same component. Now, I agree that this is not the best practice. So if you want, you can go ahead and create three different components and separate the code into these three components and just add the custom HTML tags in your home component. I'm just hoping you're following me right now. And also here in my assets folder, I've added a video and the YouTube logo that needs to be displayed when the home icon is clicked. Alright, so now that we've created the home and the login components, the next step is to configure the routes for the application. Alright, so here you can see that we have a file called app-routing-module.ts file. So here we have the routes and the router module that is imported, and we also have a constant called routes, which is strongly typed to routes from the router package. Alright, now this array is used to define all the possible routes in the application. Now each route is basically an object with a path. So here in my routes array, I'm just going to go ahead and create the paths. That is, we have two different routes, right? One is for login and one is for home. So I'm just going to create a path object. So let's say path. Sorry, within curly braces, I say path. And then the path that I'm going to give is login. This is basically what will appear on the URL. Alright. And the component that needs to be navigated to is nothing but the login component. So let me just say login component. As you can see, the login component has been automatically imported. Now same with the home path. So let me just say path home, and the component that needs to be rendered is the home component. Alright. Now the next step is to link these routes to a button in the nav bar, that is the home and the login button, right? So we're going to make use of the nav tag and an anchor tag for this. You can see that we have a nav tag and an anchor tag which encloses the login and the home components. Alright, now we're going to make use of two directives from the router package called router link and router link active. Now these are specified within the anchor tag. The router link basically holds the path to the page, and the latter, that is the router link active, specifies one or more CSS classes that will be applied when the router link is active. Alright, so to do that, let me just add router link. Alright, in our case it is home here, and we're going to have another directive called router link active, and we're just going to say active here. Alright, same for the login icon here. Let me just copy this, and instead of home, the path we created for this was login. Alright, so this is how you can bind the route to your specific button on your UI. Now, despite of all this, how are we specifying where these components are to be displayed? Right? The answer to this is using the router outlet directive. Now again, this directive is available in the router package. So we have to add that in our app component.html file. So here, just go ahead and type router outlet. Alright, so with that, we've created a simple navigation bar which has different options, that is home, about, services and link. And once the user clicks on the home icon, it displays the content that is in the home component.html file. And once the user clicks on the login component, it displays the content in the login.html file. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's go to the browser and see if it executes correctly. So alright, we have the navigation bar, and once I click on the home icon here, alright, yes, we see that all the content has been loaded. You can see we have the intro section, we have the courses section and the footer section as discussed. And the most important part is that here in our URL, you can see that /home has been appended. This shows that a route has been created that navigates to the home component. So we've successfully created a route here. And for login component, when I click on this icon, you can see that the path changes here and the login component gets displayed. Alright, so this is how routing is achieved in Angular. And so with that, we come to this complete full course tutorial on front-end development. I hope you found this helpful. If you have any doubts or queries regarding any of the topics covered, please let us know in the comment section below. Thank you so much for being here. Keep learning and stay tuned to Simplilearn.